It comes out in like what, 3 weeks? Yeah, don't get a 4070. Like, yeah, 2 grand isn't that? I thought it was gonna be 3 grand, honestly. So, 2 grand ain't shit. $1,000 for the 5080 is a great price too. So, yeah, they're pretty cheap this time. I thought Nvidia was gonna jack the price up with all the AI shit, but I guess not. They're going for volume. If I can get the Founders Edition, yeah, I'll scalp it. Sure, why not? I think the 5070 is only like 500 something bucks. It's pretty cheap. It's like 530 or something. I don't remember, but I saw a 5. I know that. $549. Yeah, that's nothing, man. $549. That's not that much. Dude, the average consumer is not who Nvidia is selling GPUs to, guys. I hate to break it to you, but the gaming market for AMD and Nvidia is like literally a fucking piece of toilet paper they use to wipe their ass. I hate to break it to you. The only customer that Nvidia and AMD gives a shit about is the enterprise clients who are building data centers and massive fucking server farms and all that type of shit. They don't give a singular fucking shit about, you know, little Timmy dumbfuck who wants to play Call of Duty every year. You're not even a priority. Like, you're like basically not even the cherry on top of the sundaes. You're like the shitty fucking sprinkles that don't really have a flavor. So, yeah, you're not even a priority anymore. The main reason why, you know, they announced this shit at stuff like CES is because that's not a gaming show. It's a technology show, which they're more interested in, you know, clients like Google and Amazon and Microsoft and, you know, your Cisco's and all that type of shit that have these massive fucking, you know, industrial, you know, warehouse size, you know, server farms and shit. You know, the type of customers that are going to order 1 million GPUs, not just, you know, one every 4 years.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You're the poop flowing down from the... Wait, flowing down the Ganges, not the spring water flowing in the rock. Yeah, exactly. You're like literally nothing. You ain't shit to them. Literally. So, a lot of people don't want to accept that, which is kind of stupid, but it's true. Like, the customer that an Nvidia cares about now is, you know, the people who order 1 million of these fucking things. And also, you know, $1,000 for a GPU is not even that expensive. My 1080 Ti back in whatever fucking year was, audio. Alright, just give me a second. Alright, it should be fine now. But, Yeah, I think my 1080 Ti was like, what, 900 bucks? So a 5080 for 1,000's not even that much. That's like nothing. Dude, 500 bucks is concert tickets. Like, I don't know why people pretend like that's some massive fucking number. Like, oh my god, dude. I could never fathom spending $500 on a GPU. I don't know, dude. Yeah, exactly.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
For real. Yeah, my entire year of pay. Yeah, maybe if I live in like some dump like Cambodia or some shit. I don't fucking know, man. Or Zanzibar. Where, you know, my straw hut family business generates $50 a year. You know, I'd have to save up a whole fucking decade. Kind of sad what 100k a year is, or yeah, 100k a year is nothing in a big city, so it's not even a lot of money. Like, dude, let's put it this way. I make over $100,000 a year in my job. Half of my check for the month goes just towards my rent. It's fucking stupid, man. And I have a cheap place. So, if you're making 100k in a big city, you're not really making that much money. Half of your money goes to cost of living, at least. Because once they take taxes and everything off the top, you're not really left with that much money.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Raging Boar with a 10 months. I'm getting a Founder or PNY 5090. Nice. Yeah, hopefully the Founders are actually plentiful this year, but I doubt it. Best Buy was the closest I ever got to getting one. But I still didn't get it last time. 88 Cragger with the 5. Upgrading graphics cards every 1 to 2 years is a scam. That's not a scam, but yeah, you could say it's a waste of money, but it's not a scam. Guarantee there's not much difference between a 3000 and 5. No, there's definitely going to be a difference. If you said 40 and 50, maybe, but I don't know. 30 and 50, there's definitely going to be a difference. That's 2 generations, man. Because what, the 3090 came out in 2020? So it's been 5 years, so yeah, that's a pretty big leap. Yeah, I mean, you have to play it like 4K in order to see the big difference, but I feel like if you're spending that much on a fucking GPU, you're going to be playing at 4K anyway. The sad reality is PS6 and next Xbox won't even come close to the 5080. By that point, you never know, because apparently the PlayStation 5 is going to have like a 5 more years. So all the way to 2029 is potentially what it could go to. Like, apparently Sony's in no rush to rush out a next-gen console. I mean, I wouldn't be either. There's not really any reason to. Technology hasn't changed that much. But yeah, if Xbox is actually gonna rush this new console out next year, it definitely fucking won't. See her with the 5, seeing come on my back, Harris. Having to certify Trump was beautiful. Camel toe losing couldn't have been more deserved. Pure example of didn't earn it. Yeah. She literally was the DEI hire vice president, so I'm glad she didn't fucking win. For obvious reasons, but also for that reason too. She had 0 qualifications. She's just a fucking dumb bitch. Literally. Let's see. General Nutsacks with the 2. Will Xbox Prime runs? There's no way. Dude, there's no way that thing's gonna have Steam. I think that is like pure fanboy cope, personally. There's no reason in making a closed console and then selling other people's, you know, storefronts games on it, because you don't get a cut of those sales. So it's really dumb. There's no incentive for Microsoft to put Steam on the next Xbox. Skadoody with the 2. I nearly blew my load when I saw the 5090. Yeah, for all these budget build dipshits that were like, oh, just buy a $700 PC, dude. You know, looking at the new, I guess, power supply requirements, you need like, what, 1,000 watts? So it's like, yeah, enjoy that fucking 500 watt piece of shit power supply that you're gonna have to fucking swap out, that you just wasted money on if you want to upgrade at any point. So it's just, the whole budget build thing I think is fucking stupid, personally. Like, why are you trying to get a PC priced like a console? Like, it just defeats the fucking purpose. Just, you know, buy a console at that point. It makes no sense to me. The whole point of PC, I thought, was to like curb stomp console, but guess not anymore. Nick Batista with the 5. What are the chances for lower rents? The only way there's going to be lower rents is if people stop renting. Otherwise, this is the thing with inflation that's so fucking stupid. Like, people go, oh, it's going down. No, inflation has never gone down. When you have 10% inflation one year, you have 10% inflation the next year, and then you have 2% inflation the next year.
All right,
like,
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right,
overall,
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That's like still a 24% increase in prices over those 3 years. And let's say there's another 2% increase in inflation, which is considered normal. Things are still going to be 25%, you know, higher than they were 4 years ago. So the whole thing, the only way that rent's going to get cheaper is if we have all of a sudden a mass abundance of homes hit the market, which if we stop importing a bunch of illegals, that would actually help, and we start deporting people because there's going to be less competition in the housing market. And then second is because less people are being born versus, you know, old people dying. You know, all the boomers and shit are going to have to sell their house when they die. So that'll drive the price down too. But realistically, that's the only way. The main thing you're going to see cost reductions in is like energy pricing, shipping costs.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck
like
up.
Manufacturing costs and things like that. So that could actually drive down like grocery prices, especially because refrigeration cost is the bulk of the overhead that like a grocery store has to pay, which is directly correlated to electrical pricing. So that would incentivize lower grocery pricing. And then also the shipping costs and everything like that should theoretically drive down prices, but realistically, inflation is here to stay. That's what's scary about inflation, is the fact that once you have it, it's almost impossible to get rid of it. Because it's like a compounding effect. It's like the principle of compounding interest. You know, the longer it goes, the more it accrues over time. And this time just in a negative manner versus positive. I still don't believe if you paid $40 an hour for picking lettuce and strawberries, American will work. Bro, sign me the fuck. I'll go pick strawberries at night after I'm done working for $40 an hour. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I would almost consider stop streaming for that. That's like a steal. $40 an hour to go pick fucking strawberries? That shit's piss easy. I would do that shit in a fucking heartbeat. You could make $320 in an 8-hour shift. You know, do that 6 days a week, let's say. That's a great fucking income. That's like 80 grand a year for a full-time employment. Not to mention if you do overtime. That's 80 grand a year. That's really good. Let's see. So, Daikaiju pictures with the 5. I don't care about playing games in 4K 60. Honestly, 1080p 60 should be the priority. The 50 series is a maybe for me. You should at least do 1440, man. You'll notice a pretty big difference. 1440p 144 hertz I feel like is kind of where you should be targeting for PC gaming at this point at the very least, because 1080p, like, yeah, it looks fine I guess if you're watching it, but you'll definitely notice a difference if you're playing something. I would say more so than going from 1440p to 4K. That's less of a jump than 1080p to 1440p. Z-Herb with the 20. Did you hear the rumors Xbox is going to stop selling worldwide? Might sell or rent out Xboxes as a UI for other companies to do their own hardware in their countries, i.e. Samsung box in Korea. Maybe Prime is the start. I don't know if I believe that, to be honest, because why would Samsung want a video game console when literally they have a fucking cell phone, which mobile gaming is way more popular in Korea than console gaming. So I don't know if even Samsung would care about that, but maybe. Because Samsung makes computers, so they could make a gaming PC if they really wanted to. I don't know. "4K is dumb. There's not much difference in visuals." Well, it's not the, difference in visuals. It's the clarity of the picture, what you're paying for. So it's like basically putting a blur filter on an image, essentially. That's the difference between 4K, 1080p, and 1440p is how clear and crisp do you want the image to look. Like, you will notice a difference. Like, I used to have a 4K 60 monitor. I don't use it anymore because, I mainly just used it for my PS4 Pro and Xbox One X back in the day. And you could definitely notice a difference, like in the visual quality of a 4K display versus a 1440p one, and especially 1080p. Now, is it a massive difference between 1440p and 4K? Not really, but definitely 1440p versus 1080p is a very large jump. "1440p I feel like is the better resolution because you can get like really high frame rates still. So, I mean, I have 1440p 240 hertz monitors now. So that's what I personally use. But I'll probably get a 4K monitor if I get the 5090. Since I have to lock everything at 60 FPS anyway. Will I actually game on my new rig? If it works right, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I'm probably going to get a new PC. I mean, my PC is like, what, 7 years old now? So, you know, it's time to go. I'll just have to wait until the 5090 is readily available so I can actually order one. I guess, I don't know if I can even, I don't know, I might just keep this other computer too. We'll see. What do you mean, get a new PC? I mean, buy a new PC. I don't know. What do you mean? Like, what do I mean getting a new PC? I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. I'm gonna buy a new computer. I don't really know what the fuck that's... How is that confusing? Upgrade my... No, I don't want to. I want a new PC. Why the fuck would I upgrade my parts? No, I want a new PC. There's no point in buying a new motherboard, a new power supply, a new CPU, new RAM sticks, and a new GPU if I'm gonna fucking just upgrade my parts. I'll just buy a new computer. There's zero point in like just swapping everything out. I'll just buy a new computer. Because half the PC is shit. You don't need to rebuy. The only thing I'd be keeping is a fucking case. There's zero point in me not buying a new computer. This is like a $150 case. Who gives a shit? Why would I not just buy a new computer at that point? You're buying a whole new PC for the 50 series? Yeah, exactly. I don't need this dusty ass old thing anymore. So I can keep my hard drive? Bro, you just plug them in. What do you mean, so I can keep my hard... I literally just plug them into the new computer. It takes like 3 seconds. You open up the back and take the plug and go, doop, done. Even I can put in fucking SSDs. It takes like 3 seconds. You just take one of the extra little pluggy things that sticks out of your power supply and plug it in. It's easy. Even I could figure that out. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna get like an 8 terabyte whatever and then just move everything to one, because I don't really want to have multiple again. No, I won't be able to get it for a while is my guess. People are gonna sell, they're gonna sell out because crypto's doing well right now. Crypto's doing really well right now, so the GPUs are gonna be hard to find. Yeah, I gotta, so the thing is I'm gonna go through all my stuff on this computer and delete as much as possible, and then I gotta move, like, my crucial, you know, content creation files over, so I have those on the next computer. Because that'll be the thing, I'll have to reset up, like, OBS and the Stream Deck and, you know, all that type of shit. So, and then I need all my, like, files and audio files and fucking video clips and memes and thumbnail images and all that type of shit. So... I gotta reorganize all that stuff. Because I don't want to have to re-find all that crap.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm probably gonna get a 5090 if I can. If I have to, maybe I'll get the 5080, but I don't know. I kind of want the 5090. Just because, you know, I don't like having the broke boy card. It's a matter of pride. It's a matter of pride, dude. I can't have the broke boy card. So he needs to just buy a whole computer the moment a new video card comes out? That's fucking false, bro, because I literally had a 1080 Ti and I swapped it for a 3090, so miss me with that shit. I'd have to rebuy every single component except the case. Why the fuck wouldn't I just buy a new computer? I'm buying a new CPU, a new motherboard, a new power supply, a new GPU, new RAM, probably a new SSD. Why the fuck would I try and swap all those parts out and not just order a new computer? There is zero reason why I would swap out every single fucking component in a computer just for the shits and giggles. There ain't a single reason why that makes sense. That's not, oh, I'm just swapping a GPU, dude. No, I'm buying everything new. There is not a singular component from this computer that is going to be reused except maybe an SSD that I can plug in. Which will take me 3 seconds. Or I can just have the people at whatever place I do it at fucking do it for me. I might do it at Micro Center, I don't know. We'll see what they offer. Yeah, this PC is 7 years old. It's time for a new one. It's old. So... do Micro Center. I'm cheating myself out of putting together a computer. Yeah, no. That's called fucking chores, bro. That's like saying you're cheating yourself out of changing your oil. You're goddamn right. I don't fucking want to do it. It's just like people pay, you know, all sorts of people to do things for them. Like fucking re-asphalting a fucking driveway, or putting on a new roof, or, you know, digging a fucking ditch. Yeah, I don't want to do it. That's not robbing myself of the fucking experience. I don't want to do it. Never met a hardcore PC gamer, bro, who is scared of learning how to build. I'm not a hardcore PC gamer, bro. I have accomplishments in real life. I don't have to tie my entire identity to some fucking homo-ass fucking gamer label. Sorry. I have a real job. Gaming is not my life. Why the fuck would you get a 5090 if you're a casual? Because I can. Why do I have an Elite controller if I'm a casual? Why do I have a PS5 Pro if I'm a casual? Buying a 5060 will be the broke boy card? Did they even announce one? I didn't even see that shit. Some people don't have time or patience to build it. Yeah, I have zero desire to build it, man. Absolutely none. I'll gladly pay 150 bucks or however much it is to have somebody else put it together for me. Let's see. Z-Herb with the 5. Griffin tomorrow. What's up, gamers? I'm leaving gaming for strawberries. Dude, I would... If I could do that for $40 an hour, I would absolutely do that. I would absolutely do that. 40 bucks an hour to pick fucking strawberries would be a steal. Yeah, like, if I wasn't doing, like, live streaming or content creation or whatever, I probably would go work for UPS in, like, the wee hours of the morning and toss like boxes onto trucks and shit for a few hours every day just to get some extra shekels. One of my friends used to do that before high school every morning, and he made a lot of money doing it. It pays really well. He bought a truck off of it. A used Ford Raptor. Let's see. U Generation with the 5. Actually, the stupidest drama ever. Oh, we can watch it real quick. It's only 5 minutes. No, it did not pay 10 bucks an hour. He got like 20 something. They paid him like 20, I think. No, this was back in like the mid 2010s before the EcoBoost Raptor. But you can buy the Raptor with the V8 still. So you can still get the normal one.
I don't...
Dude, Walmart pays more than $10 an hour now. Walmart's starting pay is 15 bucks an hour. You really think something physically demanding like chucking boxes on trucks for like 4 hours straight at fucking 3 a.m. pays less than Walmart? Like, nah. Anything physical labor actually pays pretty well, typically speaking. So, my 2 brothers work at FedEx, $20 an hour. Yeah. Walmart pays 19 where I... Yeah, exactly, dude. You can make good money doing shit. So... $16 an hour at Zaxby's, that's starting pay now. Yeah, exactly, man. But yeah, he used to do that, I think, for 4 hours every morning or something. And then over the summer, he worked doing it, I think, full time. So he made decent money for, you know, high schooler and shit. If pay is good, then why boycott Amazon or FedEx? Because everybody thinks they should get 6 figures for doing the most mundane shit, essentially. What's my job? I'm a consultant. And a data scientist, dude. Sorry, I just had to snort for a dramatic effect. Alright, we'll watch this real quick. I have no idea what this is. Nick E or A30 scammed me.
Don't like Nick A30. This isn't because of his content or anything like that. I actually did like him quite a bit before this happened. You're probably wondering what happened. Well, I found out he exploits his videos for money. How do I know this?
Dude, he kind of looks like some autistic kid I had at my middle school.
Because it happened to me.
Who was like obsessed with fucking planes.
The 27th of December 2024, I donated $4 to Nick A30. His chat was on members only mode and there wasn't many people donating other than people becoming members, so I thought this was a good opportunity to donate as he would be able to read it as it was a chill stream. I donated asking for him to give me a Fortnite challenge for a video I'm making, as Nick has said he likes to help out small creators and for $4 it would only take him about 10 seconds to answer. He proceeded to answer saying if I tell him what challenge I want him to give me, he will say it.
Archer the 4, Nick McBain, can you give me a challenge for a video? Always happy Christmas, brother. Thank you, bro. If you have an idea, I would more than likely be happy to say it. I don't have any ideas off the top of my head. If I had ideas, I'd be recording it, you know? So if you have a challenge, you let me know. I would gladly say it so you can use it for your video, if that's what you'd like.
This is just weird because, like, he could just say any challenge. He could just say, oh...
How is that weird, bro? He read your fucking thing. You sent him $4. There you go.
a shotgun only challenge or, you know, whatever. It doesn't need to be something brand
He's not your fucking slave.
new. I don't think you could think of anything brand new. I found this a bit weird as his chat was on members only.
How large is this guy? Let's see. I don't even know. I guess Fortnite creator Nicky. There we go. Let's see. Bro, he's got 8 million subs and this fucker thought he was going to give him like a 3-paragraph response? Come on, bruh.
Had to pay $5 or donate money telling him what challenge. Hey everyone, it is Nick Gaymer, but I thought fine, why not? I proceeded to donate $2 more, specifying that I don't mind what challenge even if it's been done before. I also would like to specify I did actually give him 2 challenges. I said, could you maybe give me the 1 chest only challenge or the shotgun only challenge? He then proceeded to just flat out ignore my donation. He didn't say anything about it, he didn't even read it. And I know as a big streamer, it is hard to keep up with every donation, but he was reading chat and he wasn't getting that many donations because it was more of a quiet stream. So I donated another $2, saying simply, I think he might have missed my donor, and I specified which 2 challenges I would like him to give me, as in his own words, this was okay. Now, he did actually read this donation, but he went on to say that he did read my last donation and I must have missed it and I need to keep my eyes peeled on the stream, but he's just flat out lying.
You saw the second, you never gave a challenge. I did, bro, I did. I answered it in full. I said that already 3 times.
Dude, you sent $2 fucking dollars. You're a nothing.
So, if you can't pay attention to the stream, like, that's on you, bro. I literally responded to your message.
He must have just ignored it or just not read it and then just flat out lied to me, but I went through the whole stream twice and he didn't read it or even
Alright, autist.
look at it, so I don't even know what happened there. He then said this.
Arch, listen, if you have a challenge that you would like me to give you, you give it to me. I don't have any challenge ideas, bro. You're the content creator. You come up with the idea. I'll say it if that's what you want. If you want to include me in the video, please stop spamming, okay? It's not my responsibility to come up with video ideas for you, bro. Listen, like...
Facts.
If I had the idea, I'd be doing it myself. I said that already 3 times. So, if you can't pay attention to the stream, like, that's on you, bro. I literally responded to your message.
Now, this just came off as a little rude, and I'd sent him like $8.
No, it's not rude. You're rude.
Or something at this point. I'd be over the moon if someone was spamming me with money. Then I donated another...
Spamming you with... Bro, you're sending $2 fucking dollars. He literally gets $1.30 of that after YouTube takes their fucking cut. You are sending almost nothing.
Other $2 saying that in the last donation, I did say what challenge I wanted him to give me, and he simply replied, Arch, thank you.
Holy crap, bro. Arch, thank you.
No, the look on his face, I don't know what it is, but he just looks annoyed, man. I really don't understand what's hurt this man's feelings. It's kind of weird how he said if I told him what challenge I wanted,
Dog, he's acting like he's giving him like $100 fucking dono or some shit. That's not... Bro, you're lucky he's even reading $2 donos as a fucking 8 million sub YouTuber. Like, shit. Come on, bruh. He's got 8 million subs, and you think he's going to just fucking bend over and say, oh my god, dick me down, daddy. Thanks for the $2. Like, what the fuck? No, you're lucky he's even reading them. I mean, to be fucking, you know, blunt, like, most people don't even read super chats for the most part. They just ignore them or say, thanks for the 2, and then that's it.
Would say it, leading to me donating more and more money. I also want to mention all of these donations are very, very polite. As far as Nick knows, I'm a big fan of donating more.
Dude, you sent fucking Canadian funny money. Oh, God. That's, like, even worse. So he got, what? A total of $5 minus 30%. So, what? $3.50. And then that's, like, maybe $1. So, yeah, you sent him less than $10, and you're acting like you own the fucker.
And more money. I also want to mention all of these donations are very, very polite.
All right,
as far
awesome.
As knows,
Thanks,
I'm a big
nigga.
fan,
All right.
I have a lot of respect for him, but he clearly didn't for me. This is because as soon as I sent the next donation, I realized he had banned me from donating, which is really strange, man.
Yeah, you're annoying.
I mean, this guy does have a history of banning his fans who pay money to be in his customs because they don't go along with his Fortnite roleplay, so I don't know why I'm surprised.
Bro, you think you're the king? I'm the king. Oh, wait. Guys, holy, you're getting banned. That's it, okay?
It felt like Nick was just trying to squeeze as many little $2 donations out of me, repeating things like, if you tell me what challenge. But the fact is, I said the challenge I would have liked him to say in every donation after the first, and he either ignored it or got annoyed. I also do understand I'm a content creator, and I should come up with my own challenges, blah, blah, blah. But I did specify in the donation, it doesn't need to be anything that hasn't been done before. It could be a one chest challenge or a shotgun only challenge, but he ignored those parts of the messages. He also said he would be happy to do it if I gave him the challenge, which I did.
So if you have a challenge, you let me know. I would gladly say it so you can use it for your video, if that's what you'd like.
So I don't know why he was acting like a man-child about this. I mean, this man is 29 years old and is having some sort of tantrum because I donated to him. Not to mention, I'm 19 years old, but as far as he knows, I could be anywhere from 5 to 10, as his demographic is mainly little kids. I did have a lot of respect for Nick 30, but for all of you who watch him, do...
$2 is $2, Griff. Respect the hustle. What do you mean the hustle? Like him milking $2 donos out of him?
Really want to support someone who's this ungrateful. As far as he knows, I could have been a kid using my Christmas money asking for something so simple, but he ended up just being rude and honestly acting like a spoiled child.
My Christmas money?
I know this video probably won't do that well, but after this happened, I felt like I had to show people the experience of donating to Nick 30, as a lot of people know who he is.
Wow, bruv. Thank you for opening my eyes. You know, what would we do without this fine British chap?
The memes, but don't actually watch his streams as their primary...
Why are British content creators always the most fucking insufferable, man? Like, I don't think I've ever seen a good British content creator. Like, honestly, I can't think of a single fucking one. And I'm not even just being hyperbolic. I genuinely cannot think of one good British content creator I have ever seen. They're either the most soy-cucked leftists or just over-dramatic pussies.
Primarily targeted towards children. And Nick, if you do happen to see this and there is some sort of explanation, I would be happy to hear it, as your perspective does matter as well. Even just leave a comment and I'll pin it to let people come up with their own judgment of the situation.
Ali, hey, again, a soy-cucked pussy, dude. There you go. He's a massive fucking lefty, too.
With that being said, thank you for watching. I'd love to know people's opinions on this, as to me it was just a weird situation.
Dude, KSI is a fucking bitch.
To be a part of. Anyway, I'll see you later.
That guy has a massive bleeding man vag. Oh, I saw this earlier, and it looked like fucking clickbait as shit. Players abandon Space Marine 2. And it's like literally 17,000 people still playing it. Like, bro, you do realize this game came out like, what, like 4 months ago? And, you know, it's not exactly a super replayable game. Like, it's primarily a single-player game, apparently. I'm not really a fan of Sargoy of Applebee's. Sargoy of Applebee's has had his issues throughout the years. Yeah, I annoy him and then I get banned. I can't believe you're 19. This is middle school behavior facts. This is such a non-issue. 19-year-old sending Nick A30 money. You had a problem to begin with, bud. I have noticed a major difference in him since he received an icon. Oh my god, dude. The fame got to his head. You probably throw coins down a wishing well, actually expecting to get something out of that. This is the most retarded shit ever, dude. And now look, he made another video. Oh, he's a liar. Is he going to dedicate his entire fucking existence?
As you can see, we are back in Chapter 2, Season 2.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he won't get enough views on this next video, so he'll make another one. He'll get a taste for getting a lot of clout. Endymion is crazy slop tier content. Every video is trash, shoveled by the algorithm. Yeah, he's the one that puts like the word like gay in the fucking front of his thumbnail with like the fucking tranny flag in the background with like random, you know, AI women, right? I'm pretty sure that's him. But yeah, I know that's his Warhammer video. How do you fucking spell out there? I don't know how to spell his name. They are mad. Let's see. Yeah, I saw this. Like, this was recommended in my thing. I'm like, bro, that's not even bad for a game. I don't know. Like, let's see. Eat my ass. Yeah, there we go. Gay. War. Fascist. Dead. Alright, where's another gay one? I've seen one with like the tranny flag in the background. Suck my nuts. Eat my ass. Suck they them balls. They stole her ass. Let your nuts hang. Suck my nuts. Dog, what in the fuck? This is ass. Alright, yeah, that's more normal than eat my ass. I don't know, bro. Why are you putting eat my ass in a thumbnail? Yeah, there we go. That's the one I was thinking of. With like the fucking AI Tifa and shit. Gay. They stole her ass. Again? They stole her ass. Again? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, gay. 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 I'm guessing that's supposed to be dumb? I don't fucking know. Way too sexy. Let's see. Gay. Sexy. Oh my god. Gay. They stole her boobs. Oh my god. No. Let your nuts hang. Dog, what the fuck? Like, these thumbnails are like fucking retarded, bro. I don't know. I would never click on it just out of that principle. Like, they're funny to laugh at, but I wouldn't watch it. No, I'm not buying the new... The only way I'll get the new Xbox is if it's a handheld that plays 360 games. That's it. If it plays 360 games, I'll buy their handheld, but I don't think I'm getting their next-gen console. I'll just keep my Series X for the back compat, and that should be fine. Unless there's like a sweet trade-in deal where I can get it for like $100 or something. Like, that'd be it. But yeah, I just, like, hold on, let's just
What's
see.
up, it's Endymion. Today there seems to be some pretty negative news surrounding Warhammer, specifically Space Marine 2, at least in the beginning here. Players are upset that the game is not delivering what they believe is enough to keep the game alive for years to come. Beyond this, there's
Oh, God.
an update on female custodies that paints a rather bleak picture for 2025 and much more. Firstly, Space Marine 2 is a smash success. It has sold well over 5 million copies at this point, and has cemented itself as one of, if not the best-selling Saber interactive games of all time. I consider Space Marine 2 to be one of the best games I played last year, and a game I jump back into from time to time as new content drops. The thing about Space Marine 2, however, is that its seasonal structure is not quite the same as, say, Fortnite or even Marvel Rivals. In those...
Yeah, no shit. Oh my... Yeah, it's not Fortnite or Marvel, guys. Space Marine 2 DOA. You know, burn it to the fucking ground. It's not Fortnite.
games, there's entire new seasons with a clear, distinct beginning and end time, with cosmetics and character skin unlocks tied to battle passes that players unlock as they play. Beyond the battle pass, especially in Fortnite's case, you'll have plenty of...
So now we want battle passes in our games.
skins and collaborations coming to the game for various amounts of money. These skins are usually tied
And collaboration content.
to to whatever the theme is at the time. Like as of the making of this video, Fortnite is in a Japan theme season, so Batman and Darth Vader both got new skins, but as ninjas and samurais, for example. It's stuff like that. It keeps things dynamic and having reasons for players to want to return. In Space Marine 2's case, it's not exactly the same. The game has seasons, sure, but it isn't exactly like Fortnite's. Instead, all content is available no matter what. There's no battle pass to grind per se, but instead you level up your characters and upgrade your weapons in such a long paths depending on the weapons that you're using. While not like Fortnite, Space Marine is and should be considered a live service game, just of course in a different way. Unlike say Destiny 2, which
Yeah, and it has a much smaller dev team than fucking Fortnite or Marvel.
usually has one big content drop and then nothing for a while, Space Marine, like Saber's previous game World War Z, has constant smaller updates that drip feed the player for engagement. Whether you prefer Fortnite or Space Marine's way of doing things, I think there's positives and negatives in both. I think erasing content like Fortnite does per season does create FOMO or fear of missing out, which obviously makes people no-life the game to get the things they want before they're gone for good. But if a new player were to join Fortnite right now, so to say, there would be hundreds, if not thousands of skins that they have no access to. Never mind the sprays or the pickaxe variants and gliders, they would be behind, so to speak, compared to what other players have gathered over time. Whereas in Space Marine's case, whether you play it right now or in a year, everything is available to you regardless. The operations won't mysteriously disappear, nor will the enemy types. These things will remain. Which you could then make the argument, if you wait a year or more to play a game like Space Marine 2, you would technically get a better game for likely cheaper, and you would be right. Regardless, based on the Steam reviews, it seems like players are angry with Saber and Games Workshop because Space Marine 2 is, for lack of a better term, out of date when it comes to how this game exists and operates against other live service offerings. Seeing here,
This is not supposed to be a primarily live service game. Like, I hate this fucking brain rot now. Every single game has to be fucking Fortnite, but then we'll make a video complaining that every single game is trying to be Fortnite. This is fucking retarded. Space Marine 2 is a great fucking game for what it is. It's made by a small studio with a small budget, a small development team, and it's still one of the best games to release in years. Holy shit, man. Not every fucking game needs to be Fortnite.
Space Marine 2 as a whole has very positive reviews on Steam, which is to be expected. However, if you go into its subcategories like weapon packs or armored cosmetic packs, this then tells a different story. Firstly, look at the Ultramarines pack, clearly stating it has a mostly negative rating from players themselves. As you click inside, you'll
That's
find
literally every single DLC on Steam.
say things like this. This DLC only gives you the ability to then unlock these cosmetics in-game. It does not immediately unlock these, which they fail to make this explicitly clear. Poor business practice. Again, this is where the Fortnite expectations when it comes to microtransactions comes into play. Because obviously, in Fortnite, you just pay for something and then you have it. There's no need to do a challenge or level up to then gain access to it. I do agree that paying for a cosmetic pack like this should not be then placed behind a wall, so to speak, in-game if you've already paid for it. That actually seems very bizarre of Saber to do. If you buy the pack, you should just have access to it. It's not the only case either. Here we have the Chosen DLC, which also has a mixed reception, as you can see here. Going into the reviews, as one player states, gun skins are likely to apply to all weapons, but not really.
Yeah, if this is the reason why Space Marine's dead, then literally every game should be dead, I guess. That's fucking stupid. Absolute non-issue. Non-fucking issue. Talking about Battle Pass, what the fuck is COD doing with the Netflix shit show? Skin. What do you mean? I haven't been on COD in forever, so I don't even know what skin you're talking about. You can't have 500 live services active at the same time. They all demand you play them exclusively, and there aren't enough people on. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, bro. Space Marine 2 literally put out a roadmap of what they're going to fucking release, and so far they've been consistently delivering that. I don't know why people are expecting them to all of a sudden be fucking literal Fortnite, bro. It's really stupid. That's like tard logic, if you ask me. Let's see. So where am I on the list? The rat kicker with the 2. Be careful, I corrupted 2 of my drives doing that. What, copying them onto a larger one? Or plugging them into a new computer. I'm going to copy all of them onto like one big like hard drive or SSD. And then just have that. Because I don't really want 4 individual drives anymore. It's kind of irritating. Mark Jacobs with the 5. Happy New Year. Everyone, also, did you see that mainstream media is saying they should have covered Biden's mental decline, and they wonder why they're irrelevant? Yeah, exactly. Everybody just assumes it's propaganda at this point. There's not an honest fucking word that comes out of the media, especially in 2025 now. Like, these fuckers are just literally the propaganda wing of the Democrat Party. Email with a 5. Mute Jethro for saying the 5080 is expensive. Yeah.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Go get a job at fucking McDonald's, cause that's where you fucking belong!
Alright. He's taken care of. Oh,
You
plucking him
shut the
out.
fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, the plan would be to just copy everything up, because I want to organize everything before I transfer it, and then I'll just probably, whatever it is, format the drives, and then keep the... I think I have two 2TB ones, and then one 1TB one, so I'll keep the two 2TB ones. Let's see. The VR gamer with the 2. Have a 2, now be my bitch. That's right, I'm literally your slave for the rest of the day, man. $2 is all it takes to own my ass, according to fucking Fortnite content creators. I don't really think it creates the demand for top-of-the-line games to justify it, man, because most people on PC don't even play new games. Like, what was the stat? Like, 10% of Steam users played a game that released in 2024? Like, nobody on PC even plays new release games for the most part. People just want a fucking more powerful GPU for the dick measuring contest, honestly. That's what it is, bro. Like, I could easily get the 5080 and probably be perfectly happy, but if I can, I'm going to get the 5090 because, you know, why not? George F with the 10. Let's see what this is. Alright, we might do this later.
Despite...
I want to have sex with Griffin. Well, get in line, bro. There's a whole group of people in this chat that try to groom me on a daily basis, and... all I can say to that is step in line. Nintendo's underpowered hardware strategy is smart. It's great for profit. Well, yeah, the thing is Nintendo's always made money on hardware. They're a toy company, so they realize the importance of selling things at a profit. Because then you never have to, like, really worry about, you know, really bad sales. Like, they bounced back from the Wii U so easily because they also had the 3DS, but, you know, every Wii U, for as few as they sold, was still profitable. So, Nintendo's got the business model down. I mean, they've been in business for over 100 years. Microsoft hasn't been in business that long. Sony hasn't been in business that long. Like, Nintendo is a survivor corporation. So... very few corporations make it that long. Like, that's actually a very big accomplishment to make it, what, I think they're like 140 years old. So most companies do not last that long. Especially under their original leadership and ownership too. Like, they might get bought or, you know, taken over by somebody and then continue to exist, but no, Nintendo's, you know, been alive and kicking for a very long time. Since I think like the 1880s or something like that. When they made like cards and toys and all that type of shit. Am I ready for the new Marvel Rivals? See, oh yeah, dude. I've played it once and I've never touched it again, so that'll probably continue to be the case. I'm not really a Marvel fan. Is Coca-Cola older than Nintendo? I don't actually know when Coke started, so I have no clue. Maybe. Microsoft's making a new console. Yeah, let's see if I can find a video on that real quick. XBOX Prime is what it's called. Should we watch Dreamcast guy or RGT's video? I feel like RGT's would probably be more informative, but I have no idea. I guess it's kind of like, you know, take your pick. Who should we watch? Did Cold actually make a video? Oh, it's a fucking podcast. Never mind. Yeah, I guess we can just watch both.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast here.
Whoa, hold on. Jesus.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the next Xbox because a very credible leaker has just posted some stuff about what is apparently a rushed Microsoft console. Apparently, the
Yeah, if they actually try to push next gen out next year, I think a lot of people are just gonna be like, nope, we're good.
Xbox system is just doing so badly. They're trying to basically release one last console. They want to have one last gaming machine. Now, I truly believe in my heart of hearts that we're about to get one last Xbox console generation.
The last
But I also
hurrah.
feel like Sony is gearing up for that as well. I do feel like I have a strong inclination that the PlayStation 6 is going to be the last PlayStation. But let me
I don't think so, but we'll see.
break it down. Let's take
I don't know if he hit his GoFundMe goal or not.
a look at the leaks, and let me explain why I feel like
He was like at 14,000 the last time I checked. I'm not sure.
consoles as they currently exist as these big chunks of generations, I think they're coming to an end. But let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So I saw this as soon as I woke up this morning. Xbox's next generation console is apparently called the Xbox Prime, and it's coming out in 2026. Now, this is insane. People in the comments are tearing their hair out. We're going to take a look at some reactions. I did super quick, though, did want to say that, hey, I launched a GoFundMe on Friday. It already raised over $14,000. I'm trying to get complete oral reconstructive surgery. I just wanted to thank you guys. I'm going to do a separate video.
Well, there we go. $14,113.
Thanking people and just discussing the surgery and the recovery. But I just wanted to real quick say, truly, I love you, and I cannot express enough how absolutely blown away I am.
Either subscribe, donate,
before I
or
tear
get
up,
the fuck
sorry.
out.
Video games. New rumor says Xbox's next-gen console is coming in 2026 called Xbox Prime. Now, in the comments, people are talking about the fact that it is weird to think about the fact that this entire generation for Xbox has been strange. Like, actually consider it. The Xbox Series X and S did not sell very well.
Dude, I feel absolutely nothing for a prospect of a next generation console. Like, what the fuck are they even going to do to make it next gen? Like, there's nothing, bro. Like, the Series X already just felt like a basic, like, iterative upgrade of the Xbox One. So I really don't even understand how the fuck they're going to even, like, justify making a new console generation next fucking year. Like, there's no fucking way to justify that. Like, most people didn't even get a PS5 or, well, I shouldn't say Xbox, Series X, because most people bought the shitty ass Series S. But it's like most people didn't even get into like next gen until 2 to 3 years into the generation anyway. So realistically, like 70% of your potential customers have only been next gen gamers for like 2 years at most in a lot of cases. So it's like, how the fuck do you justify next year trying to push them onto another gen of consoles? Like, it's just idiotic. I don't fucking get it, man. There's no way that a 6-year console generation is justified.
Very well. They didn't really get that many exclusives. They didn't really win any awards. Like, if you compare what Nintendo Switch has been doing or what PlayStation's been doing this generation, yeah, we're still not getting as many games as we'd like. There hasn't been as many big AAA power-pushing, photorealistic graphics.
No, the Xbox Prime is supposed to be their next generation console, so it would be, you know, a different generation than the PS5 Pro.
There hasn't been that many games, but at least...
So it wouldn't even be a competition console. It would be like a literal next-gen console, supposedly, which I don't know how you can justify that.
Is trying. Sony is putting out games and winning some Game of the Years with stuff like God of War Ragnarok or whatever, but it is interesting that Xbox keeps trying to figure it out. Oh, great. This looks so exciting. Let's go Xbox. Can't wait for new consoles. Better not buy the current one. This is one of my favorite ones. Xbox Prime sounds ridiculous, which means it's absolutely real because Microsoft's naming track record is very, very bizarre.
The fact that they did not name this generation's console Xbox Infinite is stupid because it would have lined up with Halo Infinite and the branding would have been good, and you know, they could have just done iterative upgrades to the console, but nope. Microsoft, dude, you know?
Gaming.
Microsoft.
It is strange to think about. Xbox Series X and S, I still feel like those names are part of why it failed. Like Xbox One and One X and One S. You know, my thing is that originally consoles, it was easy to understand.
Just make the Xbox Pro Max, dude. Oh, did you guys hear about Dell, apparently? Dell is now copying the Apple naming convention. So now it's no longer like, I don't even know, what is it like? Dell XPS, Dell fucking Latitude or whatever. It's like now the Dell Pro and Dell Pro Max for their laptop names. So their first like model is the Dell. That's it. The second model, which is like I guess you know, semi demanding level of whatever, is the Dell Pro, and then like the industry grade laptops are Dell Pro Max. It's like fucking stupid as shit, man. But yeah, they're literally going with the Apple naming convention.
Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, right? PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 5.
Yeah, I hate Dell laptops too. I mean, I have, well, technically 3. I have 3 Dell laptops that I use for work right now. I'm supposed to only have 2, but I hate them. They suck. They're awful. They're cheap plastic build quality, but IT departments like them because they're cheap as shit, so it's easier to just replace them than repair them. Is basically the mentality of why people use Dell. Jack Slate with the Tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. And Tim Marco with the 7. That new Xbox requiring Series S and X parity would be catastrophic. And you already know it will. I mean, that's the thing that's so stupid is like, if PS5 is not transitioning to PS6, we already just finally stopped getting PS4 games. So Xbox is going to come out 2 years early with the next-gen console where every single game developed comes out on last-generation hardware. How the fuck do you justify that existence? And I guarantee you, whatever the technical increase is going to be is not going to be that fucking big of a leap. So it's idiotic, man. I don't get it. This is like pure desperation. Like, you know, the ship is sinking, so it's like, let's try anything at this point.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Benji with the 5. Can't believe Phil Spencer has essentially killed the Xbox brand in a little over a decade. It's a real shame. Microsoft should have fired him years ago after the 1-gen. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just look at the games we got. Fuck. Hold on. Let me drink something. My throat's dry as fuck. I'm going to start squeaking like a prepubescent boy. I can already feel it. But anyway, it's like, look at the output at the beginning of the Xbox One generation. And then look at the output at the end of the Xbox One generation to where we are now. Phil Spencer, at the end of the Xbox One generation, had more studios, more franchises, and more money than the Xbox One had at that same fucking like junction. So Phil Spencer has done less with more resources than anyone who has come before, and somehow this motherfucker still has a job. I don't fucking get it. Like, how do you go from games like Sunset Overdrive, Titanfall, Halo 5, fucking, I don't know, Dead Rising 3, Forza 5, Forza Horizon 2, the Gears Ultimate Edition, Halo Master Chief Collection, all in the first 2 years, to literally nothing? And you have more studios and entire publishers under your fucking wing. And you can't point to 2 good games that have come out in the past 5 years. Shit's fucking insane, man. Absolutely insane.
You could look at it and go, oh, that thing's stronger than the PlayStation 4. I should get it. Oh, the 5 Pro. I'm a professional gamer. I got to get the 5 Pro. It is interesting to me that Xbox tried to do such an unconventional naming style, and I do truly believe it kind of blew up in their faces. People are already saying, dead on arrival. There's no way. This is way too early. There have been some leaks from places like...
that person had it exactly right. Where was it? Shit. Go back. All this does is give a 2028 PS6 time to be stronger. Not sure the Series X generation has given the customer faith in sticking with them. Yeah, exactly. 100%, because if PlayStation comes out in 2028 or 2029, that console is going to fucking obliterate whatever it is Microsoft puts out. So they will have prematurely put out a next generation console that nobody's fucking asking for, that will only play games that are available on last generation consoles as well. And then all of a sudden a more powerful PlayStation 6 comes out, and it's going to be getting all of Xbox's games anyway. Like, this is just a disaster, man. If this is actually what they're doing, holy fuck, bro. This is pure corporate incompetence.
Dead on arrival. There's no way. This is way too early. There have been some leaks from places like Windows Central that the next generation of GPUs, CPUs is probably coming out next year. So there is a good chance we could see a new console as well. That has happened in the past, but let's actually take a look at the leak. So this is Ghost of Hope. This dude has done a bunch of, very authentic, 100% accurate Call of Duty leaks in the past. Especially in 2022, he had a whole slew of crazy leaks. So he definitely has a bunch of sources inside of Activision, which now by extension is Microsoft. So this guy definitely does have some sort of Microsoft sources. And he says this, take this with a huge grain of
salt. Well, it sounds like he has Activision sources.
I am hearing that the next console for Xbox is still coming in 2026 and will be called XBOX Prime. Still unclear if that's a code name or the actual name. I heard Infinity Ward's next COD is being considered as
Microsoft gets richer from the cloud division. Microsoft's cloud and AI services are what make them all their money. Windows has been a shrinking business unit. Microsoft Office has been a shrinking business unit. And Xbox is only a growing business unit because they dumped $100 billion into it. So AI and cloud is what makes Microsoft money. That is their big fucking market-moving moneymaker. They could lose everything else, including Windows, Xbox, Microsoft Office, all that shit could go, and Microsoft would be A-okay, man. Their cloud computing and AI is what makes them the most money out of everything they do by a massive margin.
Day one release for this. Now, having a COD as a launch game is pretty interesting, but this timeline does kind of fit. Typically, we get Call of Duty games somewhere in the range of late October to early November, and that's usually when the next-gen consoles start. That's when they release stuff. That's when they release the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X. So timeline-wise, it does fit, but he says, I usually do not post leaks. I can't corroborate, but with the state of Call of Duty and how boring everything is right now, I figured why not? Might generate some discussion and maybe somebody can publicly corroborate it or deny it. So I did see him basically saying that he talked to people, he tried to confirm some stuff, and he basically said that if the stuff isn't real...
Oh, look at that. To add to this, I've also heard the Xbox handheld is coming after this console in case anybody cares about that. Interesting.
Well, he has no problem taking the L. He's basically like, this is just what I am hearing. Now, the whole idea of Xbox Prime, I don't think that's a codename. I do think that is the console itself. The previous Xbox generation codenames are things like Xenon, Durango, things like that. So if this is called Prime, I think that's the name that's going to be on the box. But
Amazon Prime. See, they're going all in with the Fire Stick, baby. You know, when Xbox started, you know, bundling controllers with the Fire Stick, they're like, oh shit, let's just call it Xbox Prime.
Here's the other part of it. To add to this, I've heard the Xbox handheld is coming out after the new console, in case anybody cared about that. Now, I will admit, this is the main reason I made this video, is because I think the new console is interesting as a concept, but I do truly believe the Xbox handheld, it's the most important thing that Xbox is working on. Like, maybe I'm crazy here, but at this point, the Xbox console is in just an absolutely abysmal state. I actually pulled this up here. Current estimates are that the PlayStation 5 is beating the Xbox 5-1. 5-1 in November, which is, this means that technically, I've seen some people kicking around numbers. It hasn't fully been finalized, but there is a good chance that the PlayStation 5 sold more basic consoles just in the world. Like, that was one of the most successful months ever for PlayStation, ever, in every generation. So it does seem like as PlayStation continues to sell faster, Xbox is getting slower and slower and slower. I do think...
I mean, dude, like, think about it, though. The PS5 was on sale for, what, $350 for Black Friday? Microsoft put the Xbox Series X down to $450. Like, why the fuck would anyone buy it? Like, it's like they want this thing to fail, dude. I really don't get it. They want this fucking thing to fail. Every single thing they have done this generation has been a massive fucking disaster. Just, it's literally blow after blow after blow after blow. There's no good news for them at all. And anytime you think there's good news, it immediately, you know, takes a complete 180 and blows up in their face. Like, it's just insane, man. Absolutely fucking insane. Well, Xbox has pretty much always been dead in Japan, so. Genesis King revived with the 2. The Switch is getting at least 3 more exclusives. Oh, you mean like Xbox games? Well, the Switch too, yeah. Microsoft will start porting pretty much everything over there too, I would imagine. I would imagine so. Like, once the Switch 2 comes out, Microsoft will probably port all the games that are on PlayStation already to the Switch 2.
The Xbox handheld is a chance for them to do something different, to beat them to the punch. PlayStation wants a handheld as well.
You can't even get the Series X near me, only the S. Where are you located? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I didn't really believe it at first, but apparently the Xbox Series S is like 70% of the sales this generation, which is fucking crazy. Oh, Canada. Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that. I thought you were going to say like somewhere in Europe or something. I was like, yeah, that would make sense, but Canada. Yikes. My Micro Center doesn't have any series consoles. I guess it's not worth stocking them. Genesis King Revive. Oh, okay, I got you. Pokemon, Xenoblade, and Metroid Prime 4. Oh, they'll have a lot of stuff. Apparently Mario Kart 9 is going to launch with the Switch 2, which is supposedly a leak. We'll see if that's actually true or not, but yeah, they'll have a bunch of stuff for the Switch 2 launch on top of all that stuff.
There's leaks about the fact that they're working on some sort of portable PlayStation 4. If they can release a system first, if they can make a handheld that does have like SteamOS, if it's...
I think I showed y'all... Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. If I can get it quickly, I'll pull it up, but... I showed y'all the Xbox section in my Best Buy. It's like embarrassing. It's like a literal ghost town, bro. Like, you know, 50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. But, you know, not even being hyperbolic, it's like dead. Yeah, there it is. I can't afford this. This is the entire Xbox section at my Best Buy. Like, dude, look at this shit. This is not a healthy platform. This is not a healthy platform. And they have a lot of, like, they have a ton of Switch stuff. They have probably about 5 to 6 times as much PlayStation as this. So, I mean, it's not like the hugest physical game select, but like, bro, this is the selection. Avatar, Dead Space, GTA, Hogwarts, NBA, NHL, Lost or what is that? One Piece Odyssey, Mortal Kombat 1, Jedi Survivor, Star Wars Outlaws, Starfield, and Wild Heart, and then some Barbies. Like, that's awful, bro. That is not a healthy fucking system at all. And like, next time I'm in there, I can take a picture of like the PlayStation section and the, you know, Nintendo Switch section just for contrast. But like, that is abysmal, dude. Absolutely fucking abysmal. This is a brand in decline. Did you set your... Yeah, I had to, man. You know? My palms were sweaty from the excitement, so my phone was slipping out of my one hand, so I had to put my Barbies down in order to take the picture with both. The location... I don't care if you know where the Best Buy is. I think this was a... No, I don't think this was Pentagon. Fuck. Which Best Buy was it? I don't actually remember what Best Buy was. It's either the one next to the Target in Alexandria, or it's the, I think, Bailey's Crossroad Best Buy is. I don't know. Take your pick. You can find which one it is if you really want and go see which layout matches, but I have no fucking clue. I don't really care. Oh no, dude. Don't find out what my local Best Buy is. Anything but that, please. What happened to you, buddy? You are now some pony calling out Xbox. Who cares, for fuck's sake? You're cringe now. Well, obviously you, because you took the time to write out the fucking comment, bro, so miss me with that fucking fake shit.
Basically a Steam Deck with Game Pass, that would be huge, especially if it has a good screen, good battery life, good graphics. I mean, the thing could possibly really, really help
RTU's in upstate New York.
Xbox catch up. But releasing that...
He and Keemstar ironically live pretty close to each other, I think.
After another console. A console that to a lot of people is practically going to seem like a mid-gen refresh, something to compete with the PlayStation 5 Pro. This feels like a massive, massive misstep, timing-wise. But let me actually talk about this. So, I think that this is the last generation of Xbox, what's coming up. But I also think it's the last generation of PlayStation. Xbox is doing a lot. Sony is doing a lot. We're seeing a bunch from the Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch 2. I think that graphics and games continue to get better. People keep making stuff actually. The graphics issue, I feel...
Yeah, and the graphics aren't what make games good. Graphics are not the problem with video games. The problem with games now is they're more movie than game, or they're just fucking awful. Like, they're not good anymore. So that's the biggest thing. Like, graphics don't even fucking matter. There's, like, it's just a generally accepted principle. Like, yeah, graphics are good, dude. Graphics didn't save Horizon. Graphics didn't save Last of Us 2. Graphics didn't save Red Dead Redemption 2 for me. Gears 5 was not saved by fucking graphics. I would play Gears 3 with shittier graphics over Gears 5 any fucking day of the week because it's a better game. That's just the simple fact, bro. I would play, you know, Uncharted 3 over The Last of Us 2 because the game is actually fun, even though the graphics are worse. I don't give a shit. Like, graphics at this point are good enough 99% of the time. Very rarely do graphics genuinely look bad if a game has any sort of budget behind it. So, Like, graphics should just be, you know, literally not even something that's mentioned, in my personal opinion. Like, yeah, games look good now. Shocking.
We're hitting a wall. These games, this is a bunch of stuff from 2020. This is a tweet from 2020. And it is games with amazing graphics. PlayStation 4. This is a Xbox game. This
Xbox One game.
Sorry, a last generation Xbox game. This is an Xbox One game. This is another PlayStation 4 game. Here's another PlayStation 4 game. These games look fantastic. They are super clean. They're super crisp. They run great. And they're practically photorealistic. I feel like this has to be the last console generation because at this point, who cares? I feel like back in the day, you would get a new console every 5 years. The Super Nintendo to the Nintendo 64. Look at those graphics. The leap is absolutely insane. It's the same with even, you know, PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3, going from very cool and very stylized graphics on the PlayStation 2 to full HD graphics on the PlayStation 3. I just feel like the leaps are getting tinier and tinier and tinier. And at this point, it's difficult to think about how they could even sell the PlayStation 6, how they're going to sell the Xbox Prime. You can no longer just say it's got better graphics, it's got even less load times, it's got even bigger maps. I think that the selling point of systems as a generational concept is very quickly dissipating. As much as I think
yeah, which is why it's dumb for Microsoft to rush out a console next gen in the next year. Like, no, bro, we have not even gotten to the point where PS4 games don't come out anymore. Like, 50% of multi-platform titles are still launching on last generation consoles. There is zero justification for a next gen console to release at all, man. There is zero justification for pushing out a next-gen console next year when we are still getting games on last-gen consoles. The Xbox One and PS4 will not fucking die yet. We should have at least 3 years free of those consoles before we even consider having a next-gen. Like, 2028 should be the bare minimum, in my personal opinion. There is not going to be a significant enough leap in technology to justify pushing out a next-gen console at this point. Give it some fucking time to, you know, marinate.
graphics are cool, as much as I'm really into the idea of those next crazy experiences and big stories with individual motion functions on the face, I just feel like raw power.
Xbox fans are happy with South of Midnight. Oh, of course they are, dude. If Phil Spencer took like one of those dental tools that pries your jaw open and he took a hot, steamy shit down their throat, they would thank him and ask for more. Like, they don't care what it is, man. Phil Spencer could literally murder their entire family. And then they would say, well, Phil, actually, you forgot about my third cousin over there, so you might want to go finish the job. Thanks so much. Like, it's just... it's a sickness, man. They're like mentally reliant on their obsession with Xbox. It's an unhealthy obsession by a bunch of 40 to 50-year-old men on the internet with nothing going for them in life. So the only thing they have to, you know, form any sort of identity is, you know, their dedication to a fucking gaming console that is literally failing on all fronts. It's really sad, man. Oh, dude, yeah, speaking of Herman Hulst, apparently they're making a fucking Horizon movie now. I cannot wait for that shit to flop. Honestly, fuck Horizon. It is the most astroturfed franchise in the history of fucking gaming. No one gives a singular fuck about that dog shit fucking franchise, bro. That movie is gonna bomb so fucking hard, and I can't wait to fucking watch. Not the movie,
all
that
right,
is.
awesome. Thanks, nigga.
As
All
in
right.
the financial disaster that it turns out to be. Because fuck Horizon. It is the most boring, uncreative, just bland, awful fucking game I have ever played. It sucks. Absolutely fucking sucks. How do you make robot dinosaurs boring? Oh, wait. The fucking Sony movie game formula. That's how you make it boring. But... Yeah, they are so desperate to make Horizon into like this next big thing. It is going to crash and burn, and I can't wait to see it. Not the movie, that is. But yeah. What a fucking disaster, man. What a fucking disaster.
Is no longer what's going to get people to go out and buy the next $1,000 system, right? Let me know what you guys think of the past. Let me know what you think in the comment section. I feel like the final generation of PlayStation is about to happen. I think we'll still get revisions, we'll still get different versions of it, we'll still get special editions, but I think the PlayStation 6 is going to be the last PlayStation. And the Xbox...
if I can, I'm going to get the 5090, but I don't know how long I want to wait, so I might end up getting the 5080. I'm not sure, but the plan is to get the 5090, and then I'll, like, build... Well, I won't build it, but I will buy a new computer with the 5090 and go from there.
Xbox Prime, it is going to be the last Xbox, whether you like it or not. But thanks so much for watching. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not...
Griffin Herman was instrumental in the creation of the Killzone. Yeah, well, Killzone's not that great, man. Like, Killzone 3 was fun, but it's not, like, anywhere near the top 10 FPSs of all time, so... I would say he's done more bad in recent years than good. I mean, Killzone Shadowfall fucking sucked. Horizon sucked. Horizon Forgotten West sucked. Now they're making a shitty Horizon PvP game, which is obviously going to suck. They're making a Horizon movie, which is obviously going to suck. Concord was his brainchild, so that sucked. I don't really think Herman Hulst is some industry fucking, you know, genius level guy. I think Sony is going to regret putting him in the position that he's in. I do not think he is good for the PlayStation platform, personally.
Well, 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 isn't this a coinky dink? You might remember a couple of days ago on the channel, I gave my...
I'm still pissed we never got Killzone Mercenary 2. What the fuck, the Vita game was so good. Herman Hulst has lost his mind. Yeah, I don't know, man. I really wish Sony would have supported the Vita. That was such a cool little handheld. Like, the hardware was great, but the software support was not. The VR Gamer with the 5090 9950X3D will be the best game. I don't know what a 9950X3D is, but I guess. I have no clue, man. I'm going to try to get a Founders Edition, though, if I can. I've never been able to get one. It's a CPU? Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I guess I'll get that then. How much is it? 9953XD. Is that what it was? Or did I put that in wrong? X3D, shit. How much is it? X3D cost or price. Let's see. $600. That's not bad. That's not too bad.
Gaming predictions for 2025 video. Now, those predictions weren't necessarily based on anything that I knew or had insider information to. They were just things that I thought could potentially happen within the calendar year of 2025 for the three major companies, and then a little bit of Ubisoft as well. But it seems like maybe one of my predictions was actually kind of spot on, because early this morning, we actually got an update on something that has been kind of talked about in circles.
Let's see. VR Gamer with the 2 AMD Ryzen. Yeah, I think I found it. It was $600 if that's right. But yeah, I'll look into that. It all kind of just depends on where I order the computer from, on what I'm going to be able to get at the time. But yeah, I might try to do the Micro Center route where I can just buy all the parts and then pay them to put it together. And then go from there. Genocide King Revive with it too. I want Sony to bring back Champions of Norath. Well, unless it starts with Horizon, The Last of Us, Uncharted, or maybe Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man. I don't know. Sony's probably not bringing back anything, unfortunately, even though they should. The 4090 will be equal to the 5070 in very specific circumstances, is my guess. But I don't know. I wouldn't bank on it personally.
Circles, and it involves Xbox and hardware, and boy oh boy, do I think this is going to be exactly what I predicted in my original video. So if you haven't checked out that video, make sure you check it out after watching this one, because I mean, who knows, maybe I'll have more correct predictions in there. Now, this is coming to us from a Call of Duty leaker. Now, I don't really follow the Call of Duty leak sphere or anything like that.
Honestly, this almost makes the rumor more reputable, because if they're getting it from an Activision employee, then I feel like that's probably more believable in a lot of cases. Like an iPhone, you won't see major leaps until several generations. Well, I don't really think you even see that. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by several generations. The only, like, leap with iPhones recently is getting rid of, like, the chin and having, like, the floating island or whatever they call it. The, I guess, camera button now that's on the side, and then also the USB-C port. Those are, like, the actual only physical changes, aside from, you know, the new chip every single year, but yeah. A next-gen Xbox this early sounds as useless as the PS5 Pro. Yeah. And the thing is, we're still getting PS4 and Xbox One games. It's like, who is asking for a next-gen console at this point? Like, it makes no sense. This is the most just premature shit in existence. And I really hope they don't go through with it, because they will literally kill Xbox at that point. Nobody's going to buy that shit.
It's a little bit outside of my realm of interest. I do enjoy playing Call of Duty, but I don't really care about like the leaks of like stuff or costumes or maps that are coming out. But it does seem like this individual, Hope, does know what they are talking about, at least on the Call of Duty side of things. And if you know anything about Call of Duty, Activision, who owns Activision? Microsoft. So it's within reason to believe that there is some sort of reason that a Call of Duty leaker would have information on an Xbox console. Once again, take this with a grain of salt, of course, but it is something that I thought was worth talking about, and I'll tell you guys why in a minute. So back in May 17th of 2024, they said, hearing from trusted sources that the next Xbox is planned to be released in late 2026. Very likely that Call of Duty 2026 is a day one release for it. And then it was followed up, actually last night, not this morning, with this tweet. Take this with a huge grain of salt. I'm hearing that the next Xbox console is still coming in 2026 and will be named Xbox Prime. Obviously trying to cash in on the success of Nintendo Prime.
Yeah, I used to like Xbox too. That's the thing. I've never been a PlayStation fan. I've never liked their consoles. I've always been a Nintendo guy as a kid. That was my favorite platforms growing up. And then I got a PS3 and a PS2. I didn't like really either one of those. And the only consoles aside from Nintendo's that I actually really liked was the Xbox 360. And then the Xbox One generation had really good shit out the gate, so I was still an Xbox fan. And just slowly but surely, the Phil Spencer effect has taken full control and has completely fucking destroyed that platform. It's sad, man. They've completely lost their identity. They don't know what the fuck people want anymore. They can't release good games consistently to save their fucking lives. And every single step they take 3 steps back. It is just a disaster, bro. An absolute disaster.
Oh, I joke. It's just jokes, people. Still unclear if it's a code name or the actual name. I've heard Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty is still being considered a day one release for this. So, a new system from Xbox in 2026. Now, many people are immediately thinking, well, maybe this whole thing is just completely fake. You know, there's really no reason to believe this. I've never heard of this individual before, and I mean, that does make sense. However, when you have places like Insider Gaming and Tom Henderson covering this story, and within the story of talking about this, saying that amongst developers, it is a very badly kept secret that Xbox is releasing a new form of hardware in 2026,
Yeah, I mean, they've already been kind of talking about it too anyway. I remember this rumor a long time ago.
I kind of tend to believe that, yeah, something is indeed happening with this sort of system. So if that is indeed the case, people, of course, automatically go to one side of the coin with this, and they're like, oh, well, Xbox is starting the next console generation. They're moving on from the Xbox series of systems to have something with potentially more power. And I mean, maybe that is a possibility. That would put the Xbox Series at about a 6-year life cycle, but I don't think 6-year life cycles are necessarily going to be what we see anymore. I mean, I made a tweet yesterday talking about that the Dreamcast had better games and more impactful games.
I don't really... so this is the issue I have with Phil Spencer. It's not necessarily the business model. Like, I don't really care about the Game Pass stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, not catering to the audience. Like, Xbox was successful because it was the get online with your friends, talk shit, have fun, play a bunch of dude bro, gory, masculine fucking games. Like, look at the old Xbox advertisements compared to now.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Those changes happened under Phil. Phil basically pussified the brand. He literally made it a point.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
When they introduced clubs on Xbox, that he made a club with no toxicity, no swearing, no trash talk. Like, this dude's a massive walking man vag, basically, is what I'm getting at. And he hated the identity of the Xbox brand as like the cool dude bro, ultra gory, graphically fucking cool looking games and shit. Like, he basically wanted to make it a woman's console. Like, his favorite game of all time is fucking Voodoo Vents. Like, bro, what the fuck is that shit? So, this is what I'm saying. It's like, Phil Spencer has destroyed the identity of the brand. If I was the head of Xbox and some motherfucker came up to me and said, yeah, we're going to make Gears of War 5, but instead of playing as Marcus or Marcus's son, you're going to play as this fucking obnoxious cunt, Kate Diaz, that everyone fucking despises, and it's going to become a story about her finding herself. Literally Disney Star Wars in Gears of War format. Yeah, fuck no, dude. Fuck no. Anyone with a functioning brain would have shot that idea down the second they heard it, but Phil's like, oh my god, that's genius. And, it's just bad decision after bad decision. He has no idea what people want. He has no control over the studios he's supposed to be managing, and he has no actual general direction for the brand when it comes to their marketing, their output, and their identity. And that is the issue. He doesn't fucking know how to run Xbox. It's not a matter of like, oh, Game Pass is killing Xbox. Like, you could have Game Pass with great games and it'd probably be doing a hell of a lot better than it is right now. The problem is Xbox doesn't know what the fuck to do anymore. They've completely lost touch with like their finger on the pulse of the gaming community. And it's really just sad to see. What used to be like the edgy dude bro talk shit online with your friends console has turned into the, oh, if you send a curse word in a message, AI will chat ban you for a week. It's just pathetic, man. They've completely destroyed the identity of that fucking, entire platform. So that's the issue. It's not even so much of like them choosing to do Game Pass or putting their games on PC or whatever it might be. Just the pure output of the software they're releasing is bad. It is completely out of touch of what made Xbox in the first place. Let's see. So I'm Key with the 5. I don't know why you guys think I'm joking. I hate Nintendo because I'm Key. We know that you know, engage in.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
They make mediocre games and actual underpowered hardware, but it's okay because it's Nintendo. See, you get it. And E-Man with the 5 put Brit in timeout. All right. Where is Brit? Oh, the chat's going to crash. Yep. All right, let me just go ahead and close it. Hold on. I got to refresh the stream dashboard. This shit with YouTube is irritating. I don't understand why this is all of a sudden a problem. And they still haven't fixed it either. And it's not just me who has this issue. Pretty much everybody does. So Brit. Where is Brit? There we go. Okay. So, Claus Mystery of the 50s, someone called me a goblino, while they themselves look like a teenager garden gnome. Anyways, what do you think of Trudeau being caught? It's been a long time coming. He should have been out a long time ago. The amount of damage he's done to Canada during his tenure will take decades to undo. He has completely destroyed that country. Demographically, financially, and just pretty much in every way you can imagine. The ripples of Trudeau's fucking disaster reign will be felt for generations to come. You generation with the 10, mute Claus Mystery, alright? Can do.
2 years on the marketplace than the PS5 and the Xbox have had since or Xbox Series system have since they've launched. And I 100% agree with that. You could go through the Dreamcast catalog of games and see so many awesome games, and it's like, well, have we really gotten that amount of games for these next generation platforms, which are now current generation platforms? Obviously, that's up to personal taste at the end of the day. But just for me, and it seems like a lot of people agree with that, I feel like these generations are really just starting to get going. You know, you're finally starting to see fruits of the labor from it, from things like, you know, all of Microsoft's companies. You're finally starting to see games like Fable. You know, you're seeing...
Have we actually seen games like Fable? We've been hearing about Fable for the past 6 years and still nothing.
Perfect Dark. You're seeing Gears of...
Yeah, again, Perfect Dark, 6 years, nothing.
War franchise.
Gears of War, it's been 6 years, still nothing.
That probably should have been there within the first 4 years of the system, but at least they're coming now instead of later. Now, another train of thought with this is, oh, well, this is going to be a mid-gen refresh, sort of similar to the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Nope. Microsoft already said the Xbox Series X is their mid-gen refresh.
Which has, you know, a nominal increase in terms of frame rate and performance.
Avowed does not look like a PS3 game because PS3 games were much better than whatever dog shit Avowed is going to be like. If you want to see what a PS3 game looks like, go play Kingdoms of Amalur and enjoy a truly good fantasy RPG.
And stuff like that, it's not going to be a full-on next-generation console. And, I mean, maybe. Xbox themselves have said things like, you know, we're not doing a refresh of this console generation. But when you see instances of games that unfortunately have to skip the Xbox Series S, yes, they are.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You know, we're seeing it kind of with Black Myth Wukong, which is a really weird story if you think about it, because it's not like the PlayStation 5 version of Black Myth Wukong is like super optimized. Like, the preferred way to play that game for anyone is to play it on PC. So I'm not quite sure like why the Series S would be a holdup, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not a game developer. I'm someone from the outside looking in. So to have some sort of refresh, maybe the Xbox Prime essentially replaces the Xbox Series S as something.
Yeah, right. That's 70% of their user base this gen. They're stuck with it. I'm Key with the 5. I'm convinced Nintendo fans have 0 brain cells. Oh, let me count mine real quick. 1, 2, 3. No, I have more than 0. And will literally buy anything that has Nintendo label plastered on it. Actually off yourself IRL. Oh my god, dude, that's so hateful.
Please do me a gigantic favor and take a long walk off a short dock.
I'm Key. It's okay, bro. Just because your parents never bought you a 3DS as a kid doesn't mean you have to still be angry about it now. That's the wonderful thing about being an adult. You can buy all the things you couldn't have as a kid.
Something that is a cheaper alternative to the Xbox Series X, but does offer better performance than what you see on the Series S. I mean, maybe that's something it could be as well. Or it could be, and this is where things get very fun, or this Xbox Prime could be exactly what I talked about in my video, that it's not going to be a traditional new console, but it's going to be kind of focused on this.
I'm Key has a thumbnail of Samus yet hates Nintendo. Well, I'm Key has a thing for Amazon, you know, blonde white women, so I don't know if that necessarily has to do with Nintendo or not, but the idea of a white woman overpowering him, who is not only taller than him, but is physically stronger than him in every single way, you know, plays into his colonizer race play fantasies, so to say, you know, but we won't get into that. Majora Jeff with the 2, I guess I'm Key is a Xbot or a Sony pony. He's worse, bro. He's an OnlyFans simp.
New Xbox idea where everything is an Xbox and it's like a dedicated streaming box or something like that that does offer a bit of better, you know, streaming fidelity than what you can get through the standard cloud gaming on your Xbox Series X or S. Maybe it comes with a couple of games on it. Maybe it has, you know, a way to download games or download portions of the game or something like that. Like, I don't think you
Nope.
you could think about traditional
That's not how streaming games works. But
consoles with Xbox anymore. They've kind of abandoned that in every facet. They don't care about you buying a console anymore. They care about you playing their games. That's their words. They have literally said that, not me. So why would somebody want to necessarily invest, you know, several $100s, potentially $500+ in another Xbox console when it shows that they're not really interested in the consoles? It's more so about you being able to play their games. So I think some sort of streaming...
Yeah, and all of their games are going to go to other consoles. So it's like, yeah, we're going to put all of our games on our competitor's console, but hey guys, still go out and buy our new next generation console because, you know, reasons.
Box or some sort of new idea. I mean, Xbox Prime, maybe it's linking up with Amazon Prime and it's something...
Yeah, they're going all in on the Fire Stick.
Through that has, you know, Amazon Prime features or, you know, the sky is the limit with this. But I don't think, like, if you ask me today what I think about this, I don't think it's a traditional console at all. I mean, the fact that it says Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty is being considered a day one release for this, if this was a new console, of course it would be. If this was a next generation console, of course Call of freaking Duty would be on there on day one. Why would there be some sort of mystery around it unless it's some sort of new idea or new concept that maybe they would have to do some additional work on? The Call of Duty games run on the Series X and the Series S. Why would this be any different? I guess it could be because it's a new system that's all beefy and powerful, or it could be because it's a new system that's a completely...
This is a big ol' beefy boy.
That's a new system that's all beefy and powerful, or it could be because it's a new system that's a completely new concept and a completely new idea and something that is not traditional for video game consoles. I think the Xbox is going to be the first company to pull the trigger on something like that. I don't think PlayStation
yeah, and when they pull the trigger, the gun will be pointed right at their head.
PlayStation still likes their console. They like people playing on their console. Nintendo, of course, loves it. They don't want you to play Nintendo games anywhere else but on a Nintendo system. And their marketing for both of those companies proves that. They want you to play games on PlayStation. They want you to play games on Nintendo platforms. Xbox, however, they don't really care. And that's just from their marketing. If everything is an Xbox, why would I buy a new Xbox? Why would I buy the Xbox Prime unless it's something different? Unless it's something unique. Unless
because you have an existing catalog of Xbox games and, you know, they know you're kind of like a captive in a way, but I don't know. Maybe they figure like, you know, 20 million console sales is enough to justify it. I have no clue.
Or a different marketplace than what currently exists. And of course, I said it wasn't going to come out in 2025, but I said they would talk about it in 2025. So maybe my predictions video was a little bit more accurate than you thought. Maybe you need to go back and watch that video. Because maybe, just maybe, it is indeed a crystal ball into the future of video games in 2025. And if that is the case, my friends, I mean, there was some cool stuff in there. And there's some stuff that I definitely think could happen. And if all of this comes to fruition, I can't say I would be surprised. I can't say it because I predicted this. I'm a soothsayer. Call me Nostradamus. Actually, call me Nostradamus. Nasty Nas to Esco to Escobar. Now he is Nostradamus. Nasty Nas to Esco to Escobar.
What the
now
fuck
he
is
is
this shit?
Nostradamus. I mean, that's fine. It was a little bit more commercial
Skip.
for Nas, but I thought it was still good. There's some good songs on there, and I like good songs. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think about the Nintendo Prime, Xbox Prime here. Do you think that it's a real thing? If you do think it's a real thing, what?
I'm Key with the 5, still mad till this day. My brother got an Xbox 360. I got stuck with a Wii. GameCube is the only good Nintendo console. Nintendo fans keep buying trash. That's an objectively incorrect statement, I'm Key, but I'm sorry for your loss, bro. I too did not have an Xbox 360 until the last year, basically, or I guess last 2 years of that generation. So I understand your pain
All right,
to a
awesome.
certain degree.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
What the hell do you think it is? Do you think it is going to be a next-generation console? Is it going to be a console refresh? Or is it going to be some weird concept that nobody really sees coming that is a cheaper sort of alternative to getting into Xbox, but with still having a bit of a box, I guess? I don't really know what the hell it's going to be, but I do know it's going to be something weird. And as always, guys, thank you for checking out this video. If you are new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Be sure to like, comment, and share.
The Nintendo Switch Joy-Con is leaked! Oh my god, and so am I. I'm literally leaking right now.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
E-Man with the 10. Put I'm Key in time out. Alright. Go think about what you did, young man. Bruh. Here, let's hear the damage control.
What's up, everybody? It is the Best Bot Kid Smooth, and I am back with another video, and it looks like we're back at it. Next gen rumors, you know, Xbox, I think this came out today. We know CES is taking place. You know, AMD is there. A lot of the big, you know, tech wizards are there. Microsoft is there. They're talking about new tablets, new handhelds, Ryzen, RDNA 4, and all this other stuff. I think Call of Duty is going to be taking advantage of RDNA 4 on these new, you know, chipsets that's coming out and whatnot. So a lot of stuff going on. New TVs are being revealed and monitors, special displays and whatnot. There's a lot of cool things happening in the tech world with CES this week. So right now what we got, this rumor comes from, I guess, a Call of Duty insider. But the first time I've seen of it is from Tom Henderson, and I think he tells us who the person is. But this is concerning a new Xbox called XBOX Prime. That's targeting a 2026 launch.
Yeah, I do not understand the point of having a fucking green screen and then not using it. Like, why not just have a blue background? Or I guess then it wouldn't be Xbox themed, but still.
Now, I want to say
just have like a plain black background.
I think at the start of this last year around this time, when Xbox was doing this whole freaking Xbox business update, it was rumored that Xbox was working on a next gen console to launch, you know, very early, meaning like, you know, like right after the process of doing a mid-gen, they're going to just skip ahead and do the next generation. And then we heard rumors of a handheld. You know, Phil Spencer talked about a handheld. So who knows, man? This one's talking about specifically the console and coming out 2026. The name, I don't think it's, I think this might be a code name, like how Project Scorpio was, and Project Scarlet, Anaconda, Lockhart, Sibyl, all those project names, Brooklyn, whatever. I think that's what might it be, but the thing is, he's saying it's a console. Who knows? We got this whole situation where Xbox is also, you know, working on making a universal like Xbox app to take advantage of like the existing handhelds, PCs, and whatnot. A true app where everything can literally become an Xbox properly, and not like this
You mean an operating system?
Rated thing that we got, because again, gaming on PC through Xbox, it's not the same. That's a separate video. I definitely want to do that video. But this one, I do want to talk about Xbox Prime 2026. I'm not sure if it's not that I don't believe it, but let's talk about it. It says this news comes from a X account, the Ghost of Hope, who has a history of posting primarily Call of Duty leaks. According to Hope, he says that he's heard that the next Xbox console is still coming in 2026, because this was from last year when we first got the rumors, and it will be called Xbox Prime. I don't get this. The Xbox Prime, unless Amazon is acquiring the Xbox division, Xbox Prime to me doesn't make any sense. It doesn't roll off the tongue the way it should.
What else are they going to name it? Xbox Infinity? Well, now that's associated with Halo Infinite, which is overwhelmingly negative. They can call it the Xbox Unlimited. Like, what else are they supposed to call it? The Xbox Pro Max? The Xbox Premier? Yeah, Xbox Advance? Like, literally, they have no universal naming convention. So they have to just pick, like, a random fucking word to stick behind it. They should have called it the Xbox 720 back in the day if they were smart, but, you know. El Stupido.
should. Like, I believe it or not, people hate Xbox Series X and S. I actually love the Series X and S branding and naming. I didn't mind the Xbox.
You love it? Why? The Series X? I mean, I guess it's similar to sex, but why would you love it? It's like such a stupid name. Like, oh, the Xbox Series X. Okay, well, where's the next series gonna be? Oh, they're not going with series anymore. Like, it'd be one thing if they named it like the Xbox Series from the beginning and then changed the, like, whatever numerical or, you know, letter behind it each time. But no, they didn't. Like, it's not Xbox Series 1, Xbox Series 2, Xbox Series 3, Xbox Series 4. Like, not that. They instead decided, you know, Xbox Series X after the Xbox One and after the Xbox 360 and after just the Xbox. It's like the naming conventions all over the fucking place, man.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
It's horrible for product, you know, continuity. Juan with the 19 months, you know what to do, Griffey. Play his song to cope. I can put it on in the background while we watch.
Xbox One branding. And so but Xbox Prime, it's like, all right, if Amazon was making an Xbox, yeah, that makes sense. But I don't get the Prime name. I gotta look into what Prime means. Prime doesn't mean anything to me. Series.
It doesn't mean anything to you? You could literally look it up, bro.
Meant something to me. So that's why, like, when you name something Xbox Series, you could actually launch multiple series of that.
Yeah, and they're not going to.
You know, of the Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series C, Xbox Series, you know, Y, Xbox Series X2.
Yeah, well, if they had started with Xbox Series A, then you could do that. But they started with X. There's literally only Y and Z left. Bro, Microsoft is awful with naming their shit. Absolutely terrible at it.
Like, I mean, the Series X2, the Series G3, whatever, you know what I mean? Stuff like that, right? But Xbox Prime, all right, that's what they're calling it. He continues to say that it's unclear if the console's name is the code name, which I figured might be a code name. He continues to say that it's unclear if the console's name is the code name or not, and that Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty title, presumably Modern Warfare 4, will be a day one release. Hope later continues that the Xbox next gen release is pretty much an open secret within the industry, so people who are in the industry knows that this thing exists. If the rumors prove to be true, it could suggest that we would be hearing about this sometime, about the next generation, sooner rather than later, possibly by the end of the year. It makes sense if it's truly targeting next year. The rest of the article goes on to say how much the Series X is selling compared to the PlayStation 5, all this other stuff. There's an update from Jazz Corden. They said Jazz Corden says that there's no such thing as Xbox Prime launching in 26.
Yeah, just like the 4 games aren't going to PlayStation. Just like, you know, Indiana Jones and Starfield will never go to PlayStation. Like, dude, Jez Corden is the biggest liar who pretends to be an insider that I've ever fucking seen.
Here's the thing. Jez has been wrong. Jez has been wrong
about almost everything.
Obviously, remember, I mean, when Jez said Xbox doesn't have any multi-platform plans, that was a sigh of relief until it wasn't. Now, I'm not discrediting Jez. I know before...
You should. He's a fucking liar. A known liar.
The person that posted this thing, I think, tried to reach out to Jez to verify this, and Jez didn't have a source to verify this, but now Jez is just flat out denying it. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it is or if it isn't, only because Xbox has had, I don't know if Xbox followed any traditions. You know, the first Xbox console life cycle was only about 4 years. 360 was extremely long.
Yeah, I think if they actually do this, they're complete idiots. I really hope they don't, just because, you know, as much as I would love to see Xbox crash and burn, part of me still doesn't want to see it happen, but if they do end up doing this, it's fucking Jover, man.
Which is 8.
But they might as well, because if the Series X is getting outsold, well, I guess the Series S and X are getting outsold 5-1 during the holidays, then they don't really have any other choice.
And Xbox One lifecycle was 7, and if this was true, it would make the Series lifecycle to be more like 6. Now, when you consider, the thing is though, the generations, right? To me, the way I view like the gaming, I don't view them as generations anymore. I don't think they've gotten a clean break. I think the last generation of like clean breaks were Gen 7, whatever the 360 PS3 gen, I think that was the last new generation. Xbox One PS4 generation, I think was the start of a generation that is, I would just call, you know, backward forward compatible. Because the thing is ever since the Xbox One, people forget the series came out, right? When the series consoles came out, all we did was play Xbox One games. All the games that were there were just Xbox One games, just looked and ran better on the...
Yeah, because Microsoft didn't release any single fucking game on the Xbox Series consoles. They didn't have a single first-party game that launched on the Series consoles until Forza Horizon 5 the next year. And even that was a cross-generation title. Like, they didn't have a single fucking game that launched with the console. So yeah, of course all you were doing was playing Xbox One games. Microsoft didn't fucking make any games for the series consoles.
It was like another mid-gen refresh, right? With a different name. So it's like, at this point, I feel like the way that Xbox has been dealing with their consoles and their software efforts, the way that they handle compatibility, the way that they're obviously trying to merge everything like with PC and cloud streaming, I don't think it matters whether Xbox released a next-gen console now in a handheld this year, a next-gen console next year, because they're the same. They're going to be running.
Well, Stalker 2's not even their game. They didn't even make it, so they literally just paid for exclusivity on it.
The same games running your existing library.
That'd be like crediting Sony with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's like, nah, they didn't make it. That's a Square Enix banger, bro. That had nothing to do with Sony. UI may not change. It may get better with or update with time, but I don't. Because remember when we turned on our Xbox Series, it was the same UI as the Xbox One. You wouldn't even know it if you didn't have the outside of the box looking completely different. If you just had the UI on the screen, whatnot, you wouldn't have known that was a series or one. They share the same UI, same ecosystem. So it's like I can see it happening. Because it's not like once they do that, the Series X and S would just die off. No, they would just continue to get the same like games. It's just that now the best place to be playing them wouldn't be the Series X. It would be whatever this console, whatever gimmick it comes with. There's been a lot of rumors that they're going to be doing like this this PC-like console where it can run Steam and all this other stuff. I don't know what they're doing, but at the end of the day, I'm happy of any Xbox hardware rumor, whether it's a handheld, whether it's a Xbox console itself made from Microsoft. I'm open to the idea of like Alienware, Asus, anyone making a Xbox console. I'm curious to see how that works. But I just want to see how Xbox marries this whole situation of what they already do make Xbox consoles, bro. It's called PC, because that is an Xbox, right?
They're trying to do, because I got the idea of what Xbox is trying to do. I just need to see it in action, and it needs to be intuitive as it needs to be. So, for example, I have an iPhone, and my wife has like an Apple family of devices. My wife has an iPhone, iPad, iMac Pro, and then when it was big ass, I bought her like I think what the hell you call it? Their tower version, but it's just a screen. Like she has all that, and that is a cohesive ecosystem where it's truly everything that she has is some sort of an Apple or is an
Dude, the thing I love about the Apple ecosystem is if I copy something on my phone, I can paste it on my laptop. That is like one of the coolest fucking features.
All right, awesome.
Ever.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
You will never convince me that that is not just like one of the most badass utilizations of a unified ecosystem you could ever possibly have. Like, it's the coolest fucking shit when you'd actually need it. I don't know, man, because like typically you'd have to do like where you take the link, send it to yourself like in an email or something, and it just adds that extra step. Whereas like on iPhone, you can copy the link and then paste it on your laptop. Or if you have it open on your phone, you can literally browse your phone's Safari tabs on Safari on your laptop and just immediately continue where you left off. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm not really like the biggest Apple soy, like, all-in-one ecosystem type. But when you actually need that, it is like the coolest shit. It's like, this is actually like futuristic type stuff, which I don't know. That's like a real quality of life thing that just makes the user experience that much better. So I do like that aspect. Apple does a great job with the ecosystem integration. George F with the 2... Who wants Griffin to sing the Game Pass song? No one with functioning ears. I can tell you that. And I'm Key with the 5. You can mute me all you want. But it doesn't change the fact that Nintendo fans are... I'm guessing you meant autists who pay $80 for Joy-Cons more than a PS5 controller. Idiots. Yeah, the Joy-Cons are overpriced. I agree. But I've never had a pair of Joy-Cons break on me, so I can't say I can relate to that issue.
iPhone, right? Everything's an iPhone, right? Because everything she can do on her phone or everything she can do on her Mac or whatever she can do on her phone, she can do on her watch, she can do on whatever that's within that family. And I can see Xbox trying to do that with every device that isn't an Apple. And not to say, because I think you could be able to, you could definitely access like cloud gaming and stuff like that on Mac and stuff like that, Xbox Game Pass on Mac and Chromebook and stuff like that. So, but like I could see what they're trying to do, but I need them to do it the way I need them to do it, meaning right now the console, Xbox console is the premier best place, the best way to experience Xbox. And I'm not saying that on the basis
Not really.
of like performance or getting the best graphics or anything like that. It's more so like everything, like whether Game Pass, backwards compatibility, like you.
Well, yeah, backwards compatibility on an Xbox console is only an Xbox console problem. I don't need backwards compatibility to open up Steam and play a game like Vanquish or a game like, Hunted the Demon's Forge or The Witcher 2 or I don't fucking know, Dark Sector. I don't need backwards compatibility for that. They're just games you can play, or Sonic Adventure DX, dude. Like, those are just games. Backwards compatibility is an exclusively console problem. So, yeah, I don't know. Not really a good justification if you ask me, but to each their own. Why can I not open up? Did I close out of the tab? I don't think I did. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, I don't know why it's still on Steam. Give me a second. Yeah, it wasn't showing up in my list of tabs, so give me a second. There we go. I found it.
UI, like your library, like just the history. You can't replicate that today on cloud gaming. You can't replicate it on your phone. You can't replicate it on your PC or anything like that because, and part of the reason is because every game that exists on Xbox consoles, whether it's Xbox One series, whatever, 360, whatever, does not exist on PC the way it should.
Care to talk about that Gooner game? Which one?
I can't afford this.
What Gooner game? Marvel Rivals? Oh, this one? No, this is a Maheckin wholesome Korean dating sim. It's more of an educational game. It teaches you how to become the ultimate passport, bro.
Xbox app on PC needs to be the Xbox that we got on console, meaning I need to have access to everything I have access to on console. I have to be able to have access to on PC, on Xbox app for PC, Xbox app for cloud. I mean, I'm talking about the entire library. You know what I mean? Like, and now I'm understanding why, Xbox did the UWP thing, their Play Anywhere initiative. As an Xbox fan and just as a standard consumer, more consumers actually should have rooted for that to go through. Like, we needed way more publishers and developers to kind of opt in because one, it's beneficial to consumers, but it was the only way for people who...
Yeah, the Korean dating sims are pretty fun. The Chinese one was good too. I don't know. They're entertaining to play through, I will say. They're kind of like a guilty pleasure type game. I'm definitely not going to be like one of those guys like, oh, I need to 100% it, bro, and get all the routes. Like, that's not me, but they're definitely fun to play through, like, the first time. For the shits and giggles. Majora Jeff with the 2. I've never had Joy-Con drift. Me neither. I've had a Switch since day one, and I've never had a problem with the Joy-Cons. So, I don't know. I guess I just take care of my stuff. I've never broke a controller other than a PS3 controller because those things were dirt fucking cheap. Those things were awful quality. But that's an entirely different scenario. Aside from that, I've never broke a controller. Hopium Gardner with the 5. The Snow White trailer has almost 1 million downvotes. That's got to be a world record. Nah, I think Infinite Warfare has way more. And YouTube Rewinds. Those had more too. So, they got a ways to go. Maybe for a movie trailer it might be, but I'm not sure.
Are graduating from console, let's say to PC, or finally upgrading from console to PC, only real chance for you to literally take your library with you 100% if everybody adopted that. If everybody jumped on that bandwagon back in 2016 when Xbox did it, and that's almost 8-9 years ago, and let's say every publisher,
Xbox isn't dead, people. Dream all you want, but it's way too big. No, the console is dead, bro. Worst case, we get the best gaming streaming services ever in 5 to 10 years. And Xbox... No, the Xbox will be dead. The Microsoft gaming streaming service is not Xbox. Xbox is a gaming console. That will be dead. They will 100% rebrand whatever Xbox Game Pass or whatever it's called into Microsoft Gaming the second they get rid of consoles. Take that shit to the fucking bank.
All right,
the fact
awesome.
they
Thanks,
haven't
nigga. All right.
rebranded it as Microsoft Game Pass is actually surprising to me. Because it seems like they want to. So, Xbox, as we know it, will be dead. It's only a matter of time. Eventually, Microsoft will tire of it like they tired of Zune, like they tired of Groove Music, like they tired of pretty much all the other shit they've axed over the years.
I could have ever asked for.
Let's see. So, Majora Jeff with the 5. I feel people are not taking care of their stuff. Yeah, I think that's a big problem. I mean, look at the games people trade in at GameStop. Prime example. 90% of the games at GameStop are either missing the case, beat to shit, scratched up, you know, massive holes in the cover. Like, yeah, most people don't take care of their stuff. That's a fact. DeVito Frito with the 15. Xbox equals former great studios employing soy DEI developers that take an entire generation to make a single game for modern audiences. Microshaft Games' outlook is bleak. Glad Pupper liked the snow. Yeah, we went out 3 times in the snow. So after I cleared off my car after streaming last night, I took him out. Then I took him out during lunch today for another hour. And then right before I streamed, I took him out at like 9:30 until about 11. So he had a lot of snow time today. He loves it. But he's like completely crashed out right now. So he's absolutely exhausted. And Hopium Gardner with the 5. My favorite gaming memories was watching El Presador rage out and insult people in Call of Duty years ago. Gunga Ginga. The thing is now is if you rage at people on Call of Duty, you'll get fucking chat banned from Microsoft. So the AI will automatically ban you. It's Jover.
Capcom jumped on it with them, you know, Activision did a little bit with them, Bethesda jumped on it with them fairly early and stuff like that. Some of their partners did it. But if everyone did it, like, I'm talking about everyone from, in like, if you're making a game for Xbox One, you should have made a game for Xbox app or Windows PC Xbox app. If you're going to put the game on Steam, and you're putting the game on Xbox console, there should have been a Windows version or an Xbox app version. And that's more so the problem. If everybody would have adopted that thing 8 years ago, the Xbox on PC now would be literally flourishing from a library perspective. But they now have to find a way to sort of translate that. Now, obviously having a console, and maybe they'll launch all this stuff with a console when you have a new piece of hardware, a new Xbox that, you know, has access to all this stuff. And then at the same time, they're upgrading, you know, all these other platforms' ability to access this new Xbox via app, you know, the Xbox app likely being different, cloud gaming likely being different.
All right, awesome.
So that
Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm not sure what I want from another Xbox console other than more graphics and more frame rates and whatnot. But I'm at a point right now, from a software perspective, Xbox can do whatever. I mean, from a hardware perspective, they can do whatever they want because on the software side of things, the games, I'm satisfied. The games are coming this year alone. Boom, boom, boom. So it's not like, you know.
Yeah, boom, 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 as in turds hitting the fucking toilet water. South of Shit Night, plop. Avowed, plop. What else? I guess Doom will be okay. And then, what else do they have? Maybe Fable, plop. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't, I don't know why people are like hyped over those games. Like, dude, it's like getting excited for the next Horizon. Like, you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Oh man, they're launching a new console, and as their, you know, current console.
Let's see. Majora Jeff with the 5. The Walmart near me, the Xbox games area is empty. Yeah, I haven't been to too many retail stores, so I haven't really looked. But I should, next time I go to Target, I should see what it's looking like.
So it's just finally getting games. No, it's going to be like people gotta understand, right? When Xbox One was getting games, bro. Like Xbox One got Forza Horizon 5. You know, Xbox One got Halo Infinite and stuff like that. So it wouldn't be like this hard cut. It's just that, you know, games like Blade and games like Gears of War, E-Day would be the next Halo would be literally games that more so usher in that console, but they would be rapidly available for the series consoles as well. You know what I mean? I know people would be held back. It is what it is. I trust Microsoft devs to, you know, obviously optimize for Series S. But, you know, Xbox Prime, again, the name sounds...
You trust them to optimize their games when literally almost every single game that's come out in the past 2 years, you've had to wait 6 to 12 months to get a 60 FPS patch? Come on, bro.
when there's smoke, there's fire. So I do think there's smoke, despite what, regardless of what Jess says that this doesn't exist. I do feel like Xbox has something that they're going to launch within the next 12 to 24 months. Only because I do feel like they will usher in the new this new universal Xbox thing that they're trying to do. I do think they will usher it in with a new console, and I don't think they're going to their next generation console is just going to be them letting other manufacturers make a console. I do think they will launch a console, and then either shortly after or around the same time, other manufacturers will develop, also build their version of that Xbox console, and then at that point, whichever one you want, you can do. And it's just that I think other manufacturers would be allowed to make more powerful ones. You know what I mean? They just got to figure out, and they'll be able to do that if they're able to figure out the way to make the current Xbox, the current library, the current UI, the current ecosystem to the point where it can go with you no matter what platform you're playing on, whether that's PC, cloud gaming. It's not something that they, that would launch on PlayStation. Obviously, PlayStation will get the games a la carte, whatnot, but that experience has to kind of upgrade in a way. But who knows? I'm looking forward to it. Always love me some piece of new hardware if it's worth it, especially if it's a next generation, not like these modular mid-gen upgrades or whatnot. But I do think the crazy thing is I think Xbox would do a proper leap into next generation, but the way that they treat your library and the ecosystem, it would feel like it would actually come off like a mid-gen upgrade because of it wouldn't be like a hard cut anywhere. Everything would kind of just move seamlessly. It's just that what you're getting underneath the hood is a lot more powerful. But we will see, guys. Let me know your thoughts on Xbox Prime in the comment section below. I will get to your comments, man. And hopefully I didn't say this is a quick video because I definitely cleared 17 minutes.
I couldn't imagine watching that at full, like normal speed. Yikes. Dude. I just don't have a bit of faith, personally. Here, we'll watch MBG. I haven't watched him in forever, bro. Jeez.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Thank you for taking time out of your day to check the video out. We have more PlayStation news.
Oh, he finally hit 100K. Holy shit. Wow. It's been like... How long has it been since he's been like teetering on the edge of that? Years, I feel like.
Rumors and leaks go over and cover today. We are starting with PlayStation system updates and how apparently they're going to be more frequent going forward. Being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle, Sony has revealed that it's been tinkering with things behind the scenes to ensure more rapid PlayStation system updates going forward. We've already seen improvements on this front during the PS5 generation, and it looks like frequent updates for both features and system software will be the norm in the PlayStation 6 generation. Game Files' Steven Totillo has published an interesting conversation with the folks over at Sony Interactive Entertainment, during which the company made the
Yeah, I have to turn the speed up on 90% of YouTube videos, man. It's just like... Especially if it's just somebody talking with like game footage in the background, like you can't cut the gaps of you just sitting there with dead air. Like I know I'm definitely guilty of it when I stream, but it's like shit, bro. I would never do that for a video. Like I wouldn't just sit there for like 5 seconds in silence and be like, oh well, yeah, now I know what I want to say. It's like, dude, just cut the fucking dead air out.
Revelation above while talking about improvements made to the PS5's UI, especially the Welcome Hub. Unlike previous generations, the PS5 has not only benefited from more frequent updates, but it has also taken advantage of Sony's back-end changes that allow smaller feature updates to be applied to consoles without an actual download. We most recently saw this when the PlayStation 30th Anniversary boot screen and UI features were rolled out as a surprise and did not require players to download
let's see. Fractal Waves with the gift of membership. Appreciate it, bro. Big ups.
a new firmware patch. Sony has previously said that it will continue to make improvements to the PlayStation UI based on player feedback and response. However, the company hasn't responded to repeated requests for the return of dynamic themes. The closest we have seen to the PS4 UI's best feature is the Welcome Hub background. And so, yeah, I thought that this was something that was worth going over here because if you kind of go over some of the information that came out of Steven Totillo's game file, which is behind a paywall, this was probably one of the more interesting things that was revealed is that they're letting us know that going forward they're planning on just having...
let's see. MC Lightsaber with the 10. Hey Griff, what do you think of the new GPUs? I think I'll stick with my current card for a long time, but I'll be waiting for the proper reviews. I'm going to try to get the 5090. I was actually expecting it to be like $2,500 or $3,000, so $2,000 is definitely under what I thought it was going to be. So if I can get that in a reasonable time frame, I will probably get 5090.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
And then like get a new computer for that. But if I can't get one for like, let's say 4 months or something like that, I might just get a 5080 and then get a new computer. But yeah, we'll see. I think they're, looking good for the most part. I mean, my computer's old, so I need a new one anyway. So I was waiting to upgrade for these, but I think they're good so far. I mean, $550 for the 5070 seems pretty normal. So I don't really think anybody can complain about the prices this time around. Hopefully. I'm sure somebody will. But yeah, I'm going to try to get the 5090. I'm going to try to get the Founders Edition if possible. Never been able to, but fingers crossed. It went to the #1 Griffin fan. Who would it go? Oh, PK? Yeah. He needs all the help he can get, guys. So, you know, the charity is much appreciated. Yeah, I thought the 5090 was going to be 2,500. Yeah, I did too, especially with crypto being as high as it is right now. So, but, you know, 2,000 I think is a good price point. Because realistically, I don't think I'm going to ever have to upgrade my computer again for like 5 to 6 years if I do buy a 5090. So I think I should be good to go for a very, very long time if that is the case. And I'm able to get one.
More frequent updates rolling out for the PS5, and I assume, as the article points out here, that will probably be the new norm going into the PlayStation 6. So whereas previously the way Sony would do it is 2 major updates a year, usually one in the first half of the year and one in the second half of the year. I believe the months they usually were targeting are March and September, but now they're just going to do it on a more frequent basis. But we're moving on to the next topic, which talks about a really interesting rumor regarding the next generation Xbox. Now, this is going to be pretty relevant because even though Microsoft is seemingly on their way out when it comes to the console market, they are still releasing a next-generation console, and what's most interesting is rumors we've heard previously is that this console might be launching as soon as 2026. What makes that so significant is other rumors we've heard about the PlayStation 6 seem to indicate that Sony might not be ready to launch the PlayStation 6 until sometime in 2028. So we are looking at a potential 2-year head start for the next-generation Xbox, which no matter which way you slice it, I think makes things a bit more interesting. So we have another insider here who seems to indicate that, yeah, this is the plan for Microsoft. This comes from Ghost of Hope, and he says a couple of things here. First, he says, I'm hearing that the next Xbox console is still coming in 2026 and will be called Xbox Prime. I'm still unclear if it's a code name or the actual name. I've heard Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty is still being considered a day one release for this. So he says that he's hearing that 2026 is still what Microsoft is targeting for their next console. What's interesting, though, is the idea of the name Xbox Prime. What do you guys think of this? Do you think this sounds more like the actual name of the next generation Xbox?
I think it sounds better than Series S and X, personally, but I'm not really in love with it. I have the TikTok Zoomer attention span. How so? I'm not sitting here with like fucking Subway Surfers on half of my screen, or I'm not like in my fucking ADHD view, which is like this one. Like that. But this is like the ADHD view. So I'm in focused mode, thank you very much, where I would be playing a game while watching fucking YouTube videos at the same time. So I do not have a TikTok Zoomer attention span. I am actually able to focus on one thing at a time. Thank you very much.
Or do you think it's more of a code name?
You try sitting here every single night, with very few exceptions, and focusing on watching videos or playing a game and reading chat at the same time for 7 to 8 hours typically. So all I'm going to say is if I have a TikTok Zoomer attention span, I would be fucking horrible at doing this all the time.
He goes on to say, I know people don't believe it, but Xbox's next console being in 2026 is pretty much an open secret within the industry. Seems early, but I think it makes sense with where Xbox is headed. And he says the name sounds corny, but if it fits it, there's a big push for day one games on Game Pass right away, and they get a jump on PlayStation 6. Big risk, but huge rewards if it pays off. And so, yeah, this is yet another rumor regarding the next generation Xbox.
It's easy, Griff. All right, then why don't you do it? U-Generation, you listen to these streams while you work, bro. I don't want to hear it. You literally should be focusing on work only. Why is your TikTok attention span requiring you to watch a live stream while you're at work, bro? Come on now. Put the phone away, big man. Money's to be made and spent. You perfectly described ADHD. No, this is the ADHD fucking format. Because I'd be sitting here with the YouTube page open, and I'd be playing a video game at the same time, and I'd be pausing the fucking video like, oh, here, let me comment real quick, and I'd still be playing, and then I'd be reading the chat at the same time. That's ADHD mode. This is the focused mode.
That indicates they are all in with a 2026 release, and I just genuinely have to wonder if this is what's going to happen, which it seems like it is, how Sony is or is not going to respond, right? Is this going to impact what Sony's planning for the PlayStation 6 at all? Because I don't think there's any denying that a potential 2-year head start is big, right? But at the same time, we see what's happening with the Xbox consoles, and we also have to imagine like where Xbox might be when it comes to their multi-platform approach by, I guess we could say, November 2026. And the truth is, like, they could have brought so many games over to PS5 by that point that it's just like, yeah, man, we're just putting this console out. We're not really expecting much from it, but there it is. Is it going to be that, or is this going to be some kind of last-ditch effort, you know, where Microsoft basically says, we're going to go the 360 route one more time. We're going to go all in with a new console, a big push, get out ahead of Sony, I would assume make it as affordable as possible. I'm going to assume it's going to be one box this time, not two, considering some of the issues that we've had with Series S this gen. And so XBOX Prime apparently
Yeah, they would be fools if they don't do like a, I guess, generic console model like PlayStation did, where it's like the digital and the disc drive version. I don't really think MBG covers Xbox really at all.
Targeting 2026.
I don't know. Like, typically he only makes stuff about PlayStation news, which I always thought was dumb. Because bro, the thing is that's crazy about MBG is he literally used to be like the biggest fucking, Xbox fanboy. Which is pretty crazy. Like, he's another example of like a crap gamer type that, jumped ship at one point. He just never, course corrected like crap did and went back to his old ways. But MBG used to be in the same vein as like Cold Eastwood, Dealer Gaming, Crap Gamer. He was an Xbot for a while. And I think about halfway through the PS4 generation, if I remember correctly, he switched to, Sony/PlayStation.
I have to imagine this is something Sony is paying close attention to. Whether or not they feel threatened by it, well, that's a different conversation entirely, but still very interesting stuff here. It's going to be really interesting to see how the next generation of consoles for both PlayStation and Microsoft,
I can't stream, Griffin. I say slurs. Well, think about how much concentration and focus it takes me to not let my natural vocabulary slip. Because, yes, I too use slurs all the fucking time if I'm not on stream, especially in a gaming context. So it requires immense focus. So therefore, I don't have ADHD, or else it'd be slipping out every fucking 5 minutes, which it doesn't.
How the build up to it ends up being, because I have a feeling it's going to be vastly different from what we saw with the Xbox One, PS4, and the PS5 and Xbox Series. Moving on to the next.
Griffin says the N-word daily. Only when I say,
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Whenever I walk into the gym and the guy working there, I'm like, he goes like, have a good workout. And I'm like,
all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Next topic, though, we have the first ever PS5 style controller announced for Xbox platforms. A peripheral from Hyperkin has announced a new Xbox and PC controller based on PS5's DualSense design. The new competitor, wired gamepad, will be compatible with Xbox Series X.
Oh, it's real. It's real, dude. Hold on. I have the clip on my channel. Let's see.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga.
Look, YouTube even censors it in the fucking closed captions. Like, even YouTube picks up what he's saying. Like, they censor it in the closed captions, bro.
All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right.
He meant to say dinga, but because he was rushing, he said...
Awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah, no, he definitely said it. He was trying to say dinga, but, because he was rushing to get to the next fucking ad read, he let it slip, bro.
Xbox One.
And like the black guy that was on stage named Dinga, like looked at him like, yo, what the fuck did he just say to me?
And PC, featuring a PS5 style D-pad and Hall effect analog stick.
That shit was funny as fuck though.
It's positioned in the PlayStation style.
Yeah, what's up, my Dinga?
The controller's triggers are also designed similarly to the PS5 DualSense.
Here, let me see if I can find. Game Awards Blade. I wonder if he cut that part off. That's Dinga.
There you go. Joining me now are
See, Dinga Bakaba.
Dinga Bakaba from Arcane Leon and Bill Roseman from Chris. So, merci beaucoup. Whoa. Stunts too. Dinga Bill, thank you very much, guys. Great announcement. All right, awesome. Thanks, Dinga. All right.
Bro, they left it on there. Holy shit, that's great.
Great announcement. All right, awesome. Thanks, Dinga. All right.
But you can hear he meant to say Dinga, but yeah, that's not what was said.
All right, awesome. Guys, great announcement. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Bro, I would not have left that. Oh, there's Colt.
But all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh my god, bro. But yeah, let's see.
No, thank you very much, guys. Great announcement. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
He's like, wait, what? Bruh. Yeah, so it's 100% real. I didn't like use AI or anything for that. I just clipped it right when it happened. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a great clip. One of the few good things to come out of the Game Awards. Benji with the 2, you hear Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland, and apparently the deal has already been worked out, supposedly. We'll have to wait and see, but apparently the Netherlands want to sell because they lose money on it every single year. And King of Games with the 5, did you hear Andrew Tate is forming a UK political party to run in the next general election? What are your thoughts on that? He feels like a UK Trump. Nah, he won't be a UK Trump. Andrew Tate is a grifter. He will not win anything. He'll basically have the Sargon effect, where he literally does such a bad job that it paves the way for, you know, the leftists to do better. So I don't know. It's like a grift. I wouldn't buy into that for a second. Your biggest hope in the UK is that Reform Party right now, from my understanding. But I have no clue. I mean, maybe if he runs in like a heavy Muslim, like, I don't know, what do y'all call them? Like precinct or whatever? I'm not sure. District. He might do well, but I don't know. I highly doubt he's going to have any form of success, personally. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. That controller is fake? Well, this is a real controller. It's just not, you know, from Xbox. And the whole thing where it's like a DualSense controller is the fact that it has the sticks in the PlayStation layout. So it's from Hyperkin, so it's a real controller.
Controller and a prominent mute button is featured on the gamepad's face. Hyperkin has yet to share pricing or release info for a competitor. Previously, Hyperkin created the classic Duke and Xbox 360 style controllers for Xbox platforms and PC. So I just wanted to throw this out here because I'll be honest, I would have thought that something like this would have came sooner rather than later. But yeah, I mean, they're really not trying to hide the fact that this is supposed to be a DualSense that works on Xbox consoles. If you look at the color design, the two-tone white and black, and yeah, the mute button, the D-pad, it just straight up looks like a DualSense Xbox controller. Very interesting stuff there. What do you guys think of this? I'm just curious, are there any Xbox players?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the PlayStation layout when it comes to shooters, but for like third-person action games, I do like it better. So I will say that. I do think it is better for third-person action games because I like having, you know, the sticks in the same place for those games for whatever reason. But for shooters, I definitely prefer the Xbox layout. I don't know why, but it is what it is.
Players here who would consider getting this to play on their Xbox consoles or even on PC, let me know down in the comments below. But guys, that's going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it informative. If you did, be sure to leave it a like, subscribe if you're new, hit the bell notification icon, and feel free to share the video out on top of all that. But until next time, guys, take care.
Do you know what one of the most underrated controller layouts is, though? This had to be like one of the most comfortable controllers I've ever used. And the fact that no one has ever copied it is kind of crazy to me. Hold on. There we go.
I can't afford this shit!
This, unironically, was one of the most comfortable controllers to use, layout-wise. The two sticks up top actually felt great. I'll fucking go... I will die on that hill that this is actually a better stick placement than PlayStation's. I liked it better. It feels so nice because your thumbs can be fully extended versus like partially fucking bent. It feels nice. I'm telling you, if you've never tried it, it is a really nice layout. So It is very underrated. Yeah, like your thumbs can fully extend. It feels much more natural. I don't know, dude. It's a really underrated controller layout. I really liked it personally. You know, crucify me if you must, but yeah, I did actually like that. I like the Switch Pro controller. I think it's good overall. The only thing I don't like is the triggers. The triggers are kind of meh. But I've had my current Switch Pro controller since the Switch came out, and the only thing that's wrong with it is the Y button is kind of sticky, because when I played Super Mario Wonder, I think I broke it from holding it down so much. So that button is like permanently lower than the other buttons on the controller. But I've had this singular Switch Pro controller since the Switch came out, and no issues with it at all. But yeah, I really like it personally. Gamer goo, something like that. Oh, I think this guy's an Xbox kind of shill channel. Let's see.
Well, it's that time. We have next-gen Xbox rumors hitting the wire. It's a bit crazy to think that we're already starting to hear next-gen Xbox rumors hitting the wire at this point, but here we are in the first week of 2025 talking about the next-gen Xbox console, which we know is coming. While there's been some speculation that Microsoft would sometimes exit the console business, Phil Spencer has said, look, there's more hardware coming, there's more consoles specifically coming, and so you got to take that at face value that, yeah, they're not actually exiting the console business, if you will. However, the Xbox Series consoles, as we know them today, launched in, what, 20?
TH Wolf with the 2, Jez Corden tweet, yeah. Apparently he says there's no such thing, just like there's not 4 games going to PlayStation, just like Xbox isn't going multiplat, just like so many other things he's gotten wrong in the past. Check my testosterone level? No. Major Jeff with the 2. Alright, let me see what this is. Alright, yeah, we'll watch this later. Let's see. Alright, that's everything for now. Xbox controller form factor is the one thing Microsoft does right. Yeah, I like the Xbox controller overall. I think it's nice. The only thing I don't like is it does feel kind of cheap. Like, prime example, the bumpers, just, they feel kind of meh to me. I think PlayStation has better, like, bumpers. I like the triggers. They're good. The one thing I don't like is how you hear that? That's the one thing I don't like. Because, like, listen to PlayStations. Hear how much, like, more muted that is? So, yeah, Xbox just, the build quality doesn't feel as nice. I'll say that. That's like the one complaint I have, but yeah, I like the layout. I love, like, Xbox's controllers I've always thought are good. That's the one thing I don't like is how loud the thumbsticks are, though. It's kind of irritating. Because I play a lot of games with no audio, so if I'm listening to something on my phone and I'm just playing a game, like, I'll just hear... and it's annoying. So, that I don't like, personally.
2020, so it's been 5 years. So if there are going to be next-gen rumors, you know, you could be a year or two away. The Xbox One was released in 2013, which means there was a 7-year gap. And so for it 5 years being 2 years out, I mean, that's not crazy, but at the same time, you kind of got to just peel things back. Now, I'll be fully transparent here. The show notes that I initially created for this was I was actually looking at the CES announcements and trying to just put things together where I thought the next-gen Xbox console would go. I mean, you got to remember that these specs get locked in many years prior to shipping, and so if we're, you know, what I consider 2 years roughly away from the next-gen console, we should starting to see, like, what's current gen today will be what lands in the console. However, upon doing this research about AMD's CES announcements, this rumor hit the wire about a Prime, Xbox Prime.
And this was supposed to be a code name, if you will, for the next-gen console coming in 2026, which would be early, or I should say earlier than
There's no such thing as Xbox Prime launching in 26.
usual. However, Jez Corden has already said, look, there's no such thing as Prime, so maybe we should just write all this off. And so I just wanted to bring that up as I started to kind of dive into this next experience and thing that Xbox is going to be launching. However, you can't ignore the fact that Jez does come out and say in the comments of where he's like, that's not it. He's like, there could be a console launching in 2026. It's just that the Prime name is probably not really accurate or a thing at all. It could just be
Well, actually, there could be a console coming in 2026. It's just not called... See, this is what I mean, bro. Jez is not a fucking source. He's not a fucking source for anything. At all, bro. He literally is not a source. He's playing fucking semantics. Oh, there's nothing coming out in 2026. Well, what I meant by that is that there's nothing coming out in 2026 called Prime. Like, come on, bro.
I don't really know. The only thing I really know about Microsoft and the Xbox Prime specifically is that Microsoft will have multiple code names for a product. So there's typically like a marketing code name, an engineering code name. Sometimes there's like I remember Scarlet was like the overarching code name for the Series S and X.
Why not just come out and say that in the first place? That it may not be called Prime, but I do think there is something coming out in 2026.
And there was Anaconda, and then there was Lockhart. So there will be a lot of code names related to this next-gen console. Prime is maybe one of them. I honestly do not know. But I do want to jump kind of like into the specs here and how I think this is all going to potentially play out. Because again, this next console is going to be, I think, very different than what we've seen historically coming from Camp Xbox. So at, let's see, at CES, quite literally today, RDNA 4 architecture. So that would seem pretty plausible. Like we're going to start to see that showing up potentially in the next-gen consoles. Remember, Xbox has a very long history with AMD, and so does PlayStation. So I don't think it's inappropriate to say that the next version of PlayStation will probably have RDNA 4 or above, probably coming from AMD, right? This all just makes sense. It's what they've done for years and years and years at this point. And so RDNA 4 is something people should be paying attention to. Also, unless you've been under a rock, Copilot and AI and all that stuff has been a huge part of the Microsoft conversation. Now, I fully expect the NPUs to show up on the next-gen console because, right, that's going to be the thing that powers the AI. And so it fits right into this RDNA 4 architecture that's supercharged with AI. Now, given where we are right now, it might be like an RDNA 4.5 or something like that maybe lands on the consoles. But everyone's going to like comment like, no, they're going to have something newer. Yeah, it'll probably be slightly newer, but I bet it'll be based off of a Zen 5 architecture, RDNA 4 or above or something like that. Bunch of cores, right, and some high performance bandwidth, and that's really going to be about it. And then the question someone's going to inevitably say, but Brad, you said they're going to be building a handheld. Well, first off, I didn't say that. Phil Spencer effectively said that. And so at CES this week, we've gotten a ton of handhelds. Like even there's like an 11-inch one from Asus, I believe. And so we're seeing a ton of handhelds. I honestly think that if they are going to build a handheld, there's probably two hardware products, right? I cannot imagine that Xbox is giving up on that console that sits under the TV. That is their bread and butter. That is what they're known for. But when it comes to handheld, I think I could see Xbox be taking a risk here as opposed to what is being announced at CES by all of these companies. The one thing lacking in the Xbox/Windows portfolio is gaming on ARM. And none of the vendors who are like Acer, Dell, and all those guys, they're not going to take a risk on ARM. They're going to just slap an x86 chip in there because they know it'll work. There's zero compatibility issues. If someone's going to have to fall in the sort of compatibility, it's going to have to be Xbox/Windows. And so a handheld ARM device from Xbox would be super interesting because it would start to turn the wrench of like, hey, we got to get ARM up to speed on gaming, and who's going to drive that? Well, Xbox. And so you could see a tandem combination here where there is AMD underneath your TV, and then there's also a mobile device coming from Xbox running ARM, and that way they can get ARM up to speed on gaming, and that is more than likely going to be it. You got to remember that ARM stuff came from, what was it, the FTC 2013?
Xbox Prime Cloud coming soon? Exactly, man.
2020, almost at 2013. 2023 leaks when they were trying to buy Activision. Like there was some talk of the next-gen console being on ARM, and so there you go. Something I really do want to point out, because people are going to get tied up and say 2026, that is too new. Or that is too...
So the Elite... The only issue with Elite controllers is they tend to break. So if you're going to buy one, get it on sale. That's, I would say, the important thing to keep in mind is Elite controllers have a very, very, very high failure rate. So don't pay full price for it. Get it for like, they go on sale for like $120 pretty frequently. So don't pay the full $200 for it, because more likely than not, in the course of a year, it's going to break.
Too recent for a new generation of console. I think at this point we can declare that console generations are dead. They never really, I mean, you can ask anybody who's a console gamer, like this generation felt like it never really arrived, and then this is still being supported. So Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on both PlayStation and Xbox supports last gen. You can go buy the latest version of Call of Duty, 4 years after the release of the new current gen console and still buy it for Xbox One. PlayStation 4 is also supported. And so the point here is that timing of console releases, I think, is going to become less and less relevant over the grander sort of scale if you think about this, because Xbox is
definitely don't do a custom one, man. Like, they look really cool, and, you know, they're nice controllers, but they just have a really high failure rate.
And done a very good job.
So you can take the risk if you want, but just know that going in. I think Microsoft has some sort of warranty for it, but I don't know what that entails for like the custom ones, or if they give you the same one back, or if they give you like a refurbished generic one, or how that works.
supporting a back catalog, right? It used to be that you had to take this physical game, put it in a device, and hit play. And so there was no backwards compatibility because the slot, you know, the literal slot you would slide the game into would change in the reader, and you couldn't do it. Now that games are backwards compatible in the way that they're designed today, the generations have sort of melted away, which I honestly am in favor of. And so that realistically means that the next gen console, the generation, there is no generation. It's just a current console that takes the current titles and just plays them better, higher RDNA 4. I think we're going to see a lot of this AI upscaling, where it will take an existing game and make it 4K and 120 frames per second would be the minimum expectation, and it'll just make everything that you play already better. And then obviously as new games launch, they will be better as well. I mean, the real question becomes is when are they going to stop supporting Xbox One and PS4? We don't really know, but as of right now, it doesn't seem like there's any like hard indicator that that's going to be happening anytime soon. So here's why I think all of this is important, right? We've been hearing this marketing campaign, and it's making some shockwaves, but this is an Xbox, right? Sort of the current expectation from Team Xbox right now is that everything is going to become an Xbox. And why do we think that? Because that is what they are literally telling us right now, that everything is an Xbox. So next generation might just be an app that plays all the Xbox stuff, has all the experiences, and does everything. You can play it on your computer, you can play it on your laptop, you can play it on your console, you can play it on your handheld. It doesn't really matter because everything is an Xbox with the same experience, the same Xbox Live integration, same achievements, same everything. It just where you opening the app is the only thing that is different. So here's where this comes and why I think 2026 might seem plausible. So if Microsoft is ready on the software side, which they feasibly will get there a lot faster than the hardware team would on a traditional cycle, right? They build the app, they build the launcher that is going to run on all these things and it's all ready to go for everything. If they launch all of that...
Could a bombed down Game Pass make it to play? Possibly. The only way that Game Pass would ever come to PlayStation is if it was only first-party Microsoft stuff, like an EA Play or a Uplay, whatever that's called. Something like that, so it could only be first-party Microsoft stuff would be what I would assume. Because Sony wouldn't want third-party games to be included in any other subscription service that people would otherwise buy. So, yeah, I don't know. It would just depend.
That stuff without a console, it is going to have negative shockwaves through the entire Xbox community. And you're saying, well, Brad, what the heck do you mean? What the heck do you mean? Like, this is on Xbox. So just imagine for a second that it is fall of 2026. Microsoft announces this new grand strategy, how they're going to grow their user base, how Xbox is everywhere and Xbox is everything. And you want to buy a new console. And the only place you can buy it from is Dell or HP. Microsoft is not selling one. Everybody would riot that they are out of the console business and they are truly just a publisher and everybody else will build the hardware. So Microsoft has to align that Xbox is everywhere strategy more than likely with a new piece of hardware because they don't want to be selling the Series X when there's a Dell device, an Acer, an Asus, whoever, because those companies will latch on and say this is the best Xbox, and that means they have to have a console. So that is why I don't think 2026 is outrageous, but the thing that we don't know, the missing component of all this, is what is that strategy and when is it going to come to market? Because once we understand when it's going to come to market, I'm almost certain that it's going to be a new hardware arrival for Xbox because there's probably architecture changes, right? It would not surprise me if the next gen Xbox might just be quite literally vanilla PC parts that match up to a spec that any vendor can go buy. And then that is, a certified Xbox at the end of the day. So, yeah, the intent of this was to more dive into that they got to launch hardware with the new software initiative, which will be a more baseline, off-the-shelf componentry than more of the Xbox Prime. But the Xbox Prime landed. I don't really know, but that's, I think, more of a moot point of trying to understand why they have to launch hardware when they will do it. So, just wanted to shine some light on that. I put together the show notes, and it all came together. So, as always, my friends, make sure to keep it subscribed here to the BS on this channel is me.
Oh. Right at, yeah, this sums up the current state of Xbox influencers, bro. That's basically the current state of Xbox influencers. More BS. I wonder if Colt made a video on this or not. He'll probably, I don't know. I don't know what his turnaround time is. Should we annex Canada? Sure. Why not? We just shouldn't give them citizenship. Here, we'll see if he has it time-stamped. Oh, he does. Yeah, there we go. Xbox Prime. We'll hear what Cold has to say.
XP Gaming. Please go to 4xpgaming.com. Go check out the website. Go check out the materials. The place is up and running later tonight.
Yeah, there's a couple things I wanted to tell you that they wanted you guys to know that they've got B6, B9, B12 vitamins for brain function, new protein building in your nervous system.
What the fuck are they selling, bro? 4XP Gaming drink. B12 vitamins, dude. They should just get a sponsorship from InfoWarsShop.com.
Look at this mag. Look at that.
That's awesome.
Mike from 4XP Gaming even put the XNC logo on here. Wait, which way would it go like that? Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so you got like a tumbler that you can order there on their website, and then we are giving away one of these, Mag. It's the variety pack. It gives you all three flavors: white gummy, watermelon, and blue raspberry. Blue raspberry is already my favorite. This is the variety pack, and we generation that we're already working on to release on the new Xbox console. And Jez Corden spoke up immediately that morning, Mag, and said, no, not true, not true. Partially not true is the name Prime. Sounds like Jez Corden has a better grasp secretly of what the next Xbox project title is, but what do you think about Xbox Prime? in 2026? Is it too early? What's your first impression?
Yes, it's too early.
Questions there.
I don't see any issue with them releasing new hardware because, as I said before, they're going to continue to release hardware. It's not going to be on the grand scale of, all right, let's pump out 100 million consoles and have this huge thing, and then Bon Jovi's going to do a big show, and then Snoop Dogg is going to be throwing like Xbox Primes out in the air. It's not like they will do that. I'm sure they'll promote it, but it's going to be on a smaller scale because they realize that what's happening now is they're spreading out the options, right, of what they're doing. Like, for example, they've got a lot of Xbox players left Xbox, and now we're on PC, right? So you're not technically left.
And now you're going to have even more people leave Xbox and just go to PlayStation because they're getting the games anyway. So you might as well get Sony's games too.
Haven't really left the ecosystem. You've just moved to PC instead. So they're not on a console. Yeah. You've got other people that are utilizing the other, like the cloud, Amazon Fire Sticks, whatever else. People using it on their laptops and whatnotteries, right? They're able to access Game Pass and stuff. I can access Game Pass right here on my monitor without even having a console. And it said right there, actually it's funny that you mentioned this. We were talking about this. I looked up at my screen the other day when I turned on the monitor. Nothing. I didn't even turn on a console yet. And there was an advertising on the main screen that said, play Indiana Jones and the Great Circle without a console. So it was advertised right on my screen. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know they were doing that. So you now have all these access points. You don't like, and then of course what's happening, you saw the Series X and the Series S are obviously not selling nearly as well as people are expanding, where they're actually accessing their Game Pass or whatever they're going to be doing, the ecosystem in general. So what I think is going to happen is it's going to be muted. It'll be a smaller release and just do it as demand demands, essentially. You know what I mean? Like they're just going to supply the demand of what's going to happen, and it's going to continuously do that so that they'll offer new hardware for people who want it, because you're still going to have that 15%. That's the hardcore, right? The 15%, like people in this chat and other shows that are out there, and the people they will go out and buy that.
Joe Biden, you might have said the only factual thing in your entire presidency. Xbox as a console is finished. That's right. Just like your term. Oh, wait, fuck. It didn't play.
Let's go, Brandon.
There we go.
Because if you think about it, between 2020 and 2026, that's 6 years. That's pretty much a generation right there. If you think about the Xbox One PS4 generation, that was 7 years, right? So this isn't that far off the mark if you think about it, because it was 2013 to 2020, right? So this would be 6 years, not the end of the world. And I don't see. And then as technology continuously moves faster, I don't see a need to even wait that long. Like look at PlayStation did. Every 4 years they're releasing a console, essentially, right? They released a PS.
Prime turns you gay? I've never tried Prime. I've heard it's like super fucking sweet, so I never bothered with it. You know, I just stick to my goy fuel. Maybe I should try Cold Eastwood's 4XP gaming drink.
PS5, now a Pro, and then by 28 they're going to release a 6, and then whatever else. So Xbox is going to do the same thing. I think that they'll shorten the gap and just not produce as many, so that the R&D will still cost them a lot of money, but the production money will come down as they're saying, okay, well, you know what, produce what we need, and then just move from there. Yeah. So that at the end of the day, like we talked about last week, all they want you to do, and the reason why they're doing this, is that they want you to access their store. That's all that matters to them. Yeah. Nothing else means anything, just access the store. And so this is just one more avenue to do so. It's no longer, on the Xbox side of things, it's no longer just, here's the console, that's it, everybody go buy it, and that's the only way you're going to be able to play these games. I just mentioned it 3 minutes ago. I could play Indiana Jones on my monitor with no console. Yeah, right.
It's so funny. That was the news that Xbox officially broke an hour after this Xbox Prime thing. They're like, now you can bring Xbox Cloud Gaming to LG TVs. So it's
so they're not going to produce. I don't think they're going to continue to produce hardware. They said so. We said so. So
yeah, and it's going to be super half-assed, is my guess, but we'll see.
This comes as no surprise to me. It's not like it offends me, like, oh, this is a stupid idea. I don't think it's a stupid idea at all, because new technology is better for all of us at the end of the day, right? It is an option for you to have. It's just like a new car. You look at a car and go, well, why does Tesla have to make a car every year? Because people want upgraded material. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to talk about...
What the fuck is 4XP? It's a gaming drink. I'm guessing it's like a G Fuel clone. I have no idea. Like, there's a bunch of those different companies that are popping up. Like, I think Razer made a fucking gaming drink at one point. And then there's like Gamer Sups. There's another one too. I can't remember the name. But yeah, there's like a few of them that are floating around. I mean, it's, free money. Because to fill one of these little tubs of powder is probably like $3. And then they charge you like 30. So the fucking, profit margins on that type of shit is crazy good. It's really, really good in terms of profit margin. So there's probably a lot more that I don't even know about personally. But yeah, it's basically the same thing as G Fuel would be my guess.
About that technology, because I think everybody likes to get super excited about new tech, and people like buying new things. A lot of people are saying, like, why would you buy a new Xbox in 2026 or even 2028 when all the games are on PlayStation? There's a lot to unpack there, but the technology of a new console for Xbox in 2026 around the same time.
Just do cocaine like most adults. Well, I still feel in touch with my child inside, I guess. I don't know. I've never, I guess I've never grown up.
We would expect Valve and Lenovo or Dell or Samsung to make their own hybrid console PC. We think, Meg and I think, that this console will be a hybrid of some sorts. It'll be a traditional console, but it'll also have access
Gamer Sups is for gooners? How so?
to PC games. It'll be more PC-like than ever before, which consoles are right now. So one of the big concerns that people have, Meg, is that the PS5 Pro just came out in 2024, and 2 years later, Xbox would come out with a more powerful console that beats the PS5 Pro, and then PS6 would come out 2 years after that and beat the Xbox Prime. I don't actually think it's going to work just like that. When we look at the PS5 Pro, it is marginally better in most ways than the PS5, which means not a knock at the PS5 because this is how good hardware is getting. When you have a certain set of hardware for a certain amount of money, you're getting diminishing returns when you spend more money. Gaz Septic Sauce said today, Meg, that the 5090 is going to crap all over Xbox Prime in 2026. I'm like, well, I mean, it's a $2,800 GPU and a $1,000 PC with a, with an or $2,000 PC with all that. So the concept of looking forward into the future and having mind-blowing, mind-bending fourth dimensional power is really diminished with Moore's Law, where we're going to see less and less a concentration on native resolution and native frame rate. Right now, frame gen is not that great, but this stuff only gets exponentially better. So I think the reality is when we see the next set of consoles or the next console hybrid or the next...
Look at their shaker cups. Learn to spell. I've never been on their website. Hold on, let's see. Make sure it's safe for stream. Bruh. Yeah, I see it now. The waifu cups. Oh my god. They're all sold out. No! God damn it. Yeah, they're like busty anime bitches all over it.
Next PS6 that will look at the number.
Where can I get a sponsorship, dude? I want a collection of all the shaker cups.
Let's go, what?
They'll always make me thirsty.
Well, I mean, that's why people thought that the PS5 Pro was going to be 33 teraflops, because they're like, this is what we expect in a stair step of consoles, but that's not the reality. And I don't know, that's a lot to cover. Sorry, Meg.
No, it's fine. What I was going to say is, I think that what you're
I want the anime bitches on a hoodie, bro. I'm gonna walk around with it on.
I don't know if it's going to be an arms race that's going to continue to go, all right, this is more powerful, now this is more powerful, now that's more powerful. I'm not really sure that's entirely going to happen. I think it's going to be coupled with AI technology in order to keep the costs down, because they're going to have some kind of cloud integration with the hardware, and all of that's going to be controlled from AI and machine learning and all that other nonsense and the PSSR and everything else that's going on out there, right? And it's only going to get better over time. But the thing is, in order to do that, you're going to have to keep the costs down, because they know that at the end of the day, the average console consumer who's already bitching about a $700 console, but you've got guys out there who are buying $2,800 US video cards, which by the way translates to Canadian about $3,700. You can't tell me that a console gamer is not going to buy a console for well over $1,000. And so that's going to happen too, because I can tell you this, and I know you know this, and I know this, and I'm sure most of the chat knows this, is that Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo are done losing money on hardware. They've realized that. You know who opened the door to that? Apple. Apple opened the door to that and basically screwed every consumer on the planet, because they said, no, we're not losing a dollar on this. We're charging this, and you're going to bend over and you're going to take it with a big smile on your face. And that's exactly what they did. And so Sony looked at that, and Microsoft looked at that, and Nintendo looked at that and said, well, if they can do it, why can't we do it? And that's what they started to do. And that's why you're seeing these, not only the fact that the incremental technology is getting better, but it's also getting more expensive. However, they're also done, like I said, they're also done with losing money. So even if they break even, they'll break even, but they ain't going to lose money on the hardware anymore. Now, the thing is, if you're not going to lose money on the hardware and the tech's getting more expensive, where do you draw the line at Colt Eastwood?
Yeah, how much is this next console, Mag?
Right.
For Xbox, what's your guess?
I don't think that this Xbox...
Bro, you keep saying take a shot every time Griffin says, I don't know, man. I'm tempted to just say it 20 times so you have fucking alcohol poisoning and die. You're tempting me.
This new Xbox console is going to be that much more powerful than the PS5. I think it's going to use a lot more of the AI tech that they already are implementing, and they spent $80 billion to purchase. So I think that it'll cost around between $700 and $750, maybe $800.
Sure. Okay. That's
right.
Fair
Now
enough.
the thing is, at the end of the day, you still have that 12 to 15% hardcore who will happily buy it. You know what I mean? They'll go, well, maybe not 15%, but certainly let's say 5 to 8% of the 15% of the hardcore will go out and buy it day one. You'll have people taking the pictures on Twitter, with it sitting with the seat belt on it in the car, and putting the thumbs up while the wife is crying in the back or whatever. Right? They're gonna have all those pictures.
While she's riding in the trunk.
Yeah, while she's riding in the trunk.
Look at it.
Don't look at Prime. Yeah. The Allspark. That's what, the Xbox Prime is actually going to be powered by the Allspark, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first.
Dark energy
Inside scoop. That's right. Optimus Prime will hand deliver it, by the way, to your house, and you go, here's your Xbox Prime.
Honestly, that wouldn't even be, if Microsoft decided to rebrand and, somehow partnered Xbox with fucking Transformers, that would actually make Xbox way fucking cooler than it is in its current state. As cheesy as it would be to have, a Transformers-themed console, it would be infinitely cooler than the current state of the brand as it sits right now.
Powered by the Allspark.
Who was it in the chat that says, hail the almighty Megatron and the Optimus Prime? Yeah.
Optimus Prime, yeah. So that's I could see it being between $700 and $800. Now, the thing is, let's just say it starts getting out of control here. Then all of a sudden the PS6 comes out, right? And now you're like, wow, it's going to be better than the Xbox Prime. Well, now what are you going to do? You're going to charge $800 to $900 now? Where does it end?
I mean, every time a console comes out a year or two later, it's better than the other one. I mean, just
generally speaking, But I think at some point they're going to come to a stagnation in technology, in the physical technology, and then that's when the AI technology
Megatron,
is going to keep people buying
exactly,
the product
bro.
at a reasonable price because they want you to spend all the money in the store. It's no different than paying $5 for a buffet at the casino because they don't care that they're losing money on the buffet. They want you in the casino, right? It's the same. They want you in the Xbox store.
It's the
They want
hot
you in
dog
the
Costco
PlayStation
effect.
store. Exactly. Thank you. They want you in the store, and that means Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo.
Can we talk about that for a minute? This is going to sound like
Sure.
serious damage control, and I figured when I thought about this today that you might eat it up a little bit. But
Whatever, Cope Eastwood.
Cope, bro. Cope and
Eastwood.
seed.
That's it, man. This is Cope NC, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Cope NC
Cope
podcast.
Seedwood.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people, you get the reports about console sales, and a lot of people say, why is Xbox even trying? They're dead on arrival. This next Xbox Prime is DOA. It'll never sell. There's no way it's going to sell over 25 million in its generation. And probably. I mean, I've told you many times that Phil was quoted saying that consoles are an easy 30 million customers. Like people, and what I want to bring up this point is why do people buy an Xbox? Who's going to buy this is the question. Is what I'm trying to get at.
People who already have an Xbox, but a decreasingly, I guess, whatever. Like, the number will be decreasing each generation or whatever. Like, it'll keep decreasing over time. I don't, sure, what? The Xbox One sold 50 million. The Xbox Series will probably sell like 35 to 40 million. And let's say the Xbox Prime sells 25 million. It's just going to keep going further and further and further down as they just continue to lose people. So, at a certain point, they're just going to be like, yeah, it's not really worth it.
And here's your
And third-party devs are especially going to be like, yeah, this isn't worth it.
answer. Millions. Dozens of millions or 10 to 20 or 30 million are going to buy this. Which is so insane, Mag, because here's the part you're going to love.
Well, doing Wii U numbers is not an actual accomplishment.
You don't need an Xbox. It's not required, but people are still buying them. Millions and millions of people are still buying a console that is not necessary. So here's the part you love. I looked up the absolute insanity of the way that people look at sales for Xbox. Point being, the food analogy. You're going to love this. People always say, why do they even try? Like, they're so far behind the PlayStation because the sales figures last month puts PlayStation at 5-1 over the Xbox last month in the MPD sales, okay? Or worldwide sales.
I saw that, yeah.
Okay, so my
Oh,
thing,
shit.
finally getting
If that was NPD, that'd be a fucking disaster.
is that imagine having the same energy for Burger King. I know it's always it's a meme to do the food analogy, but I looked up the numbers. And if you wanted to treat Xbox like Burger King and say that Burger King should just close up, why even try? All their products should go to McDonald's. They should just leave the business because they're getting decimated by McDonald's. McDonald's has them over a barrel 4 times in revenue every year. So there are 4 times as many people spending 4 times as much money at McDonald's over Burger King. But Burger King's sitting there going, yeah, we'll never be McDonald's, but we're still making tons of money. That's kind of, Matt Piscatella just said, the wars are over. Exclusivity is going away.
Did he say that on Blue Sky?
He did.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure he. I just want to make sure he said that. I just want to make sure he said it on Blue Sky. Yes. Sorry, I just want to reiterate that. Carry on.
Facts NC. Burger King has a Whopper and actual exclusive, which is the better burger. What do you think about this, Mag? About the Xbox doesn't need? Why do we even need them and the sales and all that? Like, what's your take on this?
I don't care about how much money they make because this is Microsoft. I don't like them as a corporation. I deal with them, but I do not like them. However, what I like, with Xbox, this is important here, is that you are going to continue to make a lot of money, and that's what they're going to do. That's why they're not going to ever go away. We said this months ago. We said this last year. They're going to make a lot of money. They're going to continue to make a lot of money. They're not going to make PlayStation money. They're not going to make Nintendo money. When Nintendo launches the Switch 2, they're going to decimate the competition. Because when Nintendo sells an exclusive, they sell 45 million copies, not 3 or 1 or 5 or 10. They'll sell or 12. They'll sell 40, 45, sometimes 50, 60, whatever. The thing is that Xbox will continue to make money. And as a division, I'm not talking about Microsoft, Xbox. And
well, they're not really making money right now. Because if you discount that $100 billion acquisition budget, you look at the fact that Activision Blizzard is losing money right now on an operating basis. And on top of that, Game Pass is completely stagnated. I don't know how profitable their gaming division actually is. That's the question. Because they wouldn't be putting their games on other platforms if the business model was working. That's the thing, is you don't do dramatic change unless things need to change dramatically because you're in a bad place. So I don't think they're running their gaming division at an actual operating profit. Because they've already released the financial statements for Activision, and Activision is losing them money currently. So that's pretty crazy to think about.
Well, this is great for the consumer, and I'll tell you why. Because part of their business plan is not only to have the people who want to continue in the Xbox ecosystem play.
And you notice we haven't heard a singular fucking peep about how high Game Pass numbers went with Call of Duty Black Ops 6 launching into it. Have you guys noticed that? Has Microsoft come out and bragged in the very slightest about how many more people they converted to Game Pass with Call of Duty launching in there day and date? Did we hear the brag like, oh, we gained 3,000 new or 3 million new subs or 1 million new subscribers or whatever? No, nothing. Absolutely radio silence. So that's what's kind of crazy. I don't know, man. It's just things are not going well. Things are not going well. They didn't release the player numbers for Indiana Jones. Radio silence on that one. So things are not looking good. When companies do well, they let everybody know it.
Play the games on the Xbox ecosystem, whether that's on PC or an actual dedicated hardware box. It's also going to actually behoove everybody to support this and support the third-party stuff as well, because they know that if they make crappy products, and when I mean products, I mean their software. If they make crappy software, no one's going to buy it on PlayStation, right? Because they're going to say, oh, well, there's another dud over from Xbox. I'm not buying that when it comes to the PlayStation. Well, for a PlayStation player, so I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to spend $70 on whatever, fill in the blank. So they have to make sure that their games are actually great quality, and that's a great thing and like I said, that's a win-win for Xbox gamers. How funny is that when you think about it? When you have great games going over to PlayStation, that actually is better for you. And the reason why is because A, your ecosystem is still going to stay there. It ain't going anywhere, so you'll still have your Game Pass, you'll still have your console if you want console, you'll still be able to access your library that you paid or you put all your years into and blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, Microsoft knows damn well that their games have to be top quality. Otherwise, people on PlayStation are not going to spend $70 to buy them. So then that extra development time and all the extra effort and everything that has to go to become basically a third-party publisher on top of what they're doing with the Xbox ecosystem, it behooves them. Sorry, I'm going to use that twice in one sentence. It's going to behoove them to make sure that they're top quality games. So who benefits from that? You do, because you're going to get access to those quality games on Game Pass. PlayStation players, like PlayStation-only players, will also be able to get to play those excellent quality games, except they're going to have to pay for it, which is fine as well. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you consume it, from their eyes, as long as you're consuming it. So this is a win-win in that respect. So I think that's a great thing, and like I said, that only benefits people who continue to support that ecosystem. I think it's fine. I have no problem where you decide to play your games and how you decide to do it. That's entirely up to you. Whatever makes you happy, do it. Go for it. Have fun. No one's stopping you. Anybody trying to stop you or trying to change your mind that's not a positive and a good way to look at things. Just enjoy yourself and have fun. You shouldn't worry about this and that. As long as the ecosystems are healthy, making money, that's
and the
all
games are good. The games have to be good.
I was going to get to that. That's
I know.
Yeah, easier said than done on that one. The games actually have to be good. The only good game, I guess, that, I guess say if you like it is decent is, Indiana Jones. Personally, I don't think it was good, but a lot of other people did, supposedly. But that's like one game out of how many? It's just, nah. And then the other one good game they had was Wi-Fi Slush. And, they shut the studio down. So, yeah, it's like, dude, they just don't know what the fuck they're doing, honestly. Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Shop Smart, Shop S-Smart, hell yeah. I'm not familiar with S-Smart, but I'm guessing that's like some movie reference or something, right? Then Crafton bought the, yeah, I heard about that, the South Korean company, right?
But like, if you made Indiana Jones and it was a complete failure, right? Let's just say it was a 3 out of 10, okay? It was a 41 on Metacritic or whatever. It's a complete failure. Would anybody spend $70 on PlayStation to play it? No, they wouldn't. But because it's scored
Evil Dead, okay.
Really well, and it's a quality game. What is it, 86, 87 on Meta, this and that, whatever.
Yeah.
People will go buy that. Call of Duty, that's not even in the equation, because that's always going to be out there. But like Indiana Jones is one that people will buy. They'll say, hey, I've heard all this great buzz. I saw that Skill Up did a great review on it. He strongly recommends it, blah, 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 blah. People are going to watch that, and if they don't have access to Xbox, they're going to go buy that PlayStation. That's what Microsoft wants. So they're going to go back and put pressure on the studios and go say, guys, listen, man, I need that Nintendo seal of approval on every game that's coming out, because if we're sending it over to PlayStation, if it comes anything under a 75 to 80 on the Meta, that's not good enough, because people will not pay full price for that game.
They didn't throw
that's what's going to happen. No, but I'm saying because that wasn't part of Project Latitude yet. Latitude happened about 6 months later. But like Doom: The Dark Ages, I mean, let's face it, the other 2 Doom games were absolutely stellar. So you can pretty much guarantee that this is going to be an 85 to 90 meta, guaranteed, right? And so that being the case, everybody on PlayStation is going to buy that at $70, right?
Unfortunately, Doom isn't like a massive juggernaut of a seller. It sold 3 million worldwide, and it was Game of the Year contender.
That's still pretty good though, man. But now look what you're doing. You got it on Game Pass, you got it on PC.
Doom only sold 3 million? Hold on. That's awful. Oh, okay, at launch. All right, that's different. Doom Eternal's digital launch sales, Triple Doom 2016. Doom Eternal sold an estimated 3 million digital copies. Okay, yeah, that's way better than... I was about to say 3 million over the lifespan. That's awful. But yeah, 3 million at launch isn't bad. That's fine.
You've got it on, now you're going to have it on PlayStation. I mean, that opens some doors. I mean, I understand the last one's multi-platform, but I don't know, they get a great marketing push, and it's a great game, and it's a great quality game, and it scores really well.
I hope the new Doom has parrying, so Griffin... I will complain if it does. Parrying does not belong in a fucking first-person shooter.
It's going to do very well. So I'm telling you, Microsoft is going to put more pressure on them, on their own studios, to make sure the quality games to send over there. And like I said, who does that benefit? You.
Every fucking game has a parry mechanic or a fucking dodge roll mechanic now. Enough. Get rid of that shit.
Benefits you, the Xbox gamer.
I mean, they have to be quality for their survival, and then they have to be good games. And what happened where people were more concerned about who gets to play the games or whose console plastic sells the most number of units over if the games are really, really good? And we're coming up on Developer Direct, which we'll talk about later on the show. And people are like, well, it's kind of, some people said it's hard to get excited about Developer Direct knowing those games are going to PlayStation. It's like,
but who cares?
I understand.
How does that affect you?
Yeah, I mean, you still get to play them. I'm just not excited for the Developer Direct because, you know, given the track record of the developers in question.
No. How does that affect, like, for example, let me ask a question. Like, if you're going to play Avowed, and I'm going to look at the, like, NC in the chat saying that's Cope Mag, EA, Ubisoft, etc. shovel out crap for PS5 all the time. No, they shovel out crap for every...
Stream it? I have no idea what it is.
Buddy. So there's a big difference. But the thing is, they're not... What I'm saying is, as if you're not quite understanding what I'm saying, is that clearly not, is that it benefits you as a gamer to have the studio, the Xbox Game Studios and the rest of them that are under that umbrella, to have extra pressure on them to produce quality games. It only benefits you in the end. Because no one's gonna buy a 65 meta Xbox game on PlayStation. They're gonna buy an 85 to 90 or 90 and above or whatever. They will pay for that. Forza Horizon 5, I can guarantee you people will pay full price for that.
Yeah.
Right? What was it? 92, 93 Metacritic. They'll pay for that.
Yeah, and I also
you don't have to.
The Game Pass caliber discussion hasn't really been brought up lately because I think Xbox is far beyond the assumption that they're just going to put out something that's cheap and easy to make because it's on Game Pass. That's been debunked so many times. These games are bigger than ever. Let me read some of these super chats.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Lotus Esprit, for gifting 10 channel memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. Meatbaba says, does Xbox deliver this year or do they drop the ball? I mean,
no, they'll deliver.
They'll deliver.
Oh, you mean like in terms of like meta scores and stuff? I think they'll do fine. I think they'll do just fine. The games look great.
I mean, they have been delivering. There's just been, everybody has a couple of, what the crap games. Everybody does. I wanted to say this before I forget. Like, some people are saying, like, it's hard to get excited because Xbox just be about these are the games that only you can have. And I know that really works within the confines of, I want to be able to tell those guys.
How much for you to play the Bloody Baron quest line in Witcher 3 and you can't skip? Oh my god. Do you just enjoy, like, creating, I guess, unique torture methods? Why the fuck would anyone want to play the Bloody Baron quest line and not skip dialogue? That shit's awful, bro. Absolutely terrible. The Bloody Baron, the worst part of The Witcher 3, by far. Because you hate it? Yeah, exactly. See, hatred fuels you, generation. That's not healthy. Shouldn't be that way.
Guys over there that they don't get those games, but people tried to compare it, Mag, to like EA or Ubisoft's showcase events. It's like, oh, it's not that exciting because, you know, those games are everywhere. It's like, no, that's not why you're not excited about a Ubisoft event. You don't like all of Ubisoft's games, and they only show a few games. Like, Xbox is going to show you 30 to 50 games in a showcase event in the summer, so it's a much bigger deal. PlayStation will show you 30 plus games in a showcase. That's why those games garner so many viewers, because they are the platform representatives, and they show far more games. There's somebody else's. Yes.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask a question. This is not a hypothetical. This is going to happen. So when it does happen, what I'm trying to understand here, wrap my head around, is that, like, let's say when Gears E-Day or something else along those lines come out, and it comes out day one for everybody. Okay? Or let's say Doom the Dark Ages. Okay?
I'm not sure if it will, but okay.
Let's just say for argument's sake it does. Okay? If you're sitting at home and you're playing with all your friends on your Xbox or your PC or whatever, in the Xbox ecosystem, you're playing with all your friends or whatever, and there's a bunch of people that you don't even know their names, but they're all playing on PlayStation. How the hell does that affect you at all?
Isn't Bloody Baron one of the highlights of the game? Hell, I thought it was okay, but I saw the twist. I thought it was shit, bro. Like, you're in this fucking disgusting, like, piss swamp, like, in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, in this miserable, depressing little town with the obnoxious fucking Bloody Baron dude who just has that awful, gruff British accent, and it's not good. Like, oh no, what is the fucking little baby demon called? I don't remember, but yeah, that whole, like, arc was just really bad, if you ask me. I didn't find it interesting at all. Once you get to Novigrad is when Witcher 3 gets really good. Once you actually get to Novigrad and Skellige, that's when Witcher 3 gets really good. But the Bloody Baron is like basically the gatekeeping quest line to keep people from getting to the good shit. You're like, oh, you got to sit through this slop in order to get to the actual game.
Oh.
I mean, if you're
like,
on
how does that
social media,
affect you at all? The only thing that affects you is the price.
Yeah.
The only thing that affects you is the price, is that you're only paying for a subscription while they're paying full price. So wouldn't that matter?
Dude, the music in Skellige is like top tier. That shit is amazing. I used to listen to the Skellige, what's it called? Like the Fields of Ard Skellig or whatever soundtrack for like hours. I would just have it on loop while I was like doing homework and stuff in college.
Actually make it like just happy that you've got access to that service and you can still do all that there and then not worry about what the other people are doing. I mean, I don't sit at home lying in bed wondering about the guy who bought a Tesla Roadster up the road. You know, and I'm going, why does he have access to that? No, I don't. That's just the way of the world.
I think some of that is going to kind of fizzle out, like just kind of podcasts after a while. Because, you know, you and I have been doing this for a year, talking about this multi-platform approach.
Never heard of it? Hold on, I'll play it in the background while we listen. That's like peak white people music. Let's see, 1 hour version. You've probably heard it if you've played the game.
Oh, we've gone through the 5 stages, and we've been fairly reasonable for months and months. And I just hear it sometimes. Like, I put up this graphic I made this morning of all of the Xbox franchises. And I really like it. It's a really cool looking graphic. It shows all these franchises, characters that Xbox owns. And then half of the comments are like, they're going to be on PlayStation. It's just smooth brain stuff. It's just smooth brains. Let me get these supers here. We got Chris Williams, thank you so much for the 2, says, congrats, Mag, on the JT News Freedom number 51st date.
Yes, and actually I'm going to use this as a platform now to announce I'm running for Emperor of Canada, not Prime Minister, Emperor of Canada. The first thing I will be reintroducing is Prima Nocte, which will be carried out by me personally for all new marriages. But I also have to hand pick up because, you know, there's... Anyways, yeah, I'll be doing that. That's my first thing. Second thing, we will not become the 51st. I already said. I look forward to working with the Trump administration.
Whatever that was.
Hey, man. It is
you
what
get
it
the
is.
soundtrack on?
He says part 1 with the big, you know, with the big lumbering guys, whatever they
All
call
right,
it.
I don't want to listen to them read super chats. I'm bored. I'm done with you. Let's just, Oh, look, there I am. Hell yeah, dude. What the fuck is this shit? Making things right? I don't even care. Let's see if Crap made a video. Is this the same video? Xbox Series X news. Bro, it's like the same thumbnail copy pasted over and over again. Oh my god, bro. It's just shameless, you know? I guess Crap wants his like $10 a day he gets from his videos or whatever. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Trust something that bleeds and doesn't die. Nice. What would that be? Something that bleeds and doesn't die. I have no clue. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Click more Switch 2 lies video. Here, let me go back and see if I can find it. More Switch lies. Which one was it? Let's see. Let's see. And then SK Nostalgia with the 5, get the memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. The new Harry Potter show.
Donate,
yeah.
Get the fuck out.
I heard it's going to be a
Either
racial
subscribe,
jungle,
donate,
to
or get the
quote
fuck
Joe
out.
Biden.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, to quote Joe Biden, Harry Potter will be raised in a racial jungle in the new Harry Potter show. I mean, I don't know. I don't really give a shit if it's going to be, racially diverse, to be completely honest. Because it's Harry Potter. So as long as Harry ain't black, I don't really give a shit, to be honest. If they do that, then yeah, I'm not going to watch it. Because to be fair, Harry Potter always had racially diverse characters in it, so... You're a simp, Harry? Nah, you're a...
Nika!
Harry. Come on, bro. That's like one of the old memes of the internet. Alright, so I guess we can watch this next. I've tapped out of the Xbox Prime topic. I'm sure there will be more videos tomorrow. Oh, fuck. Wrong search. Paste. Let's see. Why does Griffin hate darkies? Who said that?
Well, guys, it is now finally
I'm Key. You should be interested in this video, bro.
time to say goodbye to 2024 and hello to 2025. Yes, this is the last day of the year, and of course, every single time
Majora Jeff with the 2. Yep, we're watching one right now.
we have to talk about what's next for Nintendo. And as we had a year for Nintendo this
Griffin, why don't you just say the N-word? Because literally anybody who is halfway intelligent is is literally never gonna have anything good happen to them. Even if they're just like, bro, even if you just quote the N-word, like people are like, oh my god, he said it, he's racist, and then try to get you like fucking banned and shit. So it's just better not to say it. Like, no matter the context, you're better off not having a clip of yourself on the internet saying the no-no word, because even if you're saying it in the most innocent context imaginable, some fucking ultra autist on the internet will use it to try and get you banned, essentially. So, it's just not worth it, man. It's the reason why I personally don't say,
skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
As much as I would like to, because, it's not worth it. It's another word. Personally, I have no issue saying
skip it up, faggot.
I have no qualms with anybody else that says the word either, but it's just a way to fast track your ban, unfortunately. So if I could get away with it, I'd say it all the time, because it's like literally a default word. I used to use that word more often than like bitch or pussy as a young adult / teenager. So yeah, literally, dude, I used to get in trouble in school for saying bitch, but I would never get in trouble for saying
skip it up, faggot.
That's how different times are compared to when I was like growing up. So the homo mafia has completely hijacked my favorite word, personally. So that's why I have beef. I'm a homophobe for life now.
This year. For a lot of us, it was pretty lackluster, and it just kind of went by. But yeah, 2025 is shaping up to be something really, really massive. And I know we say this every year, but 2025 in particular, especially with everything that we know, it's going to be massive, regardless, because there's so much going on this year that needs to be talked about. So what is Nintendo planning in 2025? Well, I'm here to give you kind of a comprehensive guide and a list to go by based on what I believe Nintendo is going to announce, what they're going to reveal, what they're going to release, and just everything from games to movies to shows, anything that can happen Nintendo-wise in 2025. That is what we're talking about today. But real quick, thank you guys so much for making it an amazing year. And you guys absolutely killed it with subscriptions this year. Let's end it on a bang for the last day of the year. You guys got us almost 200 brand new subscribers just the other day. Let's see how many we can get for the last day of 2024. Thank you guys so much, and let's dive into what to expect from Nintendo in 2025. Well, first, let's talk about what we know from Nintendo right now. We know there's some games slated. For instance, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD actually comes out January 16th, which is literally just in a couple of weeks. We get to play Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I have that pre-ordered. I need to pre-order the Dynasty Warriors game too.
Returns again, which is interesting enough. The Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition is also coming out March the 20th, which is another remaster of a classic game. I don't know if you consider Xenoblade Chronicles X classic, but it was on the Wii U, so I guess kind of.
I never played this, so I'm definitely going to pick it up.
But the only other games that we know of is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, which we have no clue when that could come out, but I'll touch on more of that later. And we also have Pokemon Legends ZA. Now, personally, I feel like Pokemon Legends might be towards the middle.
Dude, I do not give a singular fuck about Pokemon Legends ZA. I fucking hate these new fucking modern slop Pokemon games with the open world layouts. Like, give me the nice linear exploration maps like in every single fucking Pokemon game up until, what, Sword and Shield. Which, Sword and Shield's not even that bad by comparison. But Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus are fucking terrible in terms of game design. I absolutely hate the open layout. It completely kills the entire vibe of like a Pokemon game where every inch of the map actually fucking mattered.
Kind of the summer of the year.
I'm not going to buy it. I mean, I might buy it if it goes on sale to keep sealed, but I'm not buying it to play.
Which makes a lot of sense. It may even get pushed back later towards the fall and towards the holiday season, but it's definitely something that a lot of Pokemon fans have their eyes on after how good Pokemon Legends Arceus was. But now this is our...
If it goes on sale for like $20, I'll buy a bunch of copies, but I will not be buying it for my own personal consumption.
Segue from things that we know to things that we can expect in 2025. New things, that is. And technically, we already know that Nintendo stated that the Switch 2 would be revealed literally by the end of the fiscal year, which is March 31st. So Nintendo could do it a lot sooner, and a lot of people have their eyes on the month of January. There's a lot of reasons why, and not just because of rumors, but actually because of the fact that there's been so many leaks of the console from not only insiders, but from indie studios, and yes, even accessory companies who have showed off models of the console and what it's going to look like already. I think we have a good look as to what we can expect from the Nintendo Switch 2, which is just a bit...
It's going to look like the Switch.
Bigger, better, stronger Nintendo Switch, running even bigger and better games. So it's up to Nintendo to actually reveal this thing as soon as they can in 2025. And I'm talking within the first couple of weeks, we could actually hear of a reveal date for this console, which is pretty exciting. Now, the rumors are still saying that Switch 2 could actually release as early as March, and I still don't believe those rumors. Personally, I'm aiming more around May or even June.
Nah, Sword and Shield was the beginning of the end, man. That game was insanely lazy. The stupid fucking raid battles were awful. Like, there was no end game content whatsoever in that game. It literally was just, oh yeah, you can redo the randomized Elite Four. There was like no extra legendaries to go and catch. It was super underbaked, man. I just really disappointing overall. It ran and looked like shit. And the thing that's crazy is Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu had like the perfect art style, bro. Literally perfect. That game should have been the blueprint for every Pokemon game that released on the Switch afterwards. Like, visually, it looked great. You know, it had like that classic Pokemon layout and everything. The only thing that sucked was the catching mechanic because of the shitty Pokemon Go, you know, gimmick tie-in crap. But graphically and art style and world design wise, they should have just stuck with that template and it would have been perfect. But nope. Pseudo open world slop, which completely killed it for me. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Fat.
Skip it button, faggot.
RTU never said anything wrong. Yeah, dude, honestly, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh my god, Rich is homophobic, dude. I always thought that drama was stupid as fuck, man. Sometimes you gotta call it like it is, right? And if somebody's sucking cock constantly in your fucking chat, then I think it's fair game to call them a...
Skip it button, fucking loser faggot.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Switch 2, OLED, 1440p HDR, and Dolby Surround. Hope. Well, it's not going to be OLED. It's already confirmed LCD. I think it's 1080p for the screen, and then HDR, I think, with dock. But I'm not entirely sure. It's not confirmed, but I think the screen is 1080p LCD is the apparent leaked specs, but we'll have to wait and see.
Around the summertime sounds about right to me. This gives them time to properly show off the console, talk about it, you know, market it, and also market the games coming to that console, giving them a nice little cushion until then. I feel like, you know, immediately dropping it on March probably means we're not going to have too many big launch games. So personally, I'm aiming for around May or even June for an actual release date of this console. But one thing that we go back and forth on all the time is what in the world is the console going to launch with? There's people out there saying that it's actually not going to launch with a 3D Mario or Mario Kart, which is kind of crazy for a lot of us. But there's some other games that I feel like could have a chance to be launch titles, like Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, which we know it was announced for Switch, but at this point in time, it almost feels like it's got to be a Switch 2 game, unless it's a cross-release between Switch 1 and Switch 2, the same way Breath of the Wild was between Wii U and the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, it'll be
Metroid, yes, is still a
cross-release.
relatively niche franchise for a lot of casual Nintendo gamers, but still, Metroid Prime 4 is going to be a massive game, especially with its brand new graphics of the Switch 2. It'll probably be a perfect showcase of the console's power. And what better way to introduce a new console than with a new Pokemon game? And I almost feel like this could be the case. I feel like Pokemon Legends ZA could be coming as a very early Nintendo Switch 2 game. Maybe not. Maybe it simply just releases towards the very...
Nah, it'll come out in holiday, dude. Every single Pokemon game comes out holiday, even if it's a spinoff.
end of Switch 1, maybe something that's even cross-release as well with Switch 1 and Switch 2, but it's something that I feel like would be a great idea to have a Pokemon game out the gate. Of course, when we think of launch titles, there's two games that definitely come to mind as the obvious ones in the room, regardless of rumors or not. And I think it helps even more considering the fact that next year is Super Mario's 40th anniversary. It's absolutely crazy we're already celebrating the 40th anniversary soon. And with that...
Dude, I fucking hope it's not Super Mario Odyssey 2. Mario Odyssey is not a good 3D Mario. I did not like it. I got so bored of this game so quickly.
Is probably going to come some very big games, because thanks to Nintendo's timing, it is no better time
Compared to Mario Galaxy and Mario 3D World, Mario Odyssey is pretty much just pure slop, if you ask me, but, you know. Like, Mario Odyssey felt like that exploration area in Bowser's Fury, essentially.
than to have the next 3 Mario and Mario Kart game. Yes, I do believe that we will at least see both of these next year at some point in time. I think there's even a very good chance that both of these games will launch within the same year as well. I think there's plenty of time if Nintendo Switch 2 does come out right at the beginning of summer. You could have a big Mario Kart or 3D Mario right around then in the summertime, and then a big holiday 3D Mario or Mario Kart, depending on which one they want to put where. It's really hard to tell what Nintendo would want to do. Personally, I think launching with a big, like, open world 3D Mario game would be the best option, and having a huge brand new Mario Kart game for the holiday would just sound absolutely perfect. But either way, I think both of these games, it's finally time. It's been almost 8 years since the last 3D Mario with Odyssey, and over a decade since the last original Mario Kart with Mario Kart 8 releasing on the Wii U. So it is more than time to finally sink our teeth.
Do we really need a new Mario Kart, though? I don't think so. Like, personally, I just wish they would graphically update 8 and keep adding more content, but I understand Nintendo wants to, you know, repeat 60 million Mario Kart sales, so, you know.
We haven't been getting Mario goodness, but I'm talking the mainline stuff.
They could just do another remaster, honestly, but...
Other Mario things that we could get is, for instance, more spin-off games like Mario Sports. It's been a while because the last game has been Mario Strikers Battle League, and we know how grand that was. So I think it's time for baseball, maybe even basketball. Hopefully they don't try to redo the cycle again and it's tennis, and then we gotta get golf. Like, please give us something we haven't had in a while. Personally, like I said, I really would love baseball. Basketball would also be a great pick. I mean, even at this point, I still, once again, would take an American football. But, you know, Nintendo, they refuse to do that sport for some reason. But I think we could be getting something along those lines. And I might as well throw this in there now. I think there's a very good chance, and actually I know there's a good chance, that we will be seeing information on the next Mario movie. Yes, Mario Bros. 2 movie is slated to release in April of 2026. So you better bet that we're gonna get some type of big reveal trailer, probably towards the end of the year. Probably some more information, maybe even a Mario movie direct or information during a Nintendo Direct in that, like, September timeframe. So expect something from that for sure. Well, what other new things can we expect from Nintendo in the year? I don't think we're gonna get anything big for Kirby, but I do think there is a chance we could get something smaller. There's been some rumors.
Dude, I have all the Kirby games for the Switch. I've yet to play a single one. So is life. Just like all the games I have on PS4 and 5, I've yet to touch. I'm trying to buy every single Nintendo first-party game that came out on the Switch, just because it'll hold its value, but that's kind of my goal, is before the Switch 2 comes out, is have one copy of every single first-party Nintendo game that came out this generation, just for my collection.
Surrounding the fact that we could be getting a Kirby Planet Robobot HD remaster coming to Nintendo Switch 1 before we jump into Switch 2. And if we do, I can see that being around the February timeframe, and it kind of makes sense. Now, apparently this is just an HD remaster. I feel like it'll be more, though. I feel like they might take a page out of what they did for Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe and give us some type of Susie side mode, epilogue, prologue, whatever they want to do there, where we can play as Susie. Her moveset's already in Star Allies, so it wouldn't really be that hard to kind of translate kind of a new one, a fixed one, obviously, for this game. This would be really cool. I still wish it came with Triple Deluxe, so it's just a rumor right now. We don't know what's going to happen, but man, I'm really, really hoping that there is like a Triple Deluxe Planet Robobot double package.
Yeah, it's literally Dark Souls, dude. Bro, that shit was so fucking funny. DSP playing against the most basic ass boss imaginable. It's literally Dark Souls. Like, bro, that shit looked so easy. I don't know, man. Like, it's funny too, because like Phil's not even bad at Souls games. He's not even bad at like literal Souls games. So that's what's crazy. It's like he literally could beat games that are much harder, but that particular game was giving him trouble. I don't know why. That shit was not literally Dark Souls. He just wasn't reading the boss right. Oski with the 2, I want Mario Kart 8 Ultimate Edition. Yeah, honestly, I think that'd be preferable to Mario Kart 9, personally, because all the tracks aren't going to be there with Mario Kart 9, unless they decide to do the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate style game where they put everything in there at launch and then build upon it, which I think would be the correct thing to do, if you ask me.
That's right! That's right!
And Majora Jeff of the 2, what you think Mario Odyssey is back? Yeah, I didn't like it. I got bored of it very quickly. I liked Mario 3D World. I liked the Bowser's Fury expansion. I liked Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, but Mario Odyssey did not do it for me. I did not care for that game. I got bored of it very quickly. I think I played like 10, 15 hours of it. It got really repetitive. I don't see why they didn't just keep adding more characters to latest Smash. Because they want to resell it. Like, that's the thing. You know, the game sold, what, 30 million copies? So what they want to do is not sell more DLC. They want to sell another 30 million copies of Smash Brothers Penultimate. I don't fucking know. Whatever they're going to call it. And then they're going to sell DLC characters. So they want to get that $70 times 30 million again. That's the key, is they want to keep printing that money. They want to repeat on all the sales. Majority Jeff with the 5, fun fact, Kirby and Smash Bros. Is the same direct. Yeah, I actually knew that. Sakurai, right? He does another game too, I forgot. I don't remember, but yeah. Nintendo has actual talented devs. Kid Icarus, yeah, that's right. That would have never come to me. I had Kid Icarus on my 3DS, and I wish I would have kept it, because I think that game's like extremely valuable now.
In-game would be great, but I think this is a great idea right now to tie us off until the next 3D Kirby or the next 2D Kirby, whatever, HAL Labs is actually planning for us. We normally get a Zelda game every single year, and if you look at what's come out already, we just got Tears of the Kingdom and Echoes of Wisdom, which is a top-down 2D Zelda game. What is it time for? It's definitely a time, in my eyes, for a remake or a remaster. I know a lot of people are
Twilight Princess.
pointing fingers at Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, saying that those are the obvious picks, and you know what? Maybe they are, but I feel
Yeah, because they can just port them from the Wii U.
Nintendo might do something a little bit more ambitious, whether it's with those games or a completely different one. Like, I personally would love to see a huge Ocarina of Time remake, or maybe even a Majora's Mask remake. Something that completely rebuilds the game, and, from the ground up, and maybe even launching on Switch 2 would be really, really cool. So I am kind of expecting something like that from the Zelda team. Maybe something smaller just for Switch 1, like, a Wind Waker HD port, or a Twilight Princess HD port. But personally, if I had to pick something, I really would love to see a massive remake for Ocarina of Time. Maybe even something that's kind of like a reimagining or rewritten story, kind of the way they did with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Obviously keeping the main story points there, but just expanding on it. So
Y'all won't like that. God forbid they expand upon an existing game.
around that Nintendo could be working on an enhanced version of Breath of the Wild. Personally, I don't care about this because I've already been in that world with 3 separate games, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and Age of Calamity, so I'm good. But some people might want to return to that first world in the first game, where the whole Wild era of Zelda began, so maybe an enhanced Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom could be something that could be coming to Switch too. Something else I think we could get announced for Zelda is that Zelda movie, because it is a project that's been in the works now, so maybe Nintendo wants to at least announce the cast or something early about the movie, or give us like a screenshot or something next year. So I would be completely surprised if we did get some sort of information on this upcoming movie. I think Fire Emblem is finally going to get a chance to shine again. After the last couple of years, we've been hearing about some type of old classic remake being made, and I don't know really anything about Fire Emblem, so I'm not going to try to get too deep into that. I think the rumors right now are Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War, or maybe something else along that era. So we're just going to have to wait and see what Nintendo's cooking up, and honestly, I think a lot of fans would be happy with something like that. Now, those are the things that I thought were going to be pretty likely things to happen, but there's still so many other game series and franchises that it's also gearing up to be time for. So these are games that I would just keep an eye on. These could either be games that are revealed and released in 2025, or literally just games revealed to release in 2026 or beyond. But I think Luigi's Mansion 4 has a good chance. It will be 6 years, which is super exciting because that means it's almost time. Luigi's Mansion 3 sold so well and seriously one of my favorite games on Nintendo Switch, so I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the 4th installment. Mario Maker 3 also will be 6 years in 2025, which is a game that I also can't wait for if they go the direction that I'm hoping for. Having a Mario Maker 3D would be amazing. I think it just writes itself with the name and everything, so I'm hoping that Nintendo actually can come up with a way to give us a 3D Mario Maker game where we can make and play other people's 3D.
That shit would actually be pretty cool. I would actually buy that Mario Maker.
the Mario level.
Although I already own Mario Maker, I've just never played it, but you get what I mean.
It would just, oh my gosh, be endless amounts of fun. It'll be 7 years next year for Smash Brothers, so I think there's also a good chance we could at least hear of the next Smash Brothers game. We know Sakurai brought in some pitch to
All right,
Nintendo for
awesome.
some type of
Thanks,
game.
nigga. All right.
Smash Brothers, I think a lot of people assume that it's going to be Smash Brothers. Either way, we know there's going to be some type of Smash Bros. Game coming within the first couple of years of Switch 2, so we might actually get to see the thing at least revealed, which is going to be super exciting to restart that hype train all over again and ride that all the way until the game comes out. I love that. Animal Crossing will be reaching 5 years next year as well since 2020's New Horizons. This is also going to be something that a lot of people want to pick up for their Switch 2. If it's anywhere near as successful as Horizon was, I can see this also being a huge deal for a lot of people. And Star Fox, I know it's kind of a dead franchise right now, but man, it's been 9 years, so maybe we could be getting something Star Fox related as well. That's definitely not off the table. And some other personal wants of mine, I really would love to see Kid Icarus make a return. We know Nintendo has been going back and bringing some 3DS games, Wii games, GameCube games into the modern era, so please don't forget about Kid Icarus, Nintendo. I mean, personally, I wouldn't mind having just a completely new game altogether, but man, just having Kid Icarus Uprising in HD or remakes.
They should make another Star Fox game, personally. That cannot be expensive to do. Like, just make a fucking little $30 download Star Fox game or an F-Zero game or something. Like, just make it bare bones. Like, it doesn't have to be anything insane. Just make, like, download titles that are like $30 that'll sell like 5-10 million copies that probably take like 6 months to make. Majora Jeff with a 5. I will be down for a rewritten old Zelda game. That would be interesting. Be careful, man. The Final Fantasy VII Remake hater crowd will not be happy about that because that's exactly what Remake is. So be careful with that one. And then also the 2, Star Fox is fire. The only one I ever played was Star Fox Assault on the GameCube, and I liked it, personally.
Some sort of capacity would be so awesome. And I would say the same thing with Rhythm Heaven. Where's that series at? So
I thought it was fun using the tank and everything, but apparently that's not a good Star Fox game.
And if it was just a Switch 1 game just brought back at the very last second, I would love to have a new Rhythm Heaven game on Switch or even Switch 2. Some other things to keep an eye out on in 2025 is that Nintendo actually did come out and recognize 3 years of NSO and said to stay tuned for some exciting new things in 2025.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2 remake Star Fox 64 or a proper sequel. Yeah, those cannot be expensive to make. Like, the classic Star Fox games have to be pretty cheap, budget-wise, to produce. It's really amazing that they have not done one.
So maybe they're potentially adding even more games on Nintendo Switch Online and consoles as well. We could be seeing maybe GameCube finally. I know some people would even mentioning some Wii game Virtual Console would be really cool, or maybe even potentially getting DS somehow. If there's some type of dual screen gameplay type of thing we can do with the new Switch, we're just going to have to wait and see. But man, this is super exciting too. Don't forget about that Nintendo Switch Online playtest program that happened a couple of months ago. It seemed to be some type of massive MMO thing where lots of players online could help each other build structures and stuff. It was definitely a tech demo for something to come. So there's going to be some sort of game probably that utilizes this. What is it going to be? Animal Crossing? Something else entirely? A new IP? I don't know, but definitely just keep your eyes peeled for something that regards around that online MMO experience. And there you have it. That's going to be the year of 2025. There is a lot of things to look for.
It better be a fucking Pokemon MMO. That is the biggest... That is the biggest no-brainer of all time that I do not understand. How has never been made, bro. Could you imagine how awesome a Pokemon MMO would be? Like, think about a full-scale MMO world, like, modeled after the Kanto region of Pokemon. And then a year or two later, you get the fucking Johto region, then you get Hoenn, then you get Sinnoh, and so forth. Like, imagine how awesome that shit would be. That would make bank, bro. They could charge whatever they wanted for a, monthly subscription fee, and people would go crazy on that. Like, that would be so awesome. It's just the biggest no-brainer ever. The absolute biggest no-brainer of all time. Like, I would gladly pay I used to play this one game back in the day called Pokemon Crater, which was basically the same premise, but really fucking shit. And it was so much fun. It was so fun, dude. Like, imagine, like, the guild mechanic could be ways you could set up, like, teams, like Team Rocket or Team Galactic or things like that. Like, the guild mechanic would be awesome. You could have, like, real-time rankings for the Elite Four and the champion. Like, you could have literal tournaments in the game to determine that. It's just... Dude, the possibilities with that are endless. And the gameplay loop of Pokemon is so catered towards an MMORPG. It would fit so well. And I don't understand why no one has ever done it. it just, to me, is the biggest no-brainer to ever exist in the history of potential gaming ideas. And what's crazy is people have been making that type of game in the past. Just super fucking rough and bare bones, but you could very, very easily do that. And I feel like it would be a massive success. Let's see. Majora Jeff with the 2. Have you played That's the one on the Wii U, right? I don't think. No, I have not played that one. If that's what you're talking about, I have not played that one. Oski Woski with the 2. I can't wait for the next 4 Mario Party games. Yeah, that seems like the one Mario game they don't have any issue getting out pretty consistently. Because what? There was 3 Mario Party games on the Switch? Like, it seems like they don't have any issue putting those out. Yeah, dude, MMOs are expensive to run, but it's fucking Pokemon. Dude, you're talking about the biggest media franchise of all time. The company that literally has a license to print money with their trading cards. The company that makes tens of billions of dollars selling plushed animals. Like, dude, it's Pokemon. You say Pokemon MMO and people are going to show up. It doesn't matter. Like, you could charge a $15 a month fee and people would pay that gladly. I would 100% pay for that. And I don't play MMOs because of monthly membership fees. But for that, I absolutely would. If it was good, like, no brainer. I wouldn't even think about it. I'd be like, yep, auto subscribe. And Britt with the 2, Griffin, would you accept a paid trip to India? Like, I get paid? Or it's like all included? I guess it depends on what part. And what my accommodations would be like. But most likely not. I don't really like to travel. If I got paid to go there, then I guess we'd have to talk about how much I'm getting. Majora Jeff with the 5, you think Nintendo will ever do live? Well, they kind of do with Splatoon, but they don't really do a ton of them. But eventually, yeah, I think so. I think they tried to kind of do that with the mobile games they put out. So I think they're trying to dabble in it, but no idea. Pokemon MMO would be the perfect opportunity.
Don't expect all of these things to happen this year, but just keep an eye out for these things to be a potential, because a lot of these games, it's definitely time, as it's been over 6 years in development for a lot of them, and we could just be getting a lot of big reveals this year, and also some really exciting games launched this year. This is definitely the year of Switch 2, after we've been sadly let down so many times, so I am so excited to jump into the new year and to see what Nintendo has in store for us. So what are you hoping to see from Nintendo in 2025? What is your big Switch 2 wish, and what are you expecting to see? Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe, and I hope your new year in 2025 is full of excitement. See you guys.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nigga. All right.
That was like perfect timing on the notification. So.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. HTM 101 with the 5. They could make Xenoblade Chronicles X a MMO, which had online multiplayer but was limited. It would be so fun. The only issue they'd run into with that is MMOs need like a big name behind them nowadays. But yeah, potentially. I mean, Xenoblade would actually be kind of a good formula for online. But it just depends. The biggest thing is player retention, so you need like an existing IP.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nigga. All right.
With a lot of expandability to keep the content fresh and also to bring people in. I don't know how popular Xenoblade is now, but I mean, potentially it could work. Majora Jeff with a 2, Pokemon hero shooter can kill Marvel. Hell yeah. Yeah, Pokemon should get revenge on Pal World by just, giving Pikachu a fucking, minigun or some shit. There you go. Literally Pokemon with guns. Literally Pokemon with guns. Scotty Man with the 5. My coworker hates Final Fantasy VII Remake because they introduced Sephiroth too early in the story. Compared to the OG, and Sephiroth boss fight in Remake is easy. Well, yeah, you're not actually fighting Sephiroth. I guess technically it won't. Not really, though. But yeah, why would Sephiroth be a hard boss fight in part 1? But I mean, that's kind of dumb, though. It's like, oh, they introduced Sephiroth too early in the game. Well, how did you know that Sephiroth was introduced too early in the game? Well, I already played Final Fantasy VII. There you go. See, that's where a lot of the criticisms of Remake fall apart to me. It's like, it's not the exact same as the original. It's like, yeah, because everybody already knows about the original. There would be nothing, like, people would bitch if the game was a one-to-one copy. They'd be like, oh, it's too similar. I already know what's going to happen. It's too predictable, dude. But then when they change stuff, they're like, it's different. You can't win, basically, is the long story short. You literally can't fucking win, man. People are always going to be angry. Don't buy the $70 copy of Intergrade. Here, if you want it, hold on. If you want Intergrade, buy it from here for $40. I think it's $41. Buy it from here. And they ship it in a box so it won't get fucked up. They ship to the US too, so don't worry about it. It's like $5 to ship. Oh, let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Nintendo will sue a 5-year-old. A cardboard... Oh, definitely. They are the most strict with IP protection other than maybe Disney. Disney might be the only company out there other than Nintendo that's that harsh on IP protection. Griffin has more energy tonight than the average stream. Sorry, I'll adjust. No, it's because I fell asleep earlier, and then I took my dog outside before I started streaming. And because it was so cold outside, it woke me up. But George F with a 5. Why do people hate Final Fantasy VII Remake? That game looks fire. I'm actually considering trying it. Because it's different. It's slightly different than the original games, even though it's not really different. It's just more, essentially. But if you like Final Fantasy VII, you'll like the game, is generally what I would say. Yeah, I like the remake better than OG as well. Especially because they expanded the part with Aerith and Cloud when they're alone. So, much better. Griffin's sleep schedule is so fucked up, I can't believe he has good... who's to say I have good health? That might be a loaded statement. I may not have good health. I definitely don't sleep enough. Alright, we'll see what this is. Copy.
Despite the immense popularity of Super Mario 64 speedrunning, there is a comparatively small amount of people running the blindfolded categories, a testament to how difficult blindfolded speedrunning really is. And so it was surprising.
Why the fuck would you ever do this? Like, what would drive someone to play games blindfolded? This is peak unemployed energy, bro. Well, I shouldn't be surprised because it's a Japanese guy, so they literally are unemployed in a lot of cases.
Surprising when I was on Twitch this week and was notified of another runner doing blindfolded 16-star runs. Blindfolded runs of Super Mario 64 have recently been made popular by a small but extremely dedicated group of runners. However, there are clear differences between the runs that those already established players have done and the runs that this particular person is completing. The main difference, of course, being that this particular runner is creating fake runs and attempting to pass them off as real. I have here a video of one of these runs, and I aim to show some of the clear discrepancies between this run and the genuine blindfolded runs of SM64 that are out there. When watching this run, it's important to note that the author claims not to have practiced blindfolded speedrunning much at all, and that this is apparently only his third blindfolded run. He claims to make up for this with the fact that he's been playing Super Mario 64 for the past 3.5 years. However, it should be noted that despite the amount of time he has spent on the game, the best time on a run he has currently submitted is in 1826, a relatively mid-level time for 16-star. The first thing that actually put me off when I was watching this run was the fact that the streamer had both follow alerts and text-to-speech alerts on. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. If you've ever seen a blindfolded speedrun before, you will know that runners pretty much always have these kind of sound alerts turned off. Considering how important sound cues are when you literally can't see, you would think that he would do the same. However, this guy is so good, he apparently doesn't even need clear sound cues to do the run. Throughout this run, he also attempts multiple times to explain the strategies that he's using. Except there are multiple problems with what he's saying versus the things he's actually doing. He mainly claims to be using a combination of sound cues and muscle memory for most of his strats. Most speedrunners know, however, that visual cues in particular are just as important as muscle memory in many cases. It's very unrealistic to assume that anyone could just casually do a blindfolded run off of visual muscle memory alone, no matter how long that person has been playing.
I've tried to do stars. I can't do 1-star blindfolded. Like, even though I played this game for years and years and years, even trying to do 1-star blindfolded is insanely difficult.
Yeah, dude, the amount of time you would have to waste just bumping into random shit over and over and over and over again to memorize the layout and input order.
You're broke!
Like,
You're fucking poor!
Dear Lord.
Difficult.
No, I'm not jealous.
No, I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but...
Oh, God.
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
I hate that the voice of my goddess comes attached with awful strings. You know, which should be the voice of an angel. You know, gracing my ears from the clouds of heaven always comes with horrible side effects. Let's see. So, Into the Nines with the 5 Final Fantasy VII Remake is fire. Crisis Core is good to play through. Good to playing through it right now. Have to play Rebirth when it comes out on Steam because I don't have a PlayStation. Yeah, honestly, I really liked Crisis Core. Like, that is like the type of game I would just sit there. If I had bought that as a kid, I would have probably beaten that game 100 times on New Game Plus over and over and over again, because that's exactly what I used to do on my PSP, is I would just replay Star Wars The Force Unleashed constantly, bro. So I loved Crisis Core when I played it for the first time last year, and I'm really pissed I never played it back in the day.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Because I would have probably had like a minor autistic obsession with it as a kid and probably would have 100%ed it. But yeah, I just enjoy kind of like the slop action games that are easy to cheese and exploit. Crisis Core or Strangers of Paradise. So the one thing I don't like about Strangers of Paradise is the boss fights with like the 4 elemental bosses or whatever because of the gimmicks. But if they didn't have the gimmicks, I would say Stranger of Paradise is better. But overall, the combat of Strangers of Paradise is obviously objectively better. But I just didn't like the bosses, honestly. I don't like gimmicks in like hack and slash combat like that, where it's like you have to use a certain type of attack to even like hope to damage them. That was kind of irritating, but I guess you can just put it in easy and you don't have to worry about it.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
God damn, bro. But yeah, Strangers of Paradise is fine. I liked it overall. I thought that game was mad under... Like, I'm kind of mad I didn't buy it at launch. I had it, like, just sitting in my stack of Xbox games forever. I just never played it. But, yeah, Stranger of Paradise is really underrated. Griffin beats off to that Pokemon soundboard. Bro, that shit's hot as fuck. I'm not going to lie. Let's see. EV7 with the 2 got all the royal arms now. I'm going to the Citadel. Nice, dude. So you did that, what's that dungeon called? With, like, the cubes. I hated that one. Can't remember. Castlemark, I think. That might be it, if I remember correctly. A U generation of the 50 for the no skipping dialogue for the Red Baron questline. Fed has the rest. Oy vey. Alright, I may, I don't know. How long does it take to get to that part? I don't really remember Witcher 3 too much. I only ever played it once back in 2015, so... Yeah. I guess we could do that. That's fine. I think there's like that intro sequence though, right? Besides that. So I'll see. I'll look into it. I may play up until the Bloody Baron part tomorrow if I have free time just in prep. And Scotty Man with the 5 remake / rebirth music is peak video game music. I would buy the game just for the soundtrack. Yeah, I love the music of Final Fantasy, generally speaking, but yeah, 7 has a amazing soundtrack. That and 15 are my 2 favorites. I think 15 has a better overall soundtrack, aside from the Aerith theme, obviously, but yeah, Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Final Fantasy 15 have goated soundtracks. And FBI, the chill guy, I beg to differ. With the $80 dues straight from his kangaroo pouch. Thanks for the positivity, man, even though the negativity is attached. Majora Jeff with the 2. Final Fantasy VII music in Smash Bros. Is fine. Yeah, the Aerith remix from Smash is really good. I like that a lot. I had never actually heard it until somebody had recommended it on stream. And yeah, it's really good. I like that remix a lot. I hope they put it in... Dude, if they put that shit in Remake Part 3, that would be awesome. Like when Aerith comes back to life, obviously. And the ending changes.
Blindfolded speedruns often employ what are called normalized strategies. A normalized strategy is any strat that is done in such a way that the outcome is always exactly the same. In Super Mario 64, many of these kinds of strategies can be employed. For example, moving in a cardinal direction on a controller with notches, using 2 slow walks to wedge grab at the corner of a platform, or punching against a wall to push Mario backwards a fixed distance are all normalized strats. As you can imagine, these kinds of strats are often completely different from the ones you would see in a normal run, and require hundreds of hours to properly learn. And yet this person is claiming to have a 33-minute time after openly admitting to having little to no preparation. Keep that in mind when you look at the so-called blindfolded strats that are claimed to be employed here. The run begins in Bob on Battlefield with Behind the Chain Chomp's Gate. Looking at a legitimate example by Bubzia, you can see that a consistent setup with clear intention is being used in order to get onto the Chain Chomp's pole. Note the use of a notched angle and fixed camera in order to guarantee a direct path to the pole from the corner of the gate. Comparatively, this runner seems to have absolutely no normalized setup whatsoever. He takes what looks like either an intentional death or a legitimate mistake, and then tries again a second time. This time around, he seems to be using an almost completely different, yet still unnormalized setup to get onto the pole. The unexpected hit that he takes here from the Chain Chomp should have immediately thrown him off, and yet he is somehow still able to turn around and recover. The runner seems to be using intentional mistakes along with fake setups to try to sell the idea that he's actually blindfolded. Many more of these will come up throughout the run. The run is already off to a suspicious start. However, the first absolutely massive red flag appears in Womp's Fortress, when the runner decides to opt for Owless, a strat usually reserved for sighted runs.
Alright. Here's a question for everyone. What is more autistic? The people doing these blind speed runs, or the guy who can literally identify every single thing wrong in another person's blind speed run? That is the question. What is the higher level of gaming autism on display? The guy who can literally play the game blindfolded, or the guy who can literally identify someone playing the game blindfolded as legitimate or not? I feel like that's actually a pretty tough question.
Nice cock. Perfect.
It's actually a pretty tough, thing to break down, man. I don't know. Let's see. So, SNK Nostalgia with the 2, check Final Fantasy VI soundtrack. Really good. I will so I've been playing through, all the classic Final Fantasy games. So, once I work through the Pixel remasters, I will definitely, I like to experience the soundtracks organically the first time. So I have the built-in context to them. But yeah, once I get to Final Fantasy VI in my order of playthrough, then yeah, I definitely will. I know Final Fantasy 6 and 7 share a lot of similar soundtracks, though. I've heard that before. I mean, most of the Final Fantasy games, up until I think probably about 8, I would say, share pretty similar, somewhat repetitive soundtracks. And Z-Herb with the 50. Really appreciate it, man. Here's a funny story. A while back, the actor for Luffy in One Piece live action did an ad for McDonald's, and people got mad because McDonald's donated to Israel, and Maluffy wouldn't do that. The ad or actor mentioned nothing of the Jesus Christ. Yeah, people are terminally online. It's like the one group of people that attacked, I forgot who it was, some actor because he was walking down the street and had Starbucks in his hand. And apparently, if you drink Starbucks, then that means you want to murder Palestinian children or something. Fucking no. But yeah, there's a lot of different examples of that. It's just batshit crazy. That is pure terminally online behavior of people who need to get a life desperately. Desperately need a fucking life. Yeah, drinking coffee means you want to murder kids. I'm sure that's exactly the intention they had when they went and bought it. Not that, oh yeah, I want a fucking coffee because, it's the morning time and I would normally have one. I don't know, dude. It's just people. The modern age is just completely politically brain rotted at this point. You basically have to live in a little bubble or rubber room where you never can do anything wrong possible. It's crazy. Britt with the 2, I like your voice more when you sound miserable. Well, Britt, Just keep talking in the chat, and I'm sure we'll get there.
It should be noted how much the runner is talking during this very input-heavy and spacing-dependent section.
Did I check for saves? No, because I don't save the game.
Again, anyone who has watched a real blindfolded speedrun before knows how quiet runners tend to be during difficult sections. With how much focus and skill are required to complete a blindfolded run, it's an anomaly that this runner with barely any practice is so casually able to do a strat that no other blindfolded runner has attempted. And yet with absolutely no normalized strats, he seems to do everything with some relative ease. Looking at a run that the same runner has done without a blindfold, you can actually see that he can do the exact same movements, blindfold or not. His muscle memory must really be that good. On his first attempt, he is able to triple jump wall kick up to the floating island without giving himself any sort of indication where he is. With absolutely no normalization, he's able to attempt and fail owlless 3 times before finally landing it a 4th time. He even comments on the fact that he should probably learn how to use the owl blindfolded.
They should learn how to just ride the owl blindfolded.
It's anyone's guess why he didn't opt to learn this much more consistent strat in the first place. In the next star, he goes for the traditional cannonless setup that you would normally see in most sighted runs. Once again, looking at a blindfolded version of this strat, there is a clear intention with every input using normalized movements and guaranteed setups. Looking back at this run, however, the movement across the falling bridge and over to the piranha plant is extremely wobbly and very inconsistent. He then lines up next to the plank using these extremely small adjustments that have no audio cues whatsoever. Anyone that runs this game or has even tried this trick before knows that it's pretty precise. The only possible way anyone could do it blindfolded with the movement used here would be if they weren't actually blindfolded at all, and were instead using a distinctly visual cue. The run only gets more and more suspicious from this point onward. Following a couple more extremely wonky and unnormalized setups in Cool Mountain, we reach Bowser in the Dark World, the first Bowser stage. Here, only a true gamer such as this man would be able to somehow sidestep this Goomba, quickly make his way up the path, and then do this long jump to the next red, all completely blindfolded and with absolutely no setup necessary. Simply amazing.
I heard you, Goomba.
He then punches the Goomba that he claims he heard, even though there is no good way of gauging distance that precise with sound cues in SM64. It would have probably been both faster and safer to just keep walking forward anyway. Notice then the small adjustment he makes in order to be lined up with the final slope. Anyone who is actually blindfolded here would have almost certainly kept holding right with no adjustment. And yet this man somehow knew he was just a little too far down, despite having absolutely no real setup beforehand. If none of this was suspicious enough, then next we have...
I mean, yeah, it is obvious that he's not, you know, doing it blind, but still, to identify all this shit, it's like, damn, man. You have to, like, study this for extended periods.
Bowser throw. Looking at legitimate runs like Katoon and Bubsy, we can see that a setup is being used to slowly move Bowser into the bomb without even throwing him. For a faster strat, you can also toss him a little earlier with a slower spin, which provides a much larger frame window than normal to hit the throw. It should be noted that there is also a consistent way to throw Bowser at full speed, using a combination of pause buffering and a sound cue. When Mario is spinning Bowser, a distinctive whoosh noise will play. This noise will always play whenever Bowser faces north, regardless of the camera angle or Bowser's orientation when grabbing him. Furthermore, the whoosh will make a slightly different sound depending on what frame you pause on. This is the strat.
Holy fuck. Dude, yeah, this is, like, disgusting, bruh. I could barely even tell the difference between most of those.
Furthermore, the whoosh will make a slightly different sound depending on what frame you pause on.
There is, like, no difference between these two. I couldn't hear anything. Like, that one you can kind of tell, but it's like, holy shit, dude.
This is the strategy that Nabori implements, and it's how he's able to consistently pause buffer a B press to throw Bowser into the bomb. However, it seems like this runner couldn't be bothered to learn any of these strats. He instead opts to throw Bowser in the conventional way, while claiming to also be using a sound cue. Notice, however, that he also opts to turn his camera towards the bomb. As explained, turning the camera during spins does not affect the timing of any audio cues, and so it would be pointless to do this if the runner is truly blindfolded. It's pretty obvious here that he's just turning the camera so he can visually see when to throw. Moving on to basement, we see another series of extremely suspicious and inconsistent setups. In Shifting Sandland, he is somehow able to get the Talon Star using a strategy only viable for visual runs. The amount of adjustment needed to long jump to the Fly Guy and twirl over to Klepto is simply too precise to be done consistently in a blindfolded run. That doesn't stop this guy, though. He's able to do it first try with no issues. In Hazy Maze Cave, however, he reverts back to setups that might pass as blindfolded to try to further sell the idea that he cannot see. However, the quote-unquote setups he is using make absolutely no sense. On the emergency exit star, he seems to have created some kind of fake counting system involving more unnormalized and inconsistent movements.
Okay. 1, 2...
Compare this again to Nabori's strat, which uses normalized movements along with the game's fixed camera option for even more consistent angles. Up to this point, the run has been extremely suspect at best. However, what happens in the second half absolutely destroys what little credibility it had in the first place. The last half of this run is so blatantly fake that it makes the previous 20 minutes look completely legit by comparison.
And... yes! Oh, come on, let's go.
We now come to Mips Clip, in my opinion one of the most impressive sections of blindfolded 16-star. Successfully doing Mips Clip in a real blindfolded speedrun requires an extremely precise setup involving walking into a corner with the correct camera angle, and then repeatedly regrabbing Mips to achieve the correct spacing on the door. This is one of the most difficult and precise sections in the entire run. In the castle basement, even the tiniest mistap to the left or right can mess up your camera entirely, breaking any setup you may have had. This runner, however, throws all of that out the window. To click through the basement door, he basically just runs straight at it and ends up in the right spot. No setup needed. Remember that there are absolutely zero sound cues here. There is absolutely no way he can know how close or far away he is from the door, because he is using literally no setup here. The exact same is true for his clip through the 30-star door. Once again, with absolutely no discernible audio cues and no real setup whatsoever, he somehow either knows exactly where he is on the door, or just gets lucky enough to clip through it after randomly guessing. He spends around 30 seconds here walking back and forth along the door, and somehow is able to find the exact right spot to make it through. Somehow it still gets worse after this. At this point, he pretty much goes through the rest of the game without even thinking about what a real blindfolded run should look like. It really looks like he's just given up on trying to sell the illusion any further. He approaches the submarine in Dire Docks from a seemingly random angle, and then tries to make it look like he knows where he is by jumping at it.
I slid off something. Oh fuck, am I at the submarine? Yes, okay.
The fact that he even says this is strange to me. There is literally nothing else in this level that you can slide off besides the sub, so it doesn't really make any sense to act as if he had to figure out what he was sliding on. He needed to make it look like he had some kind of cue to go off of, and then did the absolute bare minimum to try to make it convincing. He then approaches the back of the sub as you would in a normal speedrun, but he ends up under the fin, causing the camera to go in an awkward direction. It should be painfully obvious how bad this looks. A real blindfolded runner would be completely disoriented in this situation, and there's no consistent way you could realistically recover from this. Despite this, he is somehow able to loop back around at the perfect angle and land back on the fin, once again with absolutely zero sound cues or any setup. Nothing suspicious to see here. And then there's Fire Sea.
That was literally just muscle memory.
Right. So after some more fake strats and piracy, one fake Bowser throw setup, and some suspicious BLJ lineups, we finally come to what manages to be the worst part of the run by far. This run's Bowser in the Sky is pure gold. It contains such a large amount of glaring flaws and inconsistencies that it's insane that anyone could look at it and believe that the person playing could not actually see. He immediately starts the course with, again, completely unnormalized strats, moving through the course with small adjustments that have seemingly no explanation. He then commits what is possibly the most obvious and completely shameless move in the entire run.
Fuck, I didn't get that extra life.
I was laughing my ass off when I first saw this. Not only does he somehow know exactly where the 1-up box is, but he also knows exactly what direction the 1-up will go once it spawns, something completely determined by RNG. Then after chasing it on a moving platform for a completely arbitrary amount of time, he somehow—
Griffin should speed run mid-birth. I could, actually. If I skipped cutscenes, I could pretty much easily cheese, or not really cheese, but coast through that shit in probably a singular stream.
knows exactly when and where to jump to the left. You don't even need to know anything about Super Mario 64 or blindfolded speedrunning to understand that—
My character's really OP now because he's max level, but you know. So, my cloud is busted. But, yeah, I don't know. It would take a while, probably like 8 hours, but I could probably do it. You just have to skip the cutscenes.
that what just happened is completely bullshit. Immediately after skipping the first one up, he messes around on the first rotating elevator, grabbing the next one up in the process.
Yes, okay.
Because I've already done like New Game Plus. I don't have to do any of like the optional mini games and stuff like that, so it would make the playthrough even faster.
All clearly a calculated setup. After this, he once again makes an intentional mistake in order to make people think he's actually blindfolded.
I fell off.
This is somehow the first and only time in this 40-minute run that he accidentally runs off of a platform. Except immediately after falling off, he somehow also knows to pull back to the right so he doesn't fall all the way down. Only then does he comment that he knows he's fallen down, again with absolutely no discernible sound cues. Following this, he traverses the wooden platforms and tries to go for yet another one up.
There should be a life on one of these.
He clearly saw this one up with his eyes, but then remembered he was supposed to be blindfolded, so he passes it off by acting like he knew there should be a one up there and goes back to grab it. Again, no setup whatsoever.
Ah, got it.
Watch now as he somehow knows exactly where he is on the spinning platform and knows exactly where the first pole is. Again, anyone who was actually blindfolded here would have probably just kept holding left and run off. However, this guy is able to make a completely random amount of adjustments to make it onto the pole. He then makes his way to the next pole and grabs the red, which he seems to be using as an audio cue.
Okay, I know what pole I'm at.
Then, immediately after jumping off of the pole that he knows he was just on, he attempts to use two bob-ombs on the next platform to further determine his position.
There should be like some bomb on. Yes, okay.
This is absolutely pointless, as he had already just verified where he was. All he had to do here was hold forward and he would have reached the next wall. At this point, he once again reiterates the fact that this is only his third blindfolded run ever.
This is your second blindfolded run, isn't it?
Technically this is my third. The first one I did was like, I don't know. I don't remember how long it took me.
In the last 4 minutes alone, there have been countless points of extreme suspicion. From the moment he enters the stage to the moment he enters the final pipe, there is almost nothing that could be considered even remotely legitimate. However, the final Bowser throws that he does in the next 4 minutes are somehow even worse. He begins by grabbing Bowser using the normal visual method. Running around Bowser with a tight enough circle to grab him is something that heavily relies on visual cues to properly do. This is why in a real blindfolded run, a setup is used for the first two grabs that involves luring Bowser to a bomb from the edge of the platform. For the final throw, a separate normalized setup is used. And yet, after only one miss, this person is able to grab Bowser in the normal way, no problem. Note that after this first mistake, he does not miss a single tail grab for the rest of the fight. He then winds up for the first throw and misses. Once the throw is missed, Bowser will jump back onto the stage differently depending on where he fell off. There isn't a very good way to account for this, so the only real backup is to run off and try again from the beginning. But this guy doesn't do that. He instead goes for a regrab and gets it, again with no setup and no sound cues. He hits the throw on his second try, again using the normal visual method of throwing. During his second throw, he stops and talks for about 30 seconds to explain how he first learned to speedrun blindfolded.
Have you practiced outside of stream while blindfolded? A viewer is asking.
Actually not a lot. I feel like if I practiced more, I'd be a lot better at it. Most of this is just muscle memory and listening to the audio cues, but I've been speedrunning and playing Mario 64 for 3.5 years solid. So like I could, and well, during streams, I would like, because I knew before I did my first blindfolded run stream, I would test myself by just like looking at my other monitor, or just looking at like away from the TV and doing the run.
He is once again constantly talking during a section that should take an extreme amount of focus to execute, and yet he still figures out exactly when he needs to throw Bowser.
Oh, fuck yeah.
After messing around for another minute, he then gets another regrab, once again with no setup or any possible audio cues. During the final throw, he turns the camera not once, but twice to visually aim at two separate bombs. He then goes on yet another explanation about how he's able to do Bowser throws the way he's doing them.
So what I'm doing right now, the reason why it's taking me so long to throw him, is because I'm trying to time it based on like where my thumb is on the controller, on the thumbstick, because that's typically like right around where Mario is, like the direction that he's gonna throw. So I need it to be like, if I think the bomb is where I think it is, if the bomb is where I think it is, and I'm looking at it, then
obviously none of this makes sense in the first place, but he is directly contradicting himself here. Here he says something vague about using where his thumb is on the stick to know where Bowser is, which already makes no sense on its own, except he also mentioned in his first Bowser throw that he was using sound cues.
Bowser is a little bit tricky. The sound cues on this is actually kind of hard. Okay.
This whole time, he's just been giving fake technical explanations to try to convince his viewers that he actually knows what he's doing. Except he also misses this throw because he was too far away to ever hit the bomb in the first place, something he probably should have known whether he could actually see or not. Maybe he's only pretending to be blindfolded so he can hide the fact that he sucks at Bowser throws.
Oh. Fuck, okay.
He eventually does land the last throw, luckily avoiding all the fire on the ground and barely avoiding running off the edge. Nothing but pure skill and game sense. After the run is over, he is challenged multiple times by one of the only doubters in his chat. He's asked to verify that he can actually do blindfolded Bowser throws, but refuses to do even the simplest test to prove it.
So would you be opposed to doing Bowser in the sky and throws while turned around with a blanket over my head? You'll give me $50 if I do it turned around with a blanket over my head? No.
Despite the glaring flaws in this person's gameplay, he has somehow been able to convince all but a few of his viewers that his blindfolded runs are legit. Messages in his Twitch and Facebook gaming chats show that most of the people watching him are completely convinced that what they're seeing is real. The best I can possibly assume in this situation is that he may actually be doing some of these parts at least partially blindfolded.
I would have been like, sure, I'll do it. Give me the $50. And I say, get that ass banned, bitch.
only peeking through the blindfold whenever he's completely lost or doesn't know what to do. It's either that or the blindfold is just completely see-through, and his only goal during the run is to make it look like he can't actually see. I almost thought this run was a joke, but it's clear from the way he's talking about his gameplay that he's completely serious. I can only speculate on this person's motives for faking these runs, but my best guess is that he's doing it for either the money or the views. It should be noted that during the run, the only way to communicate with him was to donate bits to play a text-to-speech message on stream. Considering the run is fake, this just seems like a scummy way for him to take money from people, but honestly for only 1 bit per message it doesn't really seem that bad. If the amount was any higher, I would probably have a much bigger problem with it, but whatever small amount of money he did collect is probably the least of our worries here. There hasn't been a notable cheating incident in the Mario 64 community for a few years now, so I guess we were about due for another one. By faking this run, this person has not only made a complete mockery of blindfolded speedrunning, but has also detracted from the hard work of people who have actually put in the insane amount of time needed to do this for real. This particular run...
hard work. Yeah, the lack of hard work, bro. They've never worked a day in their life. That's the reality. You're not playing this shit blindfolded if you're working hard, bro. Yeah, this is the unemployment final boss. Exactly. You're not playing this shit if you have actual hard work to do. Let's see. Hopi and Gardner with the 5 reminds me of when Bruce Willis was getting a coffee mid-pandemic and was forced to apologize because he didn't wear a mask. It said cafe. Oh my god, dude. He literally killed 7 grandmas. How could he? And Z-Herb with a 5, it's pure derangement. People make everything about this conflict. It's just so insane. Dude was getting his bag. That's it. They made it about that. Yeah, exactly. They're just miserable, just soulless, just depressed losers, honestly. Desperate to feel important / powerful and have some semblance of meaning in their sad, pathetic existence is essentially, you know, why you get to that point. You're just terminally online and extremely, you know, depressed. It's very sad.
Ended with a 42-minute time. However, he claims to have completed a faster time of 33:23, a time which would be considered second place on the current leaderboards. When asked if he will submit the time, however, he claimed that he wants to take first place before he makes any submissions. I trust, however, that the mods of the category are smart enough to see that any run he submits will be clearly invalid. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he never even submits a run, because he probably knows that it would never get verified anyway. If you happen to see this guy on Twitch or anywhere else, please just don't interact with him. I've intentionally left his name out of this video, 1, because I don't wish for anyone to harass him over this, and 2, because I don't believe that any cheater deserves attention past simply being exposed. I want to give a big shout out to both Katoon and Bubsy for their incredible help on this video. They helped to clarify a lot of questions I had about blindfolded Mario 64, and this video would not have been as comprehensive without their inputs. Also thanks to both them and Nabori for allowing me to use their footage for comparisons. I've left links to all of their streams and YouTube channels in the description. Please check all 3 of them out if you want to see some legitimate blindfolded runs of Mario 64, as well as many other games. These people have genuinely put in the insane amount of time and focus needed to successfully complete these runs for real. They're the ones who truly deserve it. If you please, you can also subscribe to this channel and check me out over on Twitch. My runs aren't quite as cool as these guys yet, but we'll still have some fun.
Holy shit! Holy fuck, dude! Oh! 18.6, dude! Bro, let's fucking go, dude! Holy shit!
Estigate Nostalgia with the 2, calling my financial advisor tomorrow. She's hot. Hell yeah. There you go. If you bag her, bro, then you can get her services for free. In and out of the office. Zero with the 5. Do people actually care this deeply if this guy faked this? I guess so. I don't, like, I mean, obviously the people who waste their life doing this on a daily basis probably do, but, like, I don't think your average normie should or would care, but considering this has 14 million views, who knows? Who fucking knows, man? I wish I was a good gamer like these people. Well, Britt, considering you're also a jobless individual, go ahead and get good. You could go ahead and get good right now, Britt. You know, nothing's stopping you. You got nothing but time on your hands. Like, you could probably make some good money practicing on streams. You know, go for it. Don't let your dreams be memes. All right, let me see if the Switcher game's on sale. I think I bought it, actually. Let's check. Witcher Wild Cunt. In library. Oh, I do own it. Do I have the DLC, though? Oh, I have the complete edition. Never mind. There we go. Download. All right. Just want to go ahead and do it so I don't forget. Because that's a pretty beefy download. Griffin faked playing Stellar Ass Cheeks without getting a boner. Nah, I definitely got a boner. Come on. One-handed gaming is one-handed gaming for a reason. You need that other hand for something, man, and it ain't for holding the controller. When AI takes all of the jobs, everyone will be a blindfold speedrunner. Exactly. There you go. Get ahead of the curve, guys. Practice your blindfolded speedrunning today. I played Sims for 15 minutes, but then I got bored making two girls make out on the couch and dropped it. Yeah. You need to download the mods in order to make it worthwhile.
You're the best big brother I could have ever asked for.
Z-Herb with the 5. Don't forget to donate to Griffin. He needs 10K for his Pokemon collection. That's right, man. You know, there is actually a Pokemon card I am going to buy soon, but dude, it's the prices on shit have gone fucking batshit crazy recently. Like, it's insane. I don't know, bro. Like, the prices on Pokemon stuff are higher than the COVID pandemic prices, which is kind of crazy. So I'm glad I have all this sealed product and stuff that I've been saving up over the years. Like, it's, bro, like, for example, they had these 151 premium collections at Costco for, I think, $80. They're worth $250 now. I bought like 20 of them. And I thought, oh yeah, that's all right. You know, maybe they'll go up to maybe like 205 years or something. No, it didn't even take a year. And I've like almost tripled my money on that. It's like insane right now. People are going nuts over that shit. I don't understand what's driving it. I guess the crypto stuff, but you ever seen the clip of all the artists doing speedrun in a room and a girl just announces her mom died and no one reacts and she starts crying? No, I've never seen that. Oh yeah, I saw the Stellar Blade, or I guess Shift Up studio head gave all of his employees a PS5 Pro and then $3,400 as a bonus for, you know, the game selling really well, which is pretty cool. W boss. Much better than a pizza party where everyone gets one slice of Domino's. AI won't replace aircraft. Yeah, anything like that, it won't replace. Anything that requires actual like manual labor and things like that. But, you know, shit like HR, tech support, customer service, cashiers, even chefs, I think eventually will go the way of the dodo in a lot of cases. Not at higher end places, but other places. So are we watching Act Ma'am now? We can see what his video was earlier, I guess. I don't know if we'll watch the full thing, but the title was kind of a tease. Making things right.
I can't afford this shit!
If it's cringe, I'm going to stop watching it, though. Opinionated Junkie with the 2. Still snowed it. Yeah, we got over a foot of snow, so I'm not driving anywhere anytime soon. It's only going to be like 27 degrees where I am tomorrow, so the snow is not going to melt. Yeah, I have no idea what this video is, but we'll see.
What's up, everybody? This is the Act Man here, and today's video is a bit different. I don't typically do like updates or vlogs or that sort of thing on this channel. I like to keep it mostly gaming focused, but sometimes maybe a little bit of drama. So I understand if this video is something you're not interested in. But Happy New Year! First off, it's 2025, and I want to thank everyone who watches my videos, every comment.
Yeah, what's so fucking happy about it? SNK Nostalgia the 2. Looking forward to the end of Western AAA games. Same here. You know, we had 13,000 layoffs last year. Let's see if we can get 27,000 this year.
Every like, every subscriber, even every dislike. I hope you all watching this live your best life in 2025, because I want to live mine too. And I think it's time I address something that's rather uncomfortable for me to talk about. My sexuality. I'm the gayest man alive. Now today we're talking about sponsorships. I feel like I've had a karmic imbalance with the world, with the universe. I'm not a religious man, but...
That's it. I don't fucking care. Goodbye. Yeah, he is gay. That's one of the gayest fucking topics I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I want to talk about sponsorships. Why? Who cares? Dude, everybody knows why everyone takes sponsorships. It's because they want to make money. Yeah, that was a clickbait as fuck title. Here, we'll watch this. I don't know what it is. Jay Wood.
Hey, what's already welcome back to News Toast, and a couple of massive rumors exploded online over the weekend. Nintendo might be a little bit mad at Mario right now because, as a plumber, he isn't exactly doing a great job.
Then why don't I? I don't know, honestly. I've just never liked it, in all honesty. I've just never really liked taking sponsorships.
Over the place, and by this point, it really wouldn't shock me at all if we get gameplay footage for the Switch 2 before it even releases.
You ever been to a brothel? Nope.
Stick around, though, and we'll talk about the latest Switch 2 leak, which includes a pretty interesting
Brothels aren't legal in my country, so...
feature if this turns out to be true. Xbox, though, they might have news as well because allegedly Xbox is planning to cut this generation a little bit short with a brand new console that Transformers would apparently be proud of. The only question here, though, is that despite this rumor blowing up online, is there an actual reason to believe any of this is true? Well, we're going to answer all that today, but let's just go get right into things, starting off with PlayStation. Over the past few weeks, we've gotten a few breadcrumbs that Sony might be bringing back some of their dormant IP. PlayStation boss Herman Hulst, at the very least, didn't just outright dismiss this idea in a recent interview. And now, according to Andy Robinson from the Video Game Chronicle, there's an actual reason for that. According to what he's heard behind the scenes, Sony is in fact working on quote-unquote at least
Opinionated Junkie with the 2. Actman doxed YouTube employees. Just FYI. Yeah, that's the reason why they had to, you know, side with Quantum, is because he started going after individual employees of YouTube, which was very dumb, in my personal opinion.
at least a couple of these older games. He referred to them as deep-cut, smaller IP. And that does kind of beg the question, what exactly qualifies...
I guess, yeah, they are legal in Vegas, but you don't want them to be. Yeah, I've heard horror stories about the fucking brothels in Vegas. I had a friend that went to Vegas, and they went to one as a joke, and they said basically that it was like a freak show, essentially. But yeah, I don't know, man. Nah, you wouldn't become itchy because, dude, it's like super regulated. They have to take like almost daily STD testing, so it's actually a lot safer than having sex with normal women in a lot of cases, depending on where you're dipping your toes. But yeah, I don't think you want to, is what what the takeaway was that I heard, is you don't want to go. It's not worth it.
Qualifies as smaller IP. I mean, are we talking about games like Padpon and Loco Roco, both of which are excellent games, go check those out, but I mean, those are about as small as it gets when it comes to internally developed PlayStation games. Or instead, are we talking about double-A style games like Sly Cooper and Jack and Daxter? I mean, those are definitely games that can make a big splash with a moderate budget. And that's the thing. It's honestly insane to me that just so many big-time publishers have abandoned these type of games and have opted to primarily focus on $200, $300, or even $400 million budget games. I mean, those type of games have to sell like 5+ million copies for razor-thin profits. It doesn't seem sustainable, and definitely not on its own account, whereas these smaller scale games, they can reach a smaller audience and still bring in a good amount of money. They also have the advantage of taking far...
Yeah, I guarantee you Sony made more money on Astrobot than they made on Spider-Mid 2 when all is said and done. I guarantee you that game probably will make more money for Sony in pure profit. That's why Griffin lives in DC, best woman in the country. Honestly, I'm not even going to lie. Like, a lot of the women in my area are very attractive. Like, they're, you know, the whole culture of being healthy and in shape and everything is pretty common, especially among, like, the higher income individuals. The problem is the women in my area are insane leftists because of the proximity to DC. So, yeah, you'll see a lot of attractive women where I live. I mean, obviously, you'll see a lot of overweight ones, too, but the problem is like, the concentration of lefties in the DC area is like way higher than anywhere else you'll probably ever look in the country. Even higher than probably like New York City, I would even say, just because of the proximity to all the government agencies and everything. So SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Quantum TV is not living in a hotel. Is he actually? I haven't looked into Quantum TV in a very long time, but I remember like he got banned from Best Buy for buying and selling, or no, buying and returning too many TVs. And Brit with the 2, Quantum TV ruined Actman and RTU. That's not true, bro. Not true.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Far less time to make. So they can also fill out gaps in their pipeline with these type of games. And when you look at Sony from just last year in 2024, one issue that they ran into was that they didn't have a lot of first-party titles. So they had to supplement their catalog with third-party exclusive partnerships. But if they had better diversified their lineup with smaller games scattered throughout, thankfully they at least had Astrobot.
Well, honestly, I like Sony's strategy of the third-party titles, personally. Like Rise of the Ronin, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Stellar Blade, all of those games are better than anything Sony's put out in a long time. So if their funding indirectly helped those games be better than they would have been on their own, I think that's a net positive, personally. But yeah, I would love to see Sony make smaller scale games again. You know, keep the Astrobot-esque titles flowing.
Off of that, but with more games like that, well, then suddenly they'd be able to release games more frequently, and it would kind of alleviate them from having those type of first-party droughts. So there's a lot of perks that come along with making smaller scale games, and I think Sony's new leadership is starting to slowly learn that. Their live service games outside Helldivers 2 haven't really had a lot of success, and their big AAA games are just taking far, far too long to make. I want to hear from you all, though. If Sony does in fact bring back some of the older franchises, which ones gets your vote? Now there's something strange happening over at
Heavenly Sword, but that won't happen.
Platinum Games. They're the makers behind Bayonetta, Astral Chain, and just the absolute masterpiece Nier Automata. Yeah, there's a lot of love for this studio.
Yeah, but they're not... Okay, yeah, Platinum Games made the gameplay, but they're not the brains behind Nier Automata. That is Yoko Taro, so they just basically built the game for him based on his vision. So the game was not good because of Platinum Games. It was good because, you know, they had a good person at the helm directing them on what to do.
Studio. But if you've been paying close attention, there seems to be some internal strife within the studio and how they creatively approach their games. Its co-founder, Hideki Kamiya, recently left Platinum Games to form Clovers over at Capcom to work on the Okami sequel. Now, that alone isn't necessarily a red flag per se. We see people leave studios all the time. But there's two things that stands out about his departure. The first is his actual statement, which reads, if I was satisfied at Platinum, then I wouldn't have left. There's a way I believe games should be made, a philosophy, a mindset of how games should be made. Koyama approached me, and we shared the same mindset and philosophy about game development. So he seemingly indicates that he wasn't able to fully unlock his creative ability over at Platinum Games.
Devin with the 2, Sly Cooper's 1,000 times better than Spider-Man. Yeah, I need to retry the Sly Cooper games because I played 2 as a kid. I remember that, but I don't think I ever beat it, and I don't really remember it too well. But I should probably give those a shot again at some point, especially now that they got ported.
Even more so is that the Metal Gear Rising director Kenji Saito, the Astral Chain director Takahisa Tora, and the Anarchy Reigns director Masaki Yamanaka all removed Platinum Games from their social media handles just last month. This could potentially mean that they've departed Platinum Games as well, and maybe even possibly followed Hideki Kamiya over to his new studio. In fact, he recently stated that he does feel responsible for the people that he left behind at Platinum Games, and would give them an opportunity if they want to follow him. He said, there was one thing that I'm worried about, is the fact that I was the vice president and chief game designer of Platinum Games, and so with me quitting, I worry about people there, the staff there. Of course, if they're motivated and happy at Platinum, I believe that's the right path for them. But if there are others whose mindset aligns more with what we're building here at Clovers, we want to welcome them and provide a path for them too. I see that as a responsibility I have to those people after leaving Platinum. So, I mean, you can kind of take all this as you will, but there is a question about Platinum Games and the direction that they're currently heading in, including their CEO, who previously revealed that they still have aspirations for more live service titles despite the catastrophic failure that was Babylon's Fall. So, yeah, when you combine that information with what we now know today, there does seem to be a lot of questions about Platinum Games and what their future holds. At the same time, though, Clovers sounds like a very promising studio, and that Okami sequel will hopefully live up to their talent. Okay, so let's go talk about Xbox, because they were hit by a very intriguing rumor over the weekend which claimed to have information about the next Xbox console. So this comes from a Ghost of Hope, and this rumor blew up when Insider Gaming decided to run the story on their website. Now this person apparently is a well-respected Call of Duty leaker. And
it's Jover for Platinum. It seems like it.
They allegedly have sources within Activision, which of course is now owned by Xbox. So theoretically,
so Babylon Fall is Nier Automata without Yoko Taro? Yeah, that, and if it was live service. Kind of. I guess you could say that. Majora Jeff with the 2, you think 2B will be in Smash Bros. Someday? I could definitely see it, honestly. With Pyra and Mithra getting added, obviously they're not afraid of putting busty game characters nowadays, so yeah, I would imagine so. I could definitely see that, especially because Nier Automata is on the Switch.
Theoretically, there is a paper trail for this person to get their hands on inside Xbox information. Let's just go get the actual leak, though, and we'll just read it here. He said, take this with a huge grain of salt. I'm hearing that the next Xbox console is still coming in 2026 and will be called Xbox Prime. Still unclear if it's a codename or the actual name. I've heard Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty is still being considered a day one release for this. Now, it is important to keep in mind that he said to take this information with a huge grain of salt. But this is definitely not the first time that we've heard about this 2026 rumor. There have been rumblings that Xbox is targeting a 2026 launch. But Xbox Prime, that's new information that we haven't really heard before. Now, personally, if this is true, which is a big if, come back to that here in just a moment, but if it's true, probably not the worst name for Xbox, but hey, that's part of the course for them. Personally, I think Xbox and Nintendo have been competing to see who can come up with the worst console names possible. And, well, Xbox, they seemingly won that competition. Nintendo at the very least seems to have improved on that front with the Switch to the Switch 2, whereas Xbox, I can't really say the same thing. There's no name that they can come up with that would shock me by this point, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. But in this case, Jess Gordon responded and said, there's no such thing as Xbox Prime launching in 26. So what I was going to say here is that if you've heard about this rumor, it blew up online these past few days, so there's a good chance that you may have. Well, I wouldn't really look into it that much. Even Ghost himself said in a separate post that he posted this rumor for somebody to corroborate, to confirm, or to deny it. Well, apparently somebody denied it. So, he didn't even seem all that confident about this in the first place. So I wouldn't start calling the next Xbox Xbox Prime. Now, with that said, I fully expect more information for the next Xbox to leak out throughout 2025. We've already talked a lot about their future plans because some of that information has leaked out online in just the last 4 weeks, and it kind of sounds like their next Xbox might be completely different. They'll have a handheld, and then they'll have this PCS console-like experience that runs on an Xbox OS. Theoretically, that could give consumers the ability to play Steam games on the next Xbox console, and I think that would be enticing for a lot of people out there.
I don't think that's happening, personally, but we'll see. Perfect Dark looks like yeah, it's got that ugly purple color scheme that Fortnite has.
To have everything to just be combined into one singular...
Every, woke game or modern game has that, really awful, purple color scheme and palette to it.
Console experience. So as soon as we hear something a little more legitimate, of course, I'll let you all know as soon as possible, and that's why you're subscribed. And if you're not, make sure that subscribe button below. Now, as for Nintendo, they were also hit by a leak, but this time I believe this one is 100% legit.
Even Sakurai sent over Dude, that shit honestly was very surprising when I played, Xenoblade 2 on the Switch. Because, Nintendo used to be super fucking strict about anything sexual or, big titties and everything and then there's that one scene in Xenoblade 2 at the very beginning where you fall asleep and then you wake up and all you look at is Pyra's massive fucking tits and it gives you a POV of the main character laying on her lap with, her massive jugs hanging over your face. I'm like, bruh, Nintendo has changed. And yeah, it seems that is the case because, they're the most relaxed now when it comes to adult content being sold on the Switch compared to other platforms. So kind of funny.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. What do you think of, about Legendary Drops YouTube channel? I am not familiar with them. Legendary Drops. Let's see. Drops. I have no idea. I haven't watched this guy. How Gamers Ruined 2024. Path of Exile. I'm back. Marvel Rivals is a wake-up call. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard of this guy. Level-headed dude. All right, I'll check him out at some time.
Legitimate. Images of the Switch 2 Joy-Con found its way online over the weekend, and you can see it here. What leads people to believe that these images are in fact real is because it has all of its markings on the back. So if I were to guess, yeah, this seems like the real thing, and that would mean that there are Switch 2 units floating around right now. Nintendo is probably manufacturing these by the million.
No, the shells are floating around. They don't actually have the chips and software loaded on them, but...
And when that happens, things like this leak out. It's difficult to keep this type of information a secret when you have this anticipated product.
Majora Jeff with the 5. Samus had big tits in Brawl. Yeah, she did. They made them smaller in Ultimate. I think it's Smash U or whatever the hell it was called. They made her titties smaller. But yeah, dude, I remember back in the day, me and my friends, when we would play Smash Bros on the Wii, we would pause the game and then use the camera to try and get that perfect angle. So, yeah. Absolutely, bro. Zero Suit Samus was a work of art as a young man back in the day.
And you have all these large manufacturers working on just so many units. Now, that could also indicate a soonish release, which is what I'm personally hoping for, but right now the most fascinating thing about this leak is that it may have also leaked a big-time feature that we've yet to hear about. I mean, for the most part, these images don't really reveal much that we don't already know. I mean, it's cool to see it and everything, but, you know, we know that it's going to be larger. It seemingly comes with an 8-inch display. Of course, the Joy-Con is going to be larger. And we've known for a while that they have magnetic rails. Every single leak, every single rumor that we've seen for a year says the same thing. It has magnetic rails. Now, something these images do reveal, though, is that one side will be blue, and from the previous leak by Next Handheld, it appears the other side will be orange. Here's a mock of what this will potentially look like. This was posted up by Necrofelipe. But the one thing that we haven't heard about until now is this infrared or optical sensor that sits on the side. People are speculating that this could act like an optical sensor from a mouse, which that could actually be a significant development if true. Theoretically, that would mean that you could detach your Joy-Cons and play your games with an almost mouse-like experience. That would suddenly breathe new life into specific genres that typically perform better on a PC because a mouse is just much more accurate than an analog stick. Genres like first-person shooters and RTS games tend to play better with a mouse. It would also give console developers a way to implement new ideas into their games, and you know, as we all know, that's something that Nintendo loves to do. They like to innovate with new quirky ideas for their console.
Yeah, but that would mean you'd have to play your Switch at a desk. I could see that maybe for games like Mario Maker or something like that, but I highly doubt it would be the primary input method.
They've been doing this pretty much since the Wii. The Wii had motion controls. The Wii U had its tablet. The 3DS had 3D. You had, of course, the Switch being a hybrid console, and now this could possibly be that new innovative feature that we have just kind of come to expect from Nintendo consoles. Either which way, though, I mean, Nintendo really needs to reveal this thing because, yeah, it's not going to be all that long before gameplay or something like that leaks out online, and Nintendo's going to be very upset if something like that happens. Now, hopefully, though, we'll get that official reveal here within the next 4 weeks. Anyways, though, that's me for this episode, but until next time, make sure to hit that subscribe button, ring that bell, and peace out.
I guess we can watch this. How gamers ruined 2024.
You know what's...
It's your fucking fault, all of you. You ruined it. Which is kind of true to a certain degree. Let's see. SNK nostalgia with the two. I remember bartending and cocktail waitresses. Nice, man. Yeah, they get a lot of tips. If you're an attractive woman and you do anything in a tip-based job, you will make a lot of money.
It's crazy. I would guarantee that if I asked the question to my audience, why do you think so many studios shut down? Why do you think there were so many layoffs? Why do you think so many games had failed? I would guarantee that the vast majority of you would be able to answer that question without any issue. The funny
Women.
thing is that apparently, well, everybody else is struggling to figure out that answer. You know, 2024 was apparently the worst year in gaming. I know those incredible games that you played, those insane sales that we saw some of these games reach, those awesome indie hits that you play. Don't pay attention to any of that. None of that actually matters. What really matters is the layoffs and the mean things that people are saying on Twitter. We have journalists that are out there that are struggling. They're coping. They are grasping at straws, trying to figure out what happened to the industry, while at the exact same time, they are painting the audience as extremists because they didn't play the games or they criticized the games in a way that they didn't appreciate. You know, one of the biggest threats that we have across the entire industry, this is probably the same for other industries as well, but it's especially true for video games, is that we have a lot of people that are out there that want to purposefully misinterpret what player criticisms or customer criticisms are for their own virtue or agenda. And it is having a massive impact.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of leftist hacks, so that's all it is.
On this industry. How many times have you guys seen somebody say something along the lines of, this is exactly what they said? And they'll put quotations around something, but they're implying what somebody said, not actually directly quoting them. This disingenuous nature of conversation, debating, and arguing just doesn't work, and it's falling flat with audiences, and it's ruining the products that we're trying to buy. That's the reason why a lot of players are pushing back on it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nigga. All right.
Of course, you're going to see some of that stuff from the audience, but the critical difference here is that the players are a diverse group. Diversity in opinions and perspectives and life and money and all kinds of different things. And they're going to have varying degrees of what their opinions are going to look like. And the difference between these two things Give me money! Is an industry that seems like is monolithically standing in opposition to its audience. But maybe I'm wrong. So today what we're going to do is we're going to find out why the players are the ones that are at fault for the fallout of 2024. As I sat in an airport waiting for my flight, excited to visit my family for the holidays, reflecting on how incredible of a year 2024 was for video games, I came across this article from TheWire.com titled 2024 was the year that the bottom fell out of the video game industry. From layoffs to the return of Gamergate, video games and the people who make and play them had a rough year. And I thought to myself, well, that's a countermeasure.
Good. You deserve it. All of you fuckers deserve to lose your jobs, especially the games journalists. That's the untold joy of 2024 is how many people got fired from games media, in addition to all the people that got fired from their cushy tech jobs at all these game studios. So I say whatever number we hit in 2024, we need to double it in 2025 and fully bring about the total collapse of the Western video game industry. But we shall see. Only time will tell. Hopefully that is the reality.
I mean, yeah, we saw some massive layoffs.
It's looking good because if Ubisoft shuts down, that's like 10,000 people right there.
Installations and closures across the industry, and it was arguably one of the most divisive years in gaming. However, 2024, while tumultuous, was an incredible year across the board. Indie games reached unheard of heights, and independent AA and AAA studios dominated the entire year. Steam updated their policies to protect their customers from rug-pull DLC and roadmaps. California forced publishers and studios to plainly state that customers do not own what they are buying. 2024 was a step forward for consumers, but apparently that isn't where our priority should be. Megan Rockmanesh of TheWire.com writes, for the people who make games, 2024 was a year of holding on for dear life. At the annual Game Developer Conference in March, Survive Till 25 was this year's incantation, summoned to keep morale on pace. Others resorted to full-on screams as layoffs in the industry charted record highs and developers found themselves under attack online for conspiratorial nonsense.
Oh my, yeah, I remember that. I was just about to say, shit, I remember when they all got outside and started screeching.
In 2023, more than 10,000 developers lost their jobs. One-third of game makers surveyed at the beginning of the year reported they've been affected by layoffs in some way. While there were some wins for labor organizers at big studios like Activision Blizzard and collective action around fighting for protection from the encroachment of AI on employment, the industry's collective brain drain continued in 2024 as workers lost jobs in mass. 6 months in, this year's layoff tally had already surpassed that of 2023. According to Matthew Ball, an advisor and producer for the games and television space, 2024's job loss count will wind up being about 40% higher than the previous years.
Those are rookie numbers, man. We need to get that number up to at least 2x.
Explanation is complex and wide-ranging for the same reasons the layoffs are so deep and continuous, and sit alongside many studio closures and even more canceled games, Ball says. Developers are under attack for conspiratorial nonsense, and they're trying to figure out why games are failing. You guys aren't seeing the correlation here? Let's look at the games and then look at the layoffs. Outside of Hi-Fi Rush, many of the studios that released games that fell flat with audiences fell flat for countless reasons that are pretty obvious to everybody else. Meanwhile, all these publishers are investing obscene amounts of money into these projects. What do they think the recourse is for that money lost? When these studios and these publishers are investing $200 to $300 million into a single game, if not more, we're not even talking about marketing budget, do you think that Microsoft is just going to accept the hit for Redfall, that Sony's just going to accept the $400 million wasted on Concord, that Ubisoft, who's been unable to turn a profit on damn near anything for years now, is somehow not going to have any repercussions for that? What's the conspiracy here? I am sick and tired of games media treating industry layoffs as some sort of surprise tragedy, conveniently ignoring the root cause that these companies failed to deliver on their customers' needs and the publishers over-budgeted on those projects and set unrealistic sales projections. The reality is
that, and the people who work on these games are sabotaging them. That's another aspect too nobody wants to talk about, is the literal purposeful sabotage that these, leftist developers inflict on the games and companies they work for. So a responsible company, Microsoft, should come out and say, hey, we don't stand by the sentiment of this fucking person who works at Obsidian who says we need to get rid of all the white people from the video game industry. We don't believe that's actually, a proper mentality to have when it comes to hiring. But no, they sit there and basically endorse it through silence. And then they go, well, why did nobody buy our game, dude? It's like, maybe because you're openly hateful against the people you expect to spend money on your dog shit? I don't know. Just a thought.
It's simple. These players are not buying these games that are poorly made, uninspired, or designed for audiences that don't exist. Studios have spent years now chasing fleeting trends, pushing live service games that are riddled with microtransactions, and prioritizing their ideological messaging over the quality or meaningfulness of the content they're supposed to be delivering. When these games flop, it's no mystery why. There's no conspiracy here. This is an industry that's not under attack from external forces. It's sabotaging itself through greed, ego, and decision making. One of the other things that really bothers me is the special treatment that the games industry gets.
Self-sabotage.
These aren't unique to just gaming. Every single industry is facing economic challenges right now.
Thank you. Exactly. Nobody cries when a Walmart employee loses their job. But everyone, when some shitty, awful game dev with like blue hair goes, I got fired. And everyone's like, oh my God, no, please take my money. You're a video game developer. You should never have to want for a single thing. Please, no. If you need to use my wife for some stress relief, she's ready and available for you. I'll even bring you a towel when you need to clean up. It's insane, man. The literal self-flagellation that people do in order to appease these developers is just crazy.
Right now because, people are facing economic challenges right now. The tech sector saw 141,000 jobs lost. Manufacturing saw 17,000 jobs lost. Retail, 4,800, and many more sectors saw the same. What is unique in gaming is that this is largely self-inflicted. Companies like Ubisoft, Microsoft, Sony, and more have consistently wasted their resources on bloated projects, garbage games, ideological soapboxes, and live service games that nobody was asking for, while ignoring their core audience. These layoffs are the inevitable result of poor leadership and decisions that were prioritizing quick profits and ego over player satisfaction. Studios aren't failing because of bad luck. They're failing because they've stopped making games that people care about. As a customer, I'm gonna be honest, I just don't care or feel anything for any of these internal struggles that these companies go through, especially when it's mismanagement to blame. The industry's decline is a natural consequence of treating customers like an afterthought. If studios want to survive, well, they need to stop chasing trends, stop alienating their core audiences, and start focusing on making great games. The problem isn't the market or the players, it's the industry itself. Please, show me an example of a studio, a great studio that released a successful game that performed well day one, that sold really well, that delivered and exceeded players' expectations, they prioritized the players' needs, and then they ended up having layoffs. You can't, because it doesn't exist, because successful games make successful studios, which keeps people in business. Why are we conveniently ignoring the fact that the studios that failed this year, and even last year, well, I guess this year's 2025, 2024 and 2023, were because those games didn't sell. They made games that players didn't buy, and thus they went out of business, because that's just how the world works. At the very least, I do feel for some of the developers that lost their job, because they're not the ones that are making the decisions that led to these studios having layoffs or closures, because it's not your audio engineer, it's not your level designer, it's not your animators or programmers, it's the leadership at these companies. But I will say this, as an employee at these studios, if you guys are out there and you're making video games today, you need to be paying attention to your leadership, and you have to recognize where that ship is going. If you're working for someone that you know is not doing a very good job of putting a video game together, you need to get out of there way before those layoffs come out. There is no way that there aren't people that were at Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and said, oh man, we got a game of the year situation out here. No, there's no way you thought that. You gotta recognize and know what the consequences of a game like that are going to look like for a studio. It's not gonna be good. When I read articles like this, what really upsets me is how they perpetuate this idea of entitlement, that regardless of the outcomes, that people should keep their jobs. It's not their fault. It is. It's a collective thing, right? We're working as a team together to make this game and put it out there, and, well, if it doesn't sell, you lose your job, because that's just how it goes, especially with how much money's out there. And the issue is that when you start taking away, accountability, well, then they start looking around and saying, well, if it's not the leadership, and it's not the industry, well, who would it be? The players. The writer continues with, as the industry faltered, games suffered. High-profile releases like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League were commercial failures. While there were many reasons for this, online right-wing groups reduced it to a single mantra: go woke, go broke. By their logic, if the game does poorly and has even a whiff of diversity, be it regarding gender, sexuality, or race, that disappointing performance is the fault of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. Although there have been incredible games released this year, Balatro, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor ReFantazio, Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, they couldn't distract from the troubles faced by the people making them. They couldn't make up for the fact that the meta-narrative of video games in 2024 was bleak. Paul says the blame for this can't all be pinned to a single thing, like capitalism, mismanagement, COVID-19.
Metaphor was not exactly a shining point of the year, but...
or even interest rates. It involves development costs, how studios are staffed, consumer spending habits, and game pricing. The storm is so brutal, he says, because it's all of these things at once, and none have been really alleviated since the layoffs began. For indie developers specifically, the threat to their existence has been substantial. Dozens of small studios shuttered in 2024, though it's been difficult to get a full picture on how many indie studios the industry has lost, as they're more likely to shut down quietly without much fanfare.
Yeah, but the thing is with indie devs, yeah, of course a bunch of them are going to shut down, because if anyone and their fucking mother can become an indie developer, of course not everyone's going to be successful. I mean, just look at all those indie sizzle reels at any of the gaming shows. 99% of those games you can tell are going to be absolute financial failures. And I don't understand why we have like this hug box mentality where everyone's told they're so talented, they're going to make a successful game, they're going to do so well, when in reality, their game is destined to fail before it even came out. Like, anybody with half a fucking brain cell could look at some of these games and be like, yeah, stop wasting your time. You're not going to have success with this. Like, it's not rocket science. I don't know, bro. There's just, it's like basically welfare. Like, people think the game industry should be like subsidized or some shit. Like, oh yeah, well, every game developer deserves a job because they're a game developer, and even if their game sucks, they should be entitled to make 6 figures a year. It's like just insane, man. Absolutely insane.
Fair or before many players even know they exist. With dwindling opportunities to get funding from investors and little cash to go around, developers sought alternative methods to get funding for their games in the past year. Some took bankrolling into their own hands. Among us, creator Innersloth launched an initiative to give fellow developers backing to finish projects. Others, like Tales of Panzera Zhao developer Surgeon Studios, made their plans public in early development in hopes of attracting investments, all while fending off racist attacks from the anti-DEI crowd, making the challenges they're facing twofold. Even studios owned by tech juggernauts weren't immune to the industry's contractions.
Yeah, racist. Making a game about Afrofuturism and then being surprised when people make fun of it is fucking retardation.
Microsoft shuttered Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks. Sony shut down Firewalk. The latter shuttering wasn't wholly surprising. Its big 2024 release Concord was largely considered a flop, but having a hit didn't give any studios a safety net. Near universal acclaim for Tango's Hi-Fi Rush didn't stop Microsoft's axe. It did, though, however.
Bro literally made We Was Kang's the platformer and then was surprised that people laughed at it.
Give Tango just enough juice to be revived by a new buyer. In other words, it's been a dismal year for morale. When developers gathered in Los Angeles for June's Summer Games Fest, developer New Blood Interactive bought out a billboard solely to memorialize their fellow developers who'd lost their jobs. We love you, we miss you, we hate money. It's just so performative and disingenuous.
Oh my god, dude,
about
wow, they're so stunning and brave. We hate money. Then I hope you never make a profit.
A Black Myth, Balatro, and Astrobot. Now, the success of those games couldn't distract from the trouble of the people that were making them. Those employees don't have any trouble. They're chilling. They're kicking it right now. They're working on the game that they already made, or they're working on the next game that they're going to make. Having a hit doesn't provide a safety net. Hi-Fi Rush was a game that had critical success, and I'm sorry, but writers, journalists, and reviewers, you don't matter if the game doesn't sell well. It was a niche game. It was great. I had a lot of fun playing it, but it released on Xbox and PC Game Pass, a game that was largely played for free under a subscription, and the only game that people liked that actually came from a studio that suffered a closure or layoff. We hate money? Yeah, it's obvious that they hate money. We've learned that by now. It's why they can't keep their employees or stay in business. They're making things for the sake of making them rather than making them for an audience, and that's fine, by the way, but there are consequences for that. And tell me, what is the purpose of sliding in these snide remarks about DEI like player reception isn't a part of this issue? This article's treatment of diversity and player criticism is a textbook example of bad faith argumentation. It dismisses legitimate concerns about poor writing, inauthentic representation, and shallow characters by highlighting some of the most extreme comments from a fringe minority, branding them as right-wing groups if they have any sort of criticism, chanting go woke, go broke. This straw man tactic is a deliberate attempt to devalue the opinions of players who want better writing and characters that actually feel authentic. When they continue to focus on these inflammatory remarks, the industry...
I thought Hi-Fi Rush was slop, personally, but I don't like gimmick platformers. Like, the whole game is basically a rhythm platformer, and I did not really care for it, but if that's your type of game, then I guess you might like it.
Avoids engaging with the real issue. Players are tired of being sold half-baked stories and poorly executed characters that are dressed up in the guise of progressive messaging. Sure, there are some weirdos that are on the internet, but there are also thoughtful conversations about these issues as well. These criticisms of players...
Let's see. Majora Jeff with a 5, best cutscene. We'll take a look after this. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Mr. 60 Minutes. Tell me something I don't know. Exactly, bro. I mean, this guy does seem to have a pretty good grasp on the current state of the industry. I mean, he is kind of, I mean, I guess it's deliberate, you know, dancing around the real answer in a lot of cases, but, you know, I guess that's an effort to stay in the algorithm's good graces, so I can't really say I blame him, but seems to have a pretty good take thus far. SNK Nostalgia with a 2, looking forward to, for the Phoenix Rise over dead IPs. Yeah, the only thing is like, I wish somebody like Elon or, you know, somebody who's, you know, sane with a lot of money and resources would like start buying up some of these beloved IPs when the inevitable liquidation comes around. And then they can actually be like made in the way that they should be. Because there's so much money that's just being sat on in the gaming industry right now that's being completely just neglected. Like if I was a major shareholder of these video game companies, I would be suing for negligence by the management for not maximizing my shareholder wealth, because so many of these games are like deliberately made to fail and you can't convince me otherwise. So if I was a big enough shareholder, I'd be like filing negligence and failure to conduct your fiduciary duty towards the management at this point, but I don't have enough money in any of these companies or any at all anymore. Putting money in the gaming industry is pretty fucking stupid at this point. Genocide King Revive with a 2. Would you rather play Microslop or Souls-likes for life? Probably Microslop, because at least it would be variety. Playing the same shit over and over and over again would get mind-numbingly boring. So at least bad games with some variety would be more entertaining than just playing the exact same thing over and over again.
Players are raising aren't about rejecting diversity, it's about rejecting bad diversity. Forced, one-dimensional, inauthentic characters and stories that are meant to meet their personal worldview rather than actually serve the narrative. Players want nuanced, well-developed characters like we've seen in so many successful games. Take a look around. There are plenty of games with plenty of diversity in some of the most successful games of 2024. These writers are living in their own universe at this point. They were spewing nonsense about how Black Myth Wukong wasn't including women when in fact the game was filled with female leads in the story. Space Marine 2 had a black amputee and Brother Chiron steal the show in the final leg of the campaign in some of the most badass moments of the whole damn game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Barrett was one of the best voice performances all year, and that game tackled deep issues with parenting, adoption, and PTSD. Metaphor Refantasio's entire premise is around racism, prejudice, and more.
Yeah, and it fucking sucks. The metaphor glazing is so unwarranted. That game is beyond mediocre.
More glaring is that this article completely disregards...
It's just literal anime slop with racism bad, dude. Oh my god, guys, did you know that racism is bad? I don't want to blow your mind too hard, but yeah, racism is actually bad, guys. Don't hate people because they're a different race than you, you fucking bigot.
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
The massive successes that we saw in indie games in 2024, which contradicts all of their doom and gloom. Titles like Power World, Enshrouded, Plucky Squire, Animal Well, Pacific Drive, Crow Country, Mouthwashing, and Manowars not only thrived, but they captivated audiences. They found their own audience with their originality, their authenticity, and their focus on gameplay over scope. By ignoring these successes, player concerns, and why some of these studios actually shut down, this writer is doing nothing but painting an incomplete and ultimately a biased picture. They are so tied up to these...
GGG, here, I'll push it.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
That shit's great, man.
Of their actions that they never take the time to think about the actions themselves. It's all about optics, it's all performative, it's nothing more. We have an entire industry that is so terrified, so absolutely terrified to just say that some people are bad at their fucking job. It's as simple as that. The characters suck, the writing sucks, the premise sucks, the gameplay sucks, the writing is contrived and formulaic. We've seen it 1,000 times. When I played Dragon Age of the Veilguard, it felt like I was watching a Netflix television show. You know,
Griffin exposed himself that he's racist like DSP, exactly.
Shoot him! He's black! Shoot him! Racism!
Esicada Soldier with the 2. Racism brings bad karma. Yeah, generally I'm not a fan of racism. I'm more of a less of a racist and more of a culturist, or whatever the phrase is. I think it's more so about how you behave versus how you look. I don't really care what like skin color you are. It's more so the behavior that comes attached to you versus the aesthetic qualities. Because you can have a white guy that behaves like a literal fucking, you know, caveman Neanderthal retard who's flinging shit everywhere. And it's like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck that he's white. I don't want to be around him. Like, I don't really fucking care at that point. It's like, well, you know, that's not going to do anything for me. So the whole race thing, I think, is unnecessary to focus on as much. It's more so about how the person behaves and the general culture surrounding said people versus, you know, an aesthetic quality. It's like, you know, saying like, oh, I only want to be around tall people. Like, okay, well, what if all the tall people are fucking bricks? I don't know. George F with the 2. All right, yeah, we'll take a look in a minute. So, let's see.
I'm gonna rant now. I watched The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. I used to love Sabrina the Teenage Witch when I was a kid. Touch me, I don't really care. But in the show, they had this character that was a female to male trans, and they wanted to join the basketball team. They sucked.
Ew.
They were terrible. They couldn't hit a shot. They got ran out by all the guys, and they were only good.
Ran out by all the guys or run through by all the guys?
When someone cast a spell on them. They pushed down one of the players on the team down a flight of stairs and almost killed the guy.
Dog, what fucking kids show is about trannies playing basketball? Jesus Christ, man. It's probably a Disney show.
It's supposed to be a wholesome story, a wholesome coming out story. That player that fell down the stairs, couldn't remember anything, comes up to them on crutches and apologizes. What's the moral of the story? What are you even doing at this point? While that's TV and this is video games, it's the same trash, garbage level writing and character writing that players are trying to push back on. That's the reason why a lot of these players are voicing their concerns and trying to talk about it. And yeah, you're going to have some people that are out there, they're going to latch onto it, and they're going to be the hateful few that are out there, but you have folks with genuine concerns that you really...
It was Nickelodeon. Let's see. What was it called? Sabrina the Witch? The Witch. I don't know. I don't see anything. It's a Dan Schneider show? Oh, God. Damn. Dan's fucking degeneracy didn't stop with just feet, I guess. I can't seem to find the network. Let's see. Network. I just want to know if it's Disney.
I can't afford this shit!
Viacom, so yeah, it would be Nickelodeon. Oh no, ABC. Okay, so ABC. Well, Viacom owned Nickelodeon. That's why I said that. So yeah, it was on ABC. I have no idea. I never heard of that. But then again, my parents wouldn't have let me watch some shit with trannies in it. Claus Mystery with a 50. Careful Griffin. MAGA tards will call you woke for not being... Oh...
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
No, the thing is with that is they're not even MAGA. They're the fucking Nick Fuentes fucking gay ops retards that, you know, tried to undermine Trump in the 11th hour and are now pretending to have been on his side the entire time. So... that's what's funny, you know, because Nick Fuentes tried to sabotage the fucking election at the last minute, which is fucking comical to even think about, that fucking retard thinks he wields any sort of real political clout. But yeah, he's literally a fucking op because, you know, all of his friends were arrested for January 6th and he magically wasn't. So he's a federal agent, essentially, or at least an asset.
Need to pay attention to, because a lot of these games, a lot of this media is doing nothing but perpetuating negative stereotypes. It's doing more harm.
Not to mention, he's a flaming homosexual.
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
But yeah.
Harm to these minorities than good. We have people that are out there that want to be heroes of virtue but don't have the skill to execute on it. That needs to be called out. You have to call that out. Because if you don't, these problems only continue to get worse and you end up making groups look worse as a result of that. Is that what you really want from this? Can we not sit back and point out how garbage Dragon Age the Veilguard is? We can't talk about how poorly executed a game like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, or how garbage the character designs for Concord is. We can't
Come Hunter Catboy.
talk about those kind of things. How is the industry supposed to get better if you guys don't just take the gloves off every once in a while? And as a customer, that's what I expect, because I'm a gamer. I'm supposed to be coming to reviewers and writers for their expertise on these issues, but they don't want to talk about those kind of things. I want to talk, we all want to talk about the quality of these games, but we're just not allowed to because the industry just isn't interested in it. The writer concludes with, this year may have been the 10th anniversary of Gamergate, the 2014 online hate movement that shaped the internet harassment tactics apparent today, but online conversations felt like a trip back in time. Conservative ideologues bemoaned the inclusion of characters who did not fit the cookie-cutter image of a white cis hetero man. They complained that DEI...
Good. Well, when your customer base is white cis hetero men, don't be fucking surprised when nobody wants to play as some disgusting freak.
I was being forced upon them. It wasn't. In March, harassment towards a small consultancy agency called Sweet Baby Incorporated reached new heights as bad actors organized through Discord, Steam forums, and other online spaces, branding themselves as Gamergate 2.0. Online mobs harassed developers using tweets, DMs, YouTube videos, and Twitch streams. They targeted anyone with any connection to Sweet Baby and other consultancies, a fairly wide net as consultants are often brought on to advise on accuracy, sensitivity, and more. Their mission was fighting against wokification. The realities of the economic issues impacting the games they love had no place in their tactics. The specter of diversity had more pull than analysts and experts. Games with black leads and characters were derided as forced. Female characters deemed unattractive or masculine were suffering from the DEI chin. Dragon Age: The Veilguard was criticized by far-right trolls for its customization options, which allowed players to create characters with top surgery scars and play with a non-violent...
Yeah, that shit's fucking retarded. That's mental illness.
Binary companion. After reviews were released, conspirators latched on to cliche phrases and other language as proof that BioWare was instructing reviewers how to talk about their game. I am just so...
They absolutely were during the preview periods.
So sick of seeing people rewrite history regarding Gamergate 2014. Journalists continue to this day to present it.
Dude, Gamergate was gay as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Just like this Gamergate 2.0 shit was fucking gay as hell.
As nothing more than an online hate movement, ignoring that at its core, Gamergate was about ethics in journalism, a criticism of media outlets and their cozy, clearly visible relationships with developers and publishers. That message was quickly buried under strawman arguments highlighting the most extreme views possible, a minority, a vocal minority more than anything else, a tactic that conveniently allows them to deflect any accountability. This exact same strategy is on full display here, framing the criticisms of diversity, storytelling, and representation in game as far-right trolling while avoiding legitimate concerns about the quality and authenticity of the work that's being delivered. I can't believe that they would bring up Gamergate 2014 in the same breath as Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Yeah, let's call the customers conspiracy theorists when we know that reviewers that were critical of the game didn't receive review codes. When every reviewer that scored the game an 8 or a 9, well, the review sounded like the game was more like a 10, each one of them saying a return to form for BioWare, while the product that was delivered to the customers didn't meet the expectations that were set by those reviews. Well, I don't think that BioWare told reviewers what to say. They definitely controlled who got it first, and the people...
Yeah, we need Trump to tweet about Gamergate, bro. That'll be the ultimate own the libs moment ever, and it'll save Western civilization. Sargoy of Applebee's grand plan needs to come to fruition.
People who got it first were those who are desperate to make sure that one of these games win, and they will do anything and say anything to make that happen. I will never forget Jason Schreier going on Twitter to gloat about Dragon Age: The Veilguard, saying, go woke, go top the charts, only to say in the comments that he doesn't even like the game, he just likes seeing the chuds get dunked on. Of course, he would later then remove this entire post when it was revealed that the game wasn't a success.
Yeah, well, Jason Schreier is also a,
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Look, I'm not going to pretend like the trolling or extremist positions don't exist. I know it's real. I see it all the time. I see it every single day. I see it in the comment sections of videos and live streams. I see weirdos on social media that are sharing images of what underwear Eve from Stellar Blade would wear versus the character from Naughty Dog's Intergalactic. I see how hard people will sometimes reach on Twitter to find issues with something that just aren't there, just to try to keep the hate train moving. But at the end of the day, the only reason why those groups find any traction is because there are real issues in the industry.
Dude, the thing is, like, trust me, there is a lot of those grifter types, like, you know, everybody's favorite Xbot. Yeah, I think everybody knows who I'm talking about. But yeah, everyone's favorite Xbot who tried to, you know, latch on to the fucking Gamergate 2 cringe in order to try and, you know, become an anti-woke channel, but then failed miserably. And is now apparently attacking the anti-woke people he tried to ally himself with and build an audience from. Nah, not Andy Pants. Andy Pants, I don't know why anyone takes him seriously. That dude's channel is like full-blown ironic, and people are just too dumb to realize that. No, not Synthetic Man.
Today to add fuel to that fire, and ignoring them or pretending like the house isn't burning down around you isn't going to help these studios and keep them from closing or keep these games from failing or help people keep their jobs. Take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Why did some of these games fail? Why were people criticizing Sweet Baby Incorporated? Why were these games so fundamentally flawed? You know, my first thought when I saw the whole Sweet Baby Incorporated drama come up was not about the consultancy agency itself. It was about why companies developing narrative-driven games would even need to outsource parts of their story to an external agency in the first place.
No, I don't think Synthetic Man's gay enough to engage with the Gamergate 2 shit, personally. No, we're talking about somebody who, you know, was all in on the anti-woke shit until all of a sudden Microsoft came under the crossfire. That's who we're referring to. Or at least I am. You can probably draw the lines.
That's the real issue. Let's do a root cause analysis here. We have studios right now that are burning through hundreds of millions of dollars on bloated, overscope projects. Those same studios are overstaffed, leading to layers upon layers of management that are trying to oversee these massive teams. The more management you introduce, the more diluted the vision of the company and the game becomes, and the harder it is to be able to make clear, decisive calls. It's a classic case of too many cooks in the kitchen. With deadlines looming and budgets spiraling out of control, studios find themselves scrambling to complete unfinished parts of their game. To meet those deadlines, they then bring in external agencies to share the workload. The result, a game that barely has any cohesive identity because it's been put through so many hands and has no unifying vision to be able to tie it together. Add in an outside consultant who's unfamiliar with the heart of the project, and it's like playing a game of telephone. Every step introduces more miscommunication and disconnection, all driven by overscoping, mismanagement, and unchecked egos at the top. Of course, these games were destined to fail, but we aren't talking about that, and these writers aren't interested in looking into it. The truth is, none of this is going to stop, and it's not going to stop until a lot of these companies start going out of business, and basically, that's it. Because at the end of the day, it goes back to what I was saying before, that you have people that are out there that are so caught up in the virtue of their actions, they're not actually thinking about their actions. They will say a lot of things, but they won't think about what they're saying. Like, as an example, you're going to have a lot of folks that are out there that'll say, I want diversity.
All right, does that bother anybody else? It's bothered me the whole video, and I haven't said anything, but that shit is kind of pissing me off. The anime bitch with, like, the eye.
In video games. Full stop. That's it. Because isn't that just the most virtuous thing to say? I say I want diversity in games because I want a diversity in perspectives. I want shared experiences. I want something that is maybe going to change the way that I view the world, or maybe help me empathize with people that I've never...
I don't want diversity in games. I just want fun-based, violent experiences that are, you know, non-stop action from start to finish. I couldn't give a damn about diversity.
Never understood before, because I've had games that have done that for me in the past. I think one of the best examples of this is Warframe, actually.
I want dumb fun, bro. I'm so sick of this emotional storytelling nonsense. Leave that to the Japanese with JRPGs. Western developers don't have the right.
They have this entire quest line that is about an autistic character. I never understood the perspective of somebody that was autistic until I played that game and played that mission.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Help me empathize with people that I've never understood before, because I've had games that have done that for me in the past. I think one of the best examples of this is Warframe, actually. They have this...
Bro, you gotta... All right. Don't take offense to this, because I know somebody like, oh my god, dude. You don't... All right. I feel like if you're playing Warframe, you probably already have autism, so I don't know why you'd need to be able to relate to that.
Entire quest line that is about an autistic character. I never understood the perspective of somebody that was autistic until I played that game and played that mission, and then now I understand far better than I ever have before.
Yeah, you should just play Sonic. Give him a much better idea. Shit, bro.
Than I've ever seen on a television show or read in an article or anything like that. And it's important to keep grounded. There's a fundamental difference there in the authenticity and what you actually want.
Can confirm I play Warframe and got autism. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but that game is like so fucking demanding and like so detail oriented with like the grind and everything that I feel like you almost have to have autism to some degree to like really get into it.
You know, going into 2025, I decided that I wanted to deliver better content to my viewers, because that's what my viewers deserve. They're the ones that support me, and without them, I'm nothing. And when I read an article like this, I realized that that's just not what this industry is interested in. They have this weird relationship between the two of them where they keep, you know, the media covers the industry, but now I'm realizing it's more like they cover for the industry, not actually covering what's going on in the industry. They care a lot more about each other than the people that actually keep them in business in the first place, and that's their fundamental flaw. You have to respect where the money comes from, because without us, you're nothing. And nothing's really going to change, and a lot of these companies are just going to go out of business, and out of their ashes, well, new titans will rise. You know, alternative media, YouTube, Twitch streaming, you have people that are on X that are posting some stuff as well, or Twitter, sorry, but I don't really care what people call it, to be honest with you. But you know, journalists are going to be the ones that are going out of style. You have indie developers that are starting to take rise. AA and AAA games that have been taking over the industry over the last couple of years. Some of the best games that we've been delivered have not come from the biggest companies that are out there. And what do you think is going to be the end result of that? They're going to go out of business, and the new guys are going to take over. And to be honest with you, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, but what new guys are going to take over?
The new guys make some pretty damn good games. You know, you have to,
like who?
To have a balance between doing something that you want and making sure that you're also doing something for the people that are actually keeping you.
Nah, Destiny 2 is not as autistic as Warframe. Warframe, you have to grind to fucking grind. Like, that game is insanely demanding, and it's almost impossible to keep track of. Destiny is way more simplistic.
In check, the people that are actually paying you in the first place, and that's where this industry is starting to veer off course. You have to stop looking at everybody else and start looking in the mirror from time to time, because these two, like the media and game developers, just keep patting each other on the back and not listening to the players, and we're the ones with the wallets, and just not going to work out for you. I don't know what else to say. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I have a head cold, so I have a really hard time hearing myself right now, which has made it really hard for me to like script read.
It's because Warframe was always freemium. Yeah, dude, the grind in Warframe is like fucking insane. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Play the Autism Kids. Okay, I can play some of it. Let's see. Ready, set, bow, autism. There we go.
Hey kids, it's time to have fun with Ready, Set, Bow! I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Don't be scared of me. Don't be scared of me. we're the same, you and me.
No, we're fucking not.
I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Let's be friends and play a game. I might seem different, but we're the same. We both have eyes and a nose. We have hands, we can wave to our friends.
I don't have any fucking friends, you insensitive fuck.
We both have ears.
Oh my god, dude. So fucking mean, dude. This is why I can't talk to autists, bro.
We can stomp to the beat. We can play happily. Take my hand and best friends we'll be. I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Don't be scared of me. Don't be scared of me. 'Cause we're the same, you and me. I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Let's be friends and play a game. I might seem different, but we're the same. We both have eyes.
Alright, it's getting annoying now. I don't want to listen to that part again. There we go. Yeah, my autism level's not high enough to make it all the way through. Sorry. Alright, so let's see. Best cutscene. Hell yeah. This is what they took from us. That's what was taken from us, guys. Them things were definitely affected by gravity. Alright, let's see this one next. Yep, this is what I was saying. Like you literally just wake up and you have Pyra's massive milkers just right in your eyes. I was like, bro, Nintendo would never have done this shit prior. Nah, I'm much more of a Mithra enjoyer, to be fair, than Pyra, but I guess either wouldn't be bad. Although the gray-haired version, like that you get at the end of the game, is my favorite. Have you seen, yeah, the bunny blade? Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Is she grooming him? I hope so. That's your player character, so. You know, in an RPG, I'd definitely want to be a victim. see. My Goonin stick is getting... Oh, shit, bro. You got some lotion on that shit? SK Nostalgia with the 2. Fun fact, I can look someone in the eyes. That's good, man. Should always do that. Most people are afraid of eye contact nowadays, which is kind of crazy to think about.
All right,
Oscar,
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
With the 5, when the Switch 2 comes out, this is one of the games I'm definitely going to play. I skipped out completely because of that shit. Wait, that shit it was literally 15 FPS. Yeah, and it's like 240p or whatever on the Switch. It's awful. Like, that game made me physically ill, which is why when I got to the final part of the game and then I had to, like, grind my ass off again, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I've had enough. Like, I enjoyed Xenoblade 2 overall, but those sections where they just hit you with this massive fucking level spike is really irritating.
I can't afford this shit!
Majora Jeff with the 2, you like Mithra more because she's showing more skin? No, she's got blonde hair and it's long. I'm not into the whole neon red hair, personally. Mithra has the superior look as far as the hair color goes and style. And then also SK Nostalgia with the 2.
Gaming.
I'm going to the bar IRL, tap some. Damn, bro. Like 5 a.m.? Hey, to each their own. Oh, Griffin, if you want to see something funny, look up Xenoblade 3 Rex picture. Okay. Rex picture. Oh, I've seen this before. Yeah, where they're all pregnant or with kids, yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Now that's a role-playing game. Do you fancy yourself Joy Taylor? I don't know who that is. The little worm pulled 3 bitches insanity. That's right, man. Dude, Rex's English voice actor is one of the worst voice acted characters I have ever fucking heard in my life. I had to switch that game to dub, or not dub, to sub from dub because of that awful UK voice cast. Like, I'm so sick of Nintendo using UK voice actors. They're awful, bruh. They're terrible at their fucking job. Yeah, to save money. It's cheaper. Which, I mean, I guess for niche Japanese games, I kind of get, but at the same time, it's like, bro, so bad. Would I tap Joy Taylor? I'll look it up. Joy Taylor. Ew. No. Already no. Nope. That's gonna be a no for me, dog. She looks like she's like 40 right off the bat. She's 43? Yep, not a chance, bro. That was easy. That was easy. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. She's been passed around at Fox. Gross. Majorage F with the 5. Pyra and Mithra pushed me off a pipe. And Stalker 2 felt great. Hell yeah. That's when I gave them the pipe too. Anna Taylor-Joy. She used to look a lot better before she got the buccal fat surgery. Would I smash...
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Mickey Madison?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I don't know who that is either.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. She's not bad.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. Ferrex with the 17 months. Xenoblade 3's future redeemed DLC turned Rex into an absolute Chad. Dude's the literal glow-up king. I'm glad, because he was a bit of a bitch. In the base game of Xenoblade 2. Mickey Madison is full Jewish. You can have... Oh, shit. Then she's an 11 out of 10, bro. Hell yeah. A small mouse is living in my room. Any advice? Get a mousetrap. I don't know. Gal Gadot is Jewish. Yeah, dude, she was hot as fuck back in the day in those old Fast and Furious movies. Silver Tundra the 2. E-Ray really wants you to look at Lady Death trailer. As long as it's not for a movie, I guess. But if it's for a movie, I can't watch it. Yeah, we'll see. The anime or the game? I'm guessing it's the game. Did they just steal the Doom soundtrack? Why do her abs... Alright, abs should not have jiggle physics. That defeats the purpose of abs. Demonic Row, I guess what it was. Kickstarter, uh-oh. Be careful of that, man. Kickstarter games are usually something to be very careful of. Let's see. Gal Gadot being the evil queen in that shitty Snow White reboot makes no sense because she looks better than that Rachel. But yeah, exactly. It makes no sense because that Rachel Ziegler chick is like literally a 4 out of 10 at best on a good day. Meanwhile, Gal Gadot back in the day was at least a 9. I don't know about now. But in the Fast and Furious movie, she was very hot. Gal Gadot has the best ass shots in a superhero movie. Which one? Griffin, shut the fuck up. You're a solid 3. No, that's when I'm soft. Nothing will ever trump Johansson, Black Widow, and Iron Man Ash. Oh God, what is this shit? Xbox tax activate. Let's see this.
I saw a post that Astro Cyborg, big time supporter of the channel, longtime OG member, put on Twitter. And it clipped a post from another YouTuber who talks about the gaming industry. I thought this one was very interesting because, again, it seems like something is up right here. Now, before I actually jump into this video, I want to put a caveat. I'm not defending, expansions and DLCs and all this stuff in live service games.
You probably are, though. You use the word Xbox tax, so that means you absolutely are.
We know that these are their moneymakers. However, I think the anti-Xbox slant is quite apparent in this particular instance. So Astro Cyborg, here you go again, baiting me into, having to deal with this because, again, this is what you always do. He posted a little snapshot of Reforged Gaming's ABK deal tax in big quotes. And then pretty much posted Charlie Intel, who is a big Call of Duty Twitter user, and said base game $70, $30 black sale per season, $20 to $30 in-game bundles, $10 base battle pass per season, and new $10 event pass.
There's more to... I saw this Charlie Intel tweet, and then it details how the game is basically unplayable because of the shitty fucking packet burst, all the hackers. So it's not just the, cost. It's also the fact that the game is more broken than it's ever been. So, yeah.
I gotta say, it is a slimy variation of what Activision has always been doing every single year.
No, it's not, because if you read the rest of the tweet, it explains that the game is more broken than ever, even though they're charging more money than ever. So, yeah, if you only look at half the tweet, then I guess maybe, but...
However, here's where I see a discrepancy is that the so-called Reforged Gaming would actually post this and say it's a tax when Reforged used to be a Destiny player.
A whataboutism is the... bro, this is retarded as fuck. So literally his entire retort is a whataboutism. Well, you play Destiny, so you can't talk. Well, why?
Now, many of you know Destiny as this game that, went through all of this stuff. But deep down inside, when you look at Destiny, it's basically an expansion fest. I mean, look at all of Destiny 2's, collections. Now, yes, fight me and tell me how, oh, well, these are full expansions and blah, blah, blah and whatnot. But
yeah, literally a whataboutism, dude.
Again,
guess what? $150 is still cheaper than everything you just outlined in that Call of Duty tweet, but
this is exactly the core challenge with a lot of these kinds of games, because when you come in and say you want to buy something like the annual pass or something that, say in the last one, $50, the final shape, you realize that they're selling their, expansions for $50 and $100 and finding other ways to monetize in their game. So when somebody shows up who has played a live service game and starts to critique, or who played extensively a live service game and starts to critique a live service game and put, a publisher's name right by it, you can see the apparent bias that we have here. Now,
yeah, but you're ignoring the rest of the Charlie Intel tweet where they said that the game is more broken than ever, which was the whole point of the tweet, was to say, look, Activision's charging more money than ever before, but the game is more broken than it's ever been. That was the intention of the tweet. Not that, oh yeah, literally the game was perfect up until Microsoft bought it. That's not what the point was.
Now, this is what we call Xbox tax, because again...
No, it's what you call fucking false equivalencies, but whatever.
You will allow for other games to do it. You will not talk about them. Not that I know that you have. Maybe he has criticized Destiny's, practices in this regard. Maybe he has...
So you don't know if he has or not. What the fuck is the point of this? Oh my god, bro. Again, now we're using a hypothetical scenario that maybe he did say something or he didn't. Who knows, man? But let's just act like he did and he defended it because I need a video topic. This is so fucking retarded, man. This is absolute bot logic.
Come out against them, right? But again, to consider...
This is bot logic, bro.
It a tax is kind of weird when you have supported systems along the lines of this. And I think this is the problem and the challenge.
Yeah, but you don't know if he did or not. When you don't even know if he's like spoken out against it or like, this is so fucking stupid. I don't know, man.
Have in today's gaming conversation, everybody is more interested in painting the other in a bad light.
The fact he's playing Gotham Knights as a character other than Batgirl is also very alarming too, because the only reason to play Gotham Knights is for Batgirl.
Even when you follow the data and show the evidence, some people are already geared into this thinking that they think you're painting something in a bad light because you're only providing the reality. Like when I make my video saying PlayStation is a third-party publisher, which is a fact. When I say PlayStation is depending on the PC platform, which is a fact. When I say things like PlayStation is making changes to its business, when we have even the CEOs, even at the time when they were not even CEOs, when they were worldwide studio heads, Herman Host, talking about how PlayStation will not be bringing...
What the fuck does this have to do with the Call of Duty tweet, bro? This is like insane. SDK Nostalgia of the 2, Destiny is extra tarded. Wait, absolute hypocrite. Yeah, dude. Destiny is one of the biggest tragedies in gaming. That game was so fucking fire, and then Destiny 2 just shit.
Every game, look at
they ruined it.
At it, to PC and changing it. People come out and say that you're being antagonistic against PlayStation when all I'm doing is pointing out the facts because they're used to this warring or whoring going on where people are just running around and throwing and slinging dirt all over the place without actually providing better context as to what's going on. Now, is the monetization excessive in Call of Duty? Yes, it is. Is the monetization excessive in these live service games? Of course they are. But at the same time, I think we need to maintain similar energy levels as we're going around. Because again, remember, Destiny now belongs to someone else who is a very, very strong competitor against Xbox, right? And that will be PlayStation. And so again, it's kind of interesting to see it this way, right? And Activision was just recently acquired by Xbox. So again, these are practices that have been kept and are going to be ported over. And I don't think Destiny's practices are going to change really much. I mean, think about even the way they're executing on their live service reality in terms of PlayStation. They're giving you a single player, I say single player, they're giving you a fee up front to pay for, like in the case of Concord and Helldivers 2, you pay the fee up front, and then over time you're going to be paying for expansions, and you're going to be, in a position where you have access to microtransactions. Helldivers 2 has the same thing, a similar aspect to it at the end of the day. If we were to go to the Helldivers PlayStation page, I'm not going to be surprised if we see something along the lines of extra spending, aspects to it that will pretty much demand for.
So here you guys go. I found the context of that tweet. It paints a very different picture. So look, $70 base game, $30 black sell per season, $20 to $30 in-game bundles, $10 base battle pass per season, new $10 event passes, plus no real anti-cheat, plus broken game. Activision have lost their minds. So the entire context of the fucking tweet is basically the game is fucking broken and this is what they're focused on instead of actually making the game fucking playable. Because this was the follow-up tweet. Was this? Hold on, let me copy it. It's just fucking idiotic, man. There's zero actual, effort to even look into the fucking context of shit. So no server updates, no anti-cheat fixes, no weapon balancing, ranked play still full of hackers, new playlist broken, the update basically shoved in more microtransactions into the game. What a mess. So this is the context of the fucking tweet that's being completely ignored. The whole point was not to bring up that, ooh, paying for shit is bad. It's the fact that they're not focused on actually fixing the game and instead are just concerned about shoving in as many monetization options as possible. So it completely changes the entire narrative of the tweet, but, you got to exclude that portion because it doesn't fit the narrative. So that's the thing. It's just incredible. The purposeful omission is just... That's the only way these fucking fanboys can operate, though, man.
Players to come in and put some more money in.
But yeah, if you ever played Destiny in your life, you can't talk about it, I guess. Like, shit, bro, I've played Destiny. I guess I can never talk about any other game, right?
Again, this is so weird that when you talk about this stuff and when you don't.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. My bad, I thought this was about YouTube. Oh, okay, yeah. No, this is about the game.
Point this stuff in a good context, it can make everybody look really, really weird. So I think energy levels are what's missing in the gaming conversation.
No, I think genuine intelligence is what's missing, but
overall. I mean, if anybody wants to maintain an object...
Time to delete my channel. I played Destiny.
An objectivity stance or look like they're objective, then you need to basically go back and understand that, okay, in order for us to be able to do something like this, we need to make sure that we're pointing out the broader context in terms of these games. And, again, like I said, I've taken a different stance from where I was with live service games. I played just a few back then, and I used to be a heavy critic, but I realized that these live service games funded the single-player games. And if these studios are making money and if people decide they want to do whatever they want to do with their money, I'm not going to sit here and tell them what to do with their money. To be very honest, I mean, I'd advise them to be prudent with it. But again, it's their money, so they can do whatever the heck they want with it. But its outcome is that it makes and allows for single-player games that I like, that I partake in, to actually be developed, to actually be, fostered and published in the grand scheme of things. But I digress. Talk to me in the comment section. The energy levels, this is 2025. Are we doing a good job maintaining them, or are we slacking?
No.
Thanks so much for watching.
You definitely were slacking. You didn't even look at the full tweet. But yeah, holy shit, man. It's really incredible. Very, very incredible. Oh, let's watch this. Did you get your money's worth?
Game Pass recap 2020.
Oh, it's the same guy. Oh, shit.
4. My question is, did you get your money's worth?
Nope.
Welcome to the Video Game Fight School channel.
Absolutely not. If I didn't already have a prepaid Game Pass subscription stacked, I definitely wouldn't have gotten my money's worth. Unfortunately, even with that, I didn't get my money's worth.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Value proposition is a big...
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Remember Battlefield 1 and destroying everything. Yep. I mean, it's really sad, honestly. Like, Battlefield's basically a dead franchise at the moment. Now, Vince Zampella is working on the next one, so maybe it might be able to make a comeback, but I don't know. All the great first-person shooter franchises are in disarray at this point.
Big deal with me. We're grown, and we got to know what the heck we're spending our money on. Game Pass. This particular value proposition has been very contentious in the gaming conversation with...
Yeah, it's not worth it.
All manner of reasons why it shouldn't exist and all manner of reasons why it should exist and why it's actually pretty good. Now, we're looking at basically what has dropped in the past year if you look at, say, some of the games. And I think something that can actually give us a very clear picture as to where this whole thing was is this image right here that shows pretty much the drops from 2024. Many of them have spilled over to 2025 because they released, say, sometime late this year. Indiana Jones being one of them. I said late this year. Late last year. Indiana Jones being one of them and Call of Duty Black Ops 6 being the other. But let's go ahead and take a look at this particular chart and see exactly what the games that turned into Game Pass releases and titles were. This person here, shout out to Bison, or is that their name? And they said Game Pass recap 2024. 144 games were added in,
Yeah, most of which were junk.
Which is basically 2 more than 2023. 38 day one releases, which was 11 less than 2023. You know what's very annoying, ladies and gentlemen? I remember when I was talking about Game Pass and the value proposition back in 2023. I mean, can't believe in 2025. Goodness.
Wait, hold on. Y'all see that, right? They put Overwatch 2 as a Game Pass title. Overwatch 2 is fucking free. Come on, bro.
And I remember a lot of pushback from a lot of people. Apparently, it was all downplayed
Oh
until
my
somebody had to
God.
run the numbers about how
Isn't
much
it just
Game Pass
amazing?
value was at over $9,000, especially when you look at the day one games. So that's what we're looking for. Has it been worth your dough with the day one launches? And if we continue to look at this chart, I'm going to basically leave that answer to you in the comment section. So it says 15 of those games were published by Microsoft, which is 5 more than 2023. And then the average OpenCritic score is about 77.2.
At least he's
That's a
playing
lot of work that they did,
Batgirl,
man.
yeah.
So
The
whoever
only
this
reason
is,
to
shout
play
out to you for
Gotham
taking
Knight.
the time to go ahead and do so. I think this 2025 is going to be interesting. There are a lot of these, anticipated games coming out across the board. PlayStation, Xbox. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that PlayStation Plus did not deliver in its own right. I'm just saying that the day and date proposition is still where Game Pass has the, edge over everybody else, even in their leaked document from 23.
Yeah, that's if you want to play the stuff that's launching in there, which is a big if.
When PlayStation pretty much got the Insomniac hack.
SNK Nostalgia, the 2 money's worth buy older games that are fun. Yeah, exactly. And for the $20 you spend on Game Pass a month, you can get a hell of a lot more games that are actually worthwhile for that $20 in reality. Even if you just buy 360 games on Xbox, like you can get 360, absolute classics for like $3 to $4 a piece in the Xbox sales, and you'd be better off just doing that than subbing the Game Pass, in my personal opinion. But,
you could already tell that they were mentioning that it wasn't going to be feasible for them to basically take the approach of an elusive subscription service, which Xbox right now has, that they can leverage day one games into their service. I think it really does pay them. So let me go ahead and just talk about the sneakiness of this day one launch, especially when it comes to third-party games. Because with third-party games, they still have the availability to launch everywhere. And so Game Pass can give them a bag that they want to use to secure themselves, and they can still go out there and still sell and do well. One big benefactor for that was Stalker this year. And, Stalker really surprised a lot of people in the sense that, Stalker 2 specifically, in the sense that it actually did do well. I was quite surprised when the numbers came out that the game had sold over 1 million copies. But the weird thing is, why was Stalker 2 a surprise when we'd already seen the game Lies of P also replicate something like that? And that's also another crazy thing, because Lies of P did this first, and it was a Souls game. It wasn't even like, say, a shooter or another game in a much more popular genre. Now, granted, Elden Ring had kind of unlocked the door and swung it open for a lot of the folk that are coming out. Basically about a year and change after Elden Ring released, this game came out. It was on all platforms, and it did well. Well, I think Stalker is a little bit more extraordinary. It's not yet on PlayStation, and so it doing well in that regard is actually pretty grand, in my opinion. So I think that's basically where things...
Yeah, if you give something out for essentially free, then it's probably going to do okay.
In a sense, kind of make people go, okay, this was a very interesting proposition. But in your mind and the way...
Yeah, the lies of Phil, you can either do Burnell or Spencer, I guess.
Things are going, I'd love to know what your thought process is. Do you think that Game Pass really did, and this is if you subscribed. I can understand if you don't want to use Game Pass. I get it, but you're not going to even be able to answer this question anyways. This question is for those who subscribe for Game Pass. As for me, my value proposition was simply met. I only play about 3 or 4 games every year, and so in jumping into this Game Pass ordeal, I've been able to get hold of Starfield. I've been able, well, this was in 23, but whatever. I've been able to get a hold of Indiana Jones and Stalker 2 and Black Ops 6. I think this is probably the year where
oh my God. Imagine that being your 3 games you played for the year, bro. Stalker 2, Indiana Jones, and Black Ops 6. Holy fuck, man. That sounds awful.
I got to feel, the investment that I put in, because these 3 games by themselves are about $200. And then having access to even some other titles that I wanted to check out that I never really did beat or complete. Those are probably, in my opinion, the places I'll say.
Yep, slop, and more slop.
Okay, I could probably do a little bit more work, but there are just so many games. So the best I can do is the best that I can do compared to a previous year.
Black Ops 6, dude, the campaign's not good. The zombies is just Warzone, and the multiplayer for me is unplayable. I can't play it. Like, the packet burst is so bad this time around that it's like borderline unplayable for me. Not to mention the maps are not good. There's a few decent maps, but the majority are just bleh. I don't know. I really I soured on that game very quickly, which is a shame because I like the actual gameplay and I like the actual time to kill, which is unusual for a Treyarch game, but the maps are really bad, and then packet burst basically renders the game pretty much unplayable for me.
All right. Talk to me in the comment section. I really appreciate you guys' time and audience. I really think this chart that was put up here is one that really does showcase.
It's going to be, oh yeah. I robbed them, to be honest. 402 games in 2024. I finished 70 of them. Oh my God. Dude, if you downloaded 402 games from Game Pass, yikes. Most of those games are pure slop. Selling the collection to cover the bills. Aw, shit. Game Pass was extremely disappointing this year. Yeah, I agree, man. I don't think there's anything worth the the thing is, if you subscribed for $240, you could have bought Call of Duty. You could have bought one of the games maybe that you were interested in from Microsoft, and then you would still have what, $100+ left over if you bought the games on day one. So it's not worthwhile if you ask me. I mean, I wouldn't have bought Indiana Jones. I wouldn't have bought Stalker 2. I definitely would not have bought Hellblade 2. That's for fucking sure. But, yeah. None of the games that they had in there day and date other than COD would have been anything that I would have purchased on my own free will. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I like the gunfight mode. They always rage quit. That's the 2v2 one, right? Damn, bro. My throat's getting dry and I'm out of fucking drink. Indiana Jones was so boring. Felt like a boomer game. I wouldn't even say it felt like a boomer game, bro. It's just a shitty, boring pseudo stealth game with awful hand-to-hand combat. It just wasn't a good game. It was a better movie than game, which is not really good if you're making a video game. If Gears of War becomes good again, will you like Xbox? No, I won't like Xbox again. One game's not going to change my opinion on them. The writing's on the wall at this point. I can like the individual game. I don't have to like the company that makes it. But we'll see if they fuck it up or not. E-Day is Nah, I think it'll do fine, but we'll have to see. Do I like NBA 2K? I'm white. But I used to like it, but I haven't played it in I don't even know. Close to a decade. SNK nostalgia with the 2, East winning, West gone from the equation. Yeah. I think it's only a matter of time before, most of these Western studios just have to close shop. I mean, even look at Sony's own first-party stuff. The sales are dwindling. And that's even with, console bundle sales to, inflate the number. So, they'll stick Spider-Man 2 and Horizon Forgotten West and all these other games bundled in with every console sold, and they're still underperforming the previous entries in the series. So it's I think the walls are closing in at this point. I think the last 2K I played was 14, if I'm remembering correct. Yeah, sports games, though, I get the appeal of sports games. If you're, really into sports and shit, typically it's a game you play with your consistently, so I get the appeal of them. I'm just not a sports guy, so. I am not a sports guy myself. We're about to get to that point of Griffin going, all right, guys, it's about that time. I'm about to hop off, and I guess I'll see you later today. Wow, just say you want me to fucking get off, bro. Jesus. But yeah, it is getting close. It's almost 6 o'clock. As long as with the 5, really thinking Xbox Series X is better than PS solely because 360 games are far better than anything that's came out recently on either. Yeah, that's the thing is the whole reason to get a Series X is back compatible.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That is the only reason I would ever recommend getting a Series X is if you want to play 360 games. That is the only redeeming quality of that console. That is the only positive I can throw out. Is the fact that, you can play 360 games, so that's the one little nugget of positivity I'll give Xbox, is their backwards compatibility is good. Which is why, if they do backwards compatibility on the handheld, I would consider getting that, but I don't think I'm going to get any sort of next-gen console. I'll just keep this thing as, a glorified 360 machine. Yeah, recent games suck. Absolutely suck. It's just sad, really. Everything feels like a chore to play now, too. It's nothing's fun. It's just literally, oh yeah, do this shit you don't want to fucking do. Okay, well now you did that, so now watch this cutscene. Now do some more shit you don't want to do. Oh, cutscene time. Another cutscene. Oh, do some more shit you don't want to do. It's just... feels more like a chore than an actual entertainment product. SNK Nostalgia with a 2, make bad games, people don't buy them. Easy. I really hope we get to that point. So, we really need to. Because there's way too many bad games that still sell relatively well. And Ryan Miller with the 5, Hey Griffin, the woke media are having... Oh wait, it has a meltdown due to camel toe. Confirming her loss on January 6th, and people were coping to see that. Yeah. You know damn well she was like drunk for that. I've seen like some of the clips with like the look on her face looking absolutely miserable. So close, but so far.
I can't afford this shit!
Devin with the 2, opinion on Nier Automata. I really liked it personally. I like the first Nier better, but I think both are really good. I really like the way they structure the games. The only thing I don't like about Automata is playing as 9S. That's my least favorite part about it, but aside from that, I think it's really well done. If you want to have fun, then just play Animal Crossing. But the problem with Animal Crossing is you can only do so much in one day. You have to wait until the next day to actually do shit. Did you see Hulk Hogan was booed on stage last night at WWE in LA promoting his beer? I did not. Why did he get booed? He said the N-word on stage. Based. I would have cheered, man. Because of you? Because of me, what, Britt? Nah, I highly doubt because he was a Trump supporter, too. WWE is pretty pro-Trump. So. I don't know where to take that joke. Typical. FBI is not a chill guy next to the lovely. Harvest Moon. I never liked Harvest Moon, personally. I had friends that liked it. I never got into it. Ugh, fuck, bro. It was in LA. Okay, maybe that's why. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Just remember, ATF is super gay. Yeah, they introduced like some legislation today to ban the ATF or get rid of it, but we'll see if it actually goes through. I doubt it. It should go through, but, you know, Congress. Anything but practical.
I can't afford this shit!
Don't get off? Why? Am I being held here against my will? Where's my rape whistle? Let me see. Is it going to snow again? No, thank God. It's only supposed to get to 30 degrees tomorrow where I live. Fuck. Man. Not fun. Congress did a public court of Trump votes, and Camel Toe had to say Trump won fairly. Wah wah. Please get off so I can... Well, you can go to sleep, bro. Go lay your sweet head down on your pillow and close your eyes and think of better days. I don't know. Past or in the future. Can I go to sleep too? No, Britt. Sorry. No, you can't leave until the stream is over. Why not? I can leave whenever the fuck I want and just leave the stream open. So the stream could technically never be over. I could literally just mute my mic and put this screen up and nobody would ever know when I'm coming back, if I'm coming back. It would be a complete mystery. Griffin never sleeps, he goons. Yeah, it just gives me unlimited energy, bro. Yeah, I haven't hit the tip's goal, dude. I can't afford that shit. Get off so I can goon without hearing a gate. We'll just close the stream, bro. I am tired, though, and my throat is dry, and I'm out of fluids, so I probably will go ahead and hop off for tonight. If I had more drank in my cup, then I would probably stay on a little bit longer, because I'm not really tired, but anyway. Enjoy your Tuesday, everybody. I didn't even have to look at what day it was. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, I hope you'll have a good day tomorrow. Hopefully you're in a snow-free zone, unlike myself. And I will talk to everybody in approximately, what would that be, 17 hours? So yeah, mark your fucking calendar / alarm clock, and I will talk to everybody later. Oh, let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. One day I saw some Violet Myers. My eyes burnt. Yeah, it is not a pretty sight, bro. Absolutely. But have a wonderful Tuesday, everybody, and I'll talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.
The Nazis organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
Some asshole named Griffin. He's a government agent of some kind.
Does anyone know how old Griffin Gaming is? I have no idea off the top of my head. How old is Griffin Gaming? 27? He's 27. Yeah, dude, I would say there's like a 60% chance that he might be gay. Dude, how could you be in your late 20s and say you're saving your... And there's no way he's such a miserable bastard and says the shit that he says, but no, he's saving himself for marriage. Okay.
Fucking loser faggot